Explain the Badlands. Explain those Badlands. That's a hell of a name.
You're still looking good.
I'm still feeling good. You know, I've got all your MyPillow products. Mattress topper, bed sheets, MyPillows, towels, slippers, blankets.
I'm interrupting this commercial to do something I've never done before. Get 2 MyPillows absolutely free on orders of $100 or more. I can't do this forever, so get on board with this great sale today. Our best-selling 6-piece bath towel sets or kitchen towel sets, just $29.98. Our famous standard MyPillows only $14.98. Queens $18.98. King size only $1 more. Body pillows $29.98. Multi-use MyPillow 2.0s with pillowcase $9.98. Save $40 on our Spring Percale and Giza Dream bed sheet sets. Any size, any color. So go to MyPillow.com or call that number on your screen. Use your promo code to save up to 80% on all MyPillow products. And when you spend $100 or more, get 2 standard MyPillows absolutely free.
By now, you've probably seen the new collab between Rise and Badlands Media, but I'll tell you what you haven't seen yet. The end of Clown World as we know it. But have no fear. Introducing the latest addition to the Badlands INTL lineup, the sequel to the best-selling Sci War series. We've been conditioned by these clowns to accept their circus. But it's time to unwind that and strike them out the history books. The future belongs to the real, and we've got it in droves. Go to badlandsmedia.tv/rise for the full line of premium and direct-to-garment streetwear. Made to order right here in the good old US of A, the heart of the resistance. The fall of Clown World is upon us, patriots. Let's make it official.
Los Angeles, our economy takes a hit, our green spaces are impacted, and everything from our ability to add the housing that we need to just people's everyday experience in the city is deeply impacted. I am very concerned about the proposed cuts to the EPA. Administrator Zeldin has stated that he intends to cut the EPA's budget by 65%, and this is a staggering amount to hit to an agency that's tasked with keeping our water clean and our air clean. A 65% budget cut would require major staffing reductions for key functions, including water and air monitoring, something that is very important right now in Los Angeles, particularly post-fire, when people are very worried about the safety just to send their kids to school or to drink water in their community. And as much as we all want to cut unnecessary regulations, the best way to keep cancer-causing PFAS out of our water, to keep chromium-6 from making parts of our aquifers undrinkable in California is to have strong environmental protections so that polluters are not free to pollute our water and our air. Now in California, these programs have been really critical, the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and WIFIA. Since 1989, more than $14.6 billion in financial assistance with over 400 unique recipients across the state have been dispersed across California. An example of one of these unique recipients was the Burbank Sanitary District in my district, which received a $1.8 million loan to repair and replace 14,000 linear feet of outdated sewer mains and laterals. The California State Water Board has co-funded 19 projects with WIFIA, which has delivered a combined $6.5 billion in low-interest loans to projects across the state. Now, the water departments in my district view the WIFIA programs as absolutely critical to their long-term financial health and for their water infrastructure projects. You know, we're a first world nation, and people expect our infrastructure to reflect that. Pasadena's Water and Power Department is currently planning to utilize WIFIA funding for projects that will help secure reliable and safe water for over 9,000 residents. And just to remind you, Pasadena was one of the cities that had awful losses due to fire recently. So this will help to secure clean water for Pasadena residents. And it'll also create about 1,400 local jobs, something else that is very important to my community. So I wanted to ask some of you some questions about these EPA cuts. So for Mr. Buckley, in 2016, EPA estimates that we're going to need $271 billion to meet federal water quality objectives. And in 2023, this number jumped to $625 billion over 20 years, just for safe drinking water. So despite that, this administration is still proposing a 65% budget cut. Can you speak to how a cut this extreme are going to impact these projects across the country and also in my district in Los Angeles?
Yeah, certainly. It comes down to what I mentioned earlier as far as a go, no go on a project with a utility. Either they're going to have the money to spend for that repair on that project or they're not. It comes down to being that simple. Is the money there or not? The escalation in prices recently over the past 2 to 4 years, we've seen projects where the engineer's estimate for the job would be, let's just take an example, 40 million. But when the actual bids come in, it's 80 million. The prices are rising across the board. So with rising prices and then cuts in revenue, those are just kind of extreme opposites. Doesn't play well with with us to be able to get the resources and the tradesmen and the workers that we need to get a job done, nor does it help the utility owners to be able to finance and fund those jobs.
Now, these pipes often are underground. People don't always see them. Residents don't understand the importance. What happens if these projects don't get done? What kind of results can people see that have, like we have in my city, 100-year-old pipes underground?
We're seeing it now, Congresswoman. It's the useful life of our systems is done. We've been kicking the can down the road for too long. I'm a Washingtonian, born and raised here, Representative Norton. And we've been dealing with these issues here in the DC area for years. There just has to be improvements made. We also mentioned, somebody mentioned PFAS earlier. We're talking about new technologies or new issues that we're finding. All these budget issues that we're talking about now, this is just to maintain what we currently have, not even to address what's coming down the pike.
Right, so crucial for human health. And of course, the longer you wait to repair these pipes, all this system, the more expensive it gets. Thanks so much for the answers. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Mr. LaMalfa for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to panelists. Ms. Friedman was talking about the importance of our water supply and to get into Southern Cal. And so some of the points I want to make here really underline that as well. As we have great opportunity to hold a lot more water in California that we're not doing presently. Couple angles of being able to build the sites reservoir, which WIFIA is going to play into that, as well as running the pumps a little more efficiently to fill up San Luis Reservoir. We're going to see allocations of 35% to farms in San Joaquin Valley unless things improve this year. 35% of, I don't know what normal is anymore. So, I mean, we got to do better on that. We should be filling San Luis Reservoir. We should be building sites reservoir and managing our water a little more smartly. Lake Shasta up there has seen since January 1 a tremendous amount of water just go down the stream and not be picked up somewhere else. And we're working on the numbers. I know off the top of my head, it's at least 800,000 acre feet. It might range as much as 2 million acre feet have flown by Lake Shasta on that Sacramento River CVP project. So I want to drill down more on the WIFIA loan process there, which is indeed a good one. It's been very helpful for a lot of projects. Chairman Hilaire was talking about the importance of local clean water projects and processing plants, and that plays into this as well with our Bay Delta, in that if more plants around the Bay were putting out cleaner water, we wouldn't have nearly as much garbage as bad water in the Bay Delta, which requires so much flushing of good water that could be going to ag and people. We're going to see 42 gallon per day rationing for some of our urban neighbors as the way things are going. So, Mr. Matischitz, let me drill down on the WIFIA with you here a little bit. The Sites Reservoir project located in my district, and I shared with Mr. Garamendi for a time till the lines changed. Appreciate all his strong help on that. Is a 1.5 million acre feet proposal that's grinding through the process here. It applied for a WIFIA was first invited to in 2021, and that application in 2022. And so it's still waiting EPA review and approval. So I'm grateful that at least it's in play, but we need to get moving on this. And WIFIA is very important because it is a low interest loan. The federal government doesn't lose out. It's paid back, but it also makes things much more affordable for a project. And actually, in this case, can lower the cost of the water itself the buyers will be using by about 10% just from not having high interest payments. So sites is about a $4 billion project, and the WIFIA could amount to about $2 billion. So what I would ask Mr. Maticic was, should the EPA in this process, since we're a few years in now, provide more flexibility within the loan program to project related to project schedule, flexibility, and the completion dates, so we can better accommodate large-scale projects in general? I know you're not versed on sites per se, but large-scale projects. What do you think we can do to make these timelines better and these costs when it takes multiple years to do so?
So, thank you for the question, Congressman. I think that the master agreement arrangement that WIFIA introduced a few years ago is actually ideally suited for the program and project that you're talking about. Actually the very first WIFIA the loan that was closed under the master agreement was with the Hampton Roads Sanitation District in Virginia, and that was for more than $1 billion.
Was it very speedy?
I'm sorry? Was
it very speedy?
It actually worked through pretty efficiently, yeah. And they were able to structure it so that they could have separate tranches of loans, like 3 tranches of loans within a 12-year construction period. And so you can have a 10 or a 15-year construction period and have multiple loans within that are based on the actual construction period for the individual.
My time is getting short, but when you see costs continue to go up during that timeline and interest rates have jumped quite a bit, unfortunately, during this period of time that sites has been waiting, how do we insulate ourselves from that? Should we have, there's a one-time reset of loan interest rates, for example, that are allowed. Do you see this, that these costs can come down sometime in the near future and keep products affordable?
Well, given all the uncertainties about escalation rates and interest rates, I've seen situations where the WIFIA underwriters and finance staff have encouraged the applicants to include significant contingency, and they welcome inclusion of a significant amount of contingency to cover some of those uncertainties, especially with regard to longer term programs.
All right, thank you. I appreciate it. My time's already up. You're back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Mr. Garamendi for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman Collins. I think I'm going to have an out-of-body experience here. We're going on and on here. Maybe we all fell down the rabbit hole and up is down and down is up, but I think there's something really, really important going on that we're pretty much ignoring. My colleague from Los Angeles, Ms. Freeman, mentioned it, but the reality is that the Trump administration is going to cut the EPA by 65%. And they've already made significant personnel cuts. And I'm going, how does that work? All that we're talking about here requires more money and more staff to process the various programs that we all want to have. So what are we doing? Why are we doing this? Why are we talking about, Mr. Bost and I proposing an amendment and also other amendments on the other side? We've heard from our colleagues on the Republican side. We're going to improve the WIFIA program. We're going to improve the CIFIA program. At the same time, that the entire EPA and the Corps of Engineers are going to be facing massive personnel and budget cuts. How is this going to work? I suppose we're probably just going to continue plowing ahead and ignoring what is actually happening in real time as we sit here. Those cuts are happening. Mr. Musk is out there wheeling his chainsaw, slicing away at everything, including the EPA and the Corps of Engineers. Personnel cuts as well as budget cuts. Okay, I suppose I ought to join the parade here and forget about the reality of what is actually happening at this moment in this government. Significant reductions in the money available and in the personnel to process what I would like to see happening. Got 2 amendments I'd like to put into WIRDA. Well, okay, WIRDA sometime in the fall. Maybe we'll get it done by September. Don't know. To what purpose? There's no money. There's no staff at the EPA. The funding for the Corps of Engineers dramatically reduced by nearly $2 billion for programs such as this and dredging and on and on. We've got to get real here. All of this nicey legislation and improvements, of which 2 of them are mine with my Republican colleagues. And they're important, they're useful, they're helpful. But the underlying program is dramatically reduced. So let's get real here. We can fight a fight of really no purpose by amending the current laws, WIFIA, as well as the Corps of Engineers program. To what purpose? When the entire foundation of the program is being destroyed. It seems to me that our task and our time ought to be spent dealing with the here and now. And that's what the Trump administration is actually doing. Actually doing, as we sit here, dramatically reducing the funding, dramatically reducing the staff to process even less funding programs. If we fail to fight the fight on what is happening, what the Trump administration is actually doing, all of this nicey talk is to no purpose. Because it won't happen. It can't happen. There's no money, there's no staff. So my plea to all of us is we've got to deal with the here and now, which is the Trump administration eviscerating the ability of Americans in their communities, large and small, to address their critical needs. In this case, how are they going to deal with their sanitation systems? How are they going to deal with the clean water? And we haven't even begun to talk about the water programs themselves, so that that drinking water is safe and sound. We heard a little bit of that a moment ago from my colleague here. Yeah, I'm upset. You're damn right I'm upset, because what we've worked on for the last 50 years is being eviscerated. It is being terminated in many real ways for communities all across America. And here we are talking amendment here, amendment there, improvement, not dealing with the reality that the Trump administration is dramatically destroying the ability of American communities to have a clean water program or a clean drinking water program. And it goes on and on. My time is up. I yield back.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Mr. Knott for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In brief response to what we just heard, you know, one reality that no one mentions is the fact that we have $37 trillion in debt. We have $37 trillion in debt, and our water infrastructure is crumbling. What have we received for $36 trillion? This is the first administration that recognizes the existential crisis that is $37 trillion of debt. And I am candidly astounded that there's not more outrage that every person in the United States does not have the cleanest water in the world after spending $37 trillion that we do not have. No one's talking about that. And, you know, my friends from New York and California, you know, there's a lot of discussion that needs to be had here. But I was just in the state of Florida. They have half the budget that New York does. They spend far less per person than the state of California does. And their water is better across the board. No one talks about local regulations. No one talks about the costs on the ground. We candidly cannot afford just to throw dollars and dollars and dollars at every problem. We pay $1 trillion a year just in debt service, and that could very well rise exponentially. So, of course, clean water is a priority, but I think all of us should be outraged that we have spent $37 trillion for nothing. Not one word about that so far. But Mr. Walker, in that vein, let me ask you, sir, is there a federal program that places conditions on local regulatory environments in terms of how can we most effectively get dollars to these projects to bring about change, to bring about proper restoration, to bring about modern technologies? Because if you have the same project in, let's say, Tallahassee, Florida, and then a project in California, if the project in California is 5 times as expensive as the same project in Florida, are there any conditions in the federal financing program that would incentivize California to get their act together and lower the local regulatory costs?
I don't know how you monitor the states, but there is some levels in federal government that are mandates that raise costs. I mean, there's like 6, 7 mandates that really don't add to the value of water. There's the green mandate, the fiscal sustainability, cost effectiveness, BABA, all those things that add to the cost to any project, sometimes 30, 40% to a project. So that means projects cannot get built. They should be. And somebody talked about the PFAS. That's just on top of everything else that's needed.
Right.
And it's unfair for the utilities that are treating the water now to have to, they didn't cause a problem. They're in perpetuity will have to treat that problem forever. And so that's going to add tremendously to their cost.
What's in your experience, sir, what's the best way to bring down those costs? Because these are problems that need to be addressed, of course, but we have to have a fiscally conscious mindset when we're doing it.
I don't know how to bring down the costs except to make them more affordable. And people have to understand they've got to pay for water and wastewater. It's not for free.
Right.
I mean, we pay more for our cell phone bills than we pay for our water bills. We pay more for streaming services than we pay for our water bills. You die in 3 days without water. You don't die without streaming services, but people think you do.
I'll just go down the line with the remainder of my time. If you could ask, in your estimation, what's the best way to most efficiently bring down the costs of these problems? Yes, sir.
Yeah, I think, well, I appreciate the discussion as well. I think this is the discussion that needs to happen. And for us, as mentioned already, the direct funding and a lot of this investment, federal investment and state investment is what allows us to be able to build this water infrastructure and then make sure that it is at a cost-effective rate for the ones using it.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Knott, I think, mentioned me in his opening remarks. Would you yield me for 15 seconds?
Let me get these answers and then we can yield. Mr. Buckley, sorry.
Sure, bringing down costs would be cutting regulations. Red tape.
Yep.
That helps a great deal, without a doubt. But what I would like to see from this group is for somebody to pick up the lead, again, as I mentioned earlier, on private activity bonds. And let's bring private funding in here. If Congress isn't going to be able to provide funding, as our representative stated just a few minutes ago, then let's let private industry come in, just like transportation does. There's no reason water shouldn't be the same way.
Yep. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I would add, I think making sure that there's a sound pre-construction process that looks at make sure that the cheapest and most cost-efficient alternative is actually the one that's being implemented can go a long way toward helping to reduce costs.
Yes, sir. Thank you all for your testimony. I wish I had more time. Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Chairman yields. Gentleman yields. Chair recognizes Representative Figures for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree. 37 trillion is a problem. It's not just that this administration is the first administration to pay attention to the problem. This administration was part of the problem. This administration, the first time around, added more money to the national debt than the previous administration. And as we sit here now, if we were so concerned about the 37 trillion, we wouldn't be pushing forth a budget that's going to add an additional $2 trillion to the national deficit. An additional $2 trillion. And I am of the opinion that if we're going to go $2 trillion into debt, we shouldn't be doing it for the purpose of funding tax breaks to the wealthiest Americans. We should be doing it for vital purposes, for critical infrastructure, like ensuring that we have clean water delivery systems across this country. And so if we want to be serious about our national debt and deficits, let's have a serious conversation, but let's not pretend to do that. Let's not pretend to be making cuts at DOGE. Let's not pretend to be saving this nation money while at the same time pushing a budget that's going to add $2 trillion to the national deficit. And that ain't Democratic math. That is the budget math that the Republicans have produced. Meanwhile, the president is spending $3.5 million per trip to Mar-a-Lago. $3.5 million per trip it costs the American taxpayers when Donald Trump decides to go to Mar-a-Lago, and that is not including the money that my colleagues spend in going down there with him to have meetings that they could have in Washington, D.C. for free. I'd much rather spend $3.5 million down to clean water efforts in the state of Florida, or more particularly my state, the state of Alabama. Well, I represent a district where we have an individual median income of $32,000, a little bit lower than $32,000. Some of the poorest communities in this nation. 7 of the 15 poorest counties in the state of Alabama are located in my district. We have some of the poorest places in this nation in my district, and they all suffer from critical water infrastructure. Not they all, but many of them suffer from critical water infrastructure problems. And so with the balance of my time, I'd like to discuss ways that we can help those communities, because these are communities that don't have a significant tax base. They don't have significant cash reserves, but they have very significant infrastructure problems. Pritchard, Alabama, a city in Mobile County of less than 20,000 people, they lose an estimated 60% of their clean water from delivery to the time it gets to an end user. We have places that don't have traditional soil concentrations, and they can't even use septic tanks because the soil does not tolerate for it. So for those communities, with the balance of my time, if we can go down the line, what are the changes that we can make to better support those low-income communities, those poor places, those cities that don't have, abundant tax revenues to be able to meet some of the current requirements to receive some of the funding, but they still have the need for their critical infrastructure systems, particularly the water systems and sewage systems. Thank you, Mr. Walker.
Thanks, sir. So one of the things that can be done, and we've seen it in Texas, allow states to fund more technical assistance. I mean, a lot of these communities, you've got the mayor is also this local businessman. You got the city secretary, that's all they've got. So they don't know how to, and this is not their expertise. So states are really good at knowing where the issues are and help them, and with technical assistance. The EPA's got a big technical assistance program, but it's all these big national programs. It's funnel that money down to the states where they know where the problems are and they can help them at local communities.
Yeah, thank you for the question. It feels like we've been at a tipping point for quite some time with this issue, and I think that's why the bipartisan infrastructure law is so important, that we work together and figure out a way to streamline some of these processes. Two things for us. We're busting at the seams in our own wastewater treatment plant at the Lummi Nation, and same goes for our home and a lot of people that can't afford this type of basic human right. And for us, it's more grant-based funding and or expand forgivable loan programs for tribes. Thank you.
So Congressman, you mentioned directly what can we do to help get the water funding addressed now. I would say, like, in the 118th Congress, over half of the SRF appropriations went to earmarks, leaving 39 states with less resources. Congress needs to reform the earmark process when it comes to water. I think that would help a great deal in redirecting funds directly towards water instead of earmark.
Congressman, I think that the efforts toward greater efficiency and directing programs through the top priorities that are identified for the SRF and WIFIA programs is an important way to make sure that the most critical projects do get implemented, and focusing on the criteria that is used to help identify the projects that get funded is can be used to make sure that the the most important projects do get built.
Thank you. I yield back.
Chairman yields. Chair now recognizes Mr. Honor for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thanks to all the witnesses for coming today. Mr. Buckley, I believe in response to a question from Representative Knott, you said that one of the things that we could do is to condition federal aid on removing red tape from water infrastructure projects. Could you expound on that a little bit?
Well, let's go all the way down the line. When we're constructing a project in construction, we have a dedicated person that has to track the financing and the billing and all that stuff just associated with SRF funded jobs. So that's just on my part. Then you go up to the water utility managers and how many people and personnel do they have that have to track and monitor and track all that funding. So I think it's just a tier step of number of personnel that have to follow through with the reporting and the red tape.
All right, thank you. Mr. Walker, you stated that, quote, you won't die without your cell phone or streaming service. Have you met my teenagers?
I have two just like that. So yes, sir. They think they do.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify. In your written testimony on page 4, you wrote that congressional mandates on SRF loans increase the cost of clean water infrastructure, which are passed on to households in higher wastewater bills. This is a recurrent theme, I think, on this committee, that we make investments in infrastructure, or we try to, but then red tape, regulation, permitting and so on delays or increase the costs of those projects. And in your on the same page, you list some of these congressional mandates. Davis-Bacon, which some have called Jim Crow's last stand, but American Iron and Steel, water and energy certification, fiscal sustainability plan, engineering procurement, Buy America, Build America. How can we remove some of this, these layers and layers and layers of congressional mandates that get in the way of meritorious projects?
Well, I would say that if Congress put them in, Congress can take them out. And it's kind of like these are probably good ideas at the time.
Yeah.
But I mean, as a loan officer, I'm looking at fiscal sustainability. I don't need somebody else to tell me what that means.
Right.
And
Right.
so, and these are a death by 1,000 bites. There's multiple
Right.
ones.
Right. Yeah. No. I agree. And on the next page of your testimony, you point out green certification. The Clean Water Act requires SRF borrowers to certify that they have selected the processes, materials, techniques, and technologies that maximize efficient use, water reuse, recapture, and conservation, energy conservation, and so on. And then as you said, but this is the value of water and energy efficiency, you say, is firmly instilled across the water sector and will not be eroded if congressional mandate is sunset. Yeah, this is just part of what people managing these projects do. They're not wasting water on purpose. They're not trying to use too much energy to drive up the cost of water or wastewater bills. So, you care to comment?
I agree. I mean, nobody is trying to build an inefficient project because it costs you much more in the long run than you save in the short run. So
why force the project managers to jump through and do more permits, more reports?
I wonder where the reports are going. Do y'all get those reports?
Yeah, I've never seen one. And it seems like everything the government does, this is the theme. I serve on the Education and Workforce Committee, and there we wonder why the expenditures on public education have done this, and educational attainment has gone down. And a lot of it, by the way, what goes along with costs is the number of non-teacher, non-principal bureaucrats. And that's to comply with federal mandates.
My wife was a teacher for 31 years, so she's well aware of all the reports she had to do. One of the reasons she decided to retire because it became more paperwork than teaching.
Well, right, and by the way, the salaries of teachers have gone up very modestly. The number of teachers has gone up about 8% over the last 20 years. Student about 8%. Administrators, non-principal administrators, have gone up 88%. So that is where the money is going, and that's where our good teachers are going. They're leaving the profession because they're frustrated, and I fear that probably the same thing happens with some people getting frustrated trying to put together water projects. Okay, thank you so much for your testimony. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Honor. You know, I was always taught at an early age, the road to the poorhouse was paved with good intentions, which is a lot of those mandates that you're talking about. The chair now yields 5 minutes to Ms. Norton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Buckley, I am deeply concerned about cuts to federal funding for drinking water and wastewater infrastructure. What are the harms to public health and local economies of such cuts?
That's a great question. I don't think we have the time to go into all of them, Congresswoman. Directly, we're looking at 6 billion gallons of treated water being wasted every hour. As far as the local economy is concerned, fewer projects means fewer jobs for our employees, work that we have to go elsewhere to find outside of our communities. So the less there is for us to repair, I should say, the less funding there is that supports the work for us to repair, the less work there is for us to be able to get accomplished. So on an industrial basis, one thing that we keep forgetting about is our industries are utilizing more and more water on a daily basis. I mean, data centers are a perfect example. And with this region being the largest area of data centers, the amount of water that's used with data centers takes away from the water that's needed for drinking. Not that that's a bad thing, just another thing that we have to look at and keep in mind. So did I answer your question? Or?
I think so. Mr. Hilaire, the proposed full-year continuing resolution being voted on later today cuts the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers construction projects by $1.4 billion with a B dollars. The Army Corps plays a crucial role in designing and constructing water resources development projects, often in partnership with project sponsors. What are the immediate and long-term implications of programs such as the Corps' waterfront infrastructure financing program if federal funding for the Army Corps is cut?
Yeah, thank you for that question. The implications for us at Lummi Nation, we have our own water and sewer district, our own water and sewer board, our own wastewater treatment plants serving 6,000 people on reservation, and just over half are Lummi members and the other are non-Lummi members. So we serve everyone. And so the impacts come down to just the public health and safety of our residents on reservation, but also for our salmon and our shellfish beds, everything that we rely on as a people, our culture and the sacredness of water as well, and as well as our economy. I don't know the facts of any of these potential cuts, but anything that any cuts that would impact our ability to practice our way of life is really important to us. Thank you.
Thank you, and I yield back.
The gentleman or lady yields back. And I next recognize the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Hurd.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I want to thank Chairman Collins and Ranking Member Wilson for holding this important hearing. In Western and Southern Colorado, small towns lack the in-house engineers and legal teams that they need to navigate complex federal compliance rules. As you mentioned in your testimony, Mr. Walker, a one-size-fits-all congressional mandate particularly burdens rural communities. And I'm concerned that some of these critical water infrastructure projects are not able to be completed because these communities simply can't afford to navigate the compliance process. Mr. Walker, some of these mandates you mentioned in your testimony do not apply equally across states. For example, I understand that Colorado is one of the states whose SRF must comply with the Fiscal Sustainability Asset Management Plan mandate. Can you discuss the asymmetrical application of some of these federal requirements and how they impact the effectiveness of SRF programs, and maybe provide some specific recommendations on reducing those barriers, whether by streamlining requirements or creating more flexible pathways for small rural communities?
The one that comes to mind is the engineering requirement that was put in about 2 or 3 years ago. Most states have engineering procurement requirements, but the federal government put a different one on there so that it's conflict with states sometimes now. And so it's really difficult for them. They may have an engineer that worked with them for 20 years, but now they can't use them anymore because of the federal mandate. So it's really causing problems within the states. So that's one of the things that's not across the board. It causes problems across the board for different states.
Great, thank you very much, Mr. Walker. Mr. Buckley, as you know, other infrastructure projects are directly affected by water infrastructure. For example, water mains are commonly laid under roadways, which can cause disruptions when those waterways, those pipelines are in need of repairs. From a contractor's perspective, can you talk about what specific legislative or funding mechanisms could encourage states and localities to better align infrastructure projects and prevent those kinds of inefficiencies?
How about talking to each other? States and localities need to be talking to each other a little bit more. How that is addressed federally, I'm not quite sure.
Can you give an example of where that takes place and it's working effectively?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that?
Can you give an example of where that talking is taking place and where those entities are communicating in a way that leads to more effective?
Yeah, absolutely. There are a lot of utilities out there that actually have direct conversations on a regular basis with DOT. You're talking about roadway transportation and how, repairing a certain part of an infrastructure is going to affect all the utilities that are in the ground. But then there are moratoriums that are put on when you can go back in and repair those utilities later on. So if a roadway comes through and is rehabilitated, it might take 5, 10 years before the local jurisdiction allows that roadway to be torn up again. Now what's going on is those water lines are leaking, the sewer lines are leaking, the storms, is eroding. So I think collaboration between those groups is imperative. But when it comes from the federal side, I'm not really sure how that would work.
Okay. Thank you for that. Mr. Walker, back to you. One frustration I've heard from rural water providers in my district is that federal funds tend to flow toward metro areas while small towns and rural communities get left behind. WIFIA loans are great for large-scale projects, but small communities often can't get access to the system. What changes to SRF and WIFIA funding could help ensure that rural water systems, not just large urban projects, get the financial support they need?
So for the record, over 55% of the number of loans the SRFs have done over the years go to small communities. So that's a really good thing. I don't think WIFIA is geared towards small communities. I think it's better to put more funding into the cap grants where the states we're used to dealing with small communities instead of trying to change WIFIA to make it small communities.
So you see it as a feature, not a bug?
It's a feature. Like I said, it's only part of the funding too. So even they got more WIFIA funding, they still have to find other funding to match that. So I think it's better to put more money to the cap grants instead of trying to make WIFIA fit the small communities.
Thank you very much, Mr. Walker, for that. Mr. Chairman, I yield the remainder of my time back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair next recognizes the gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Burleson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Walker, in your testimony, you highlighted that the Clean Water State Revolving Fund achieves results because the programs are run by the state and not by the federal bureaucracy. Can you shed some light on how that's important and why that matters?
Because the states know what they need. The states are, we talk to those people. I know those people on the ground, and I know what they need. I know how we can work make a package that works for them instead of a mandate. I mean, EPA manages the WIFIA program. EPA is not a bank. So the states are the banks, and we know the programs, we know the projects. We've been dealing with the SRFs for 30 years. And so we know what's needed, how to run the programs and be most efficient. In fact, the states are very frugal with their usage. 4% overhead is all they're charging on all these grants. It's pretty good compared to some of the things we've heard from other grantees and how much they charge overhead. So states are very frugal.
So would you agree with me that by the federal government giving this authority to the states to make the decisions, we're actually getting the best bang for a buck?
Absolutely. I mean, it's pretty efficient. If you look at the amount of grants that go to the states and how much they've leveraged that and delivered the funds versus, small grants through EPA. It's a one-time deal. It doesn't revolve, not as efficient.
And also, Mr. Walker, in your testimony, you said that the mandates, the congressional mandates on the Clean Water State Revolving Fund loans, no matter how well-intended, as it was mentioned, the road to hell, I believe is the reference I've heard, is paved on good intentions. But they increase the cost of clean water infrastructure, which can directly be applied to citizens and their utility bills. Can you provide an example of how our mandates have increased the costs that ultimately increase the cost for consumers?
Especially for small communities, they don't have the people to do the reporting, write the reports. They're relying on engineers to do that. And so they have to charge, those engineers have to charge for that. That adds to the cost of the whole fund, the whole project, but it doesn't add to the pipe in the ground. It takes away from the pipe needed in the ground or the treatment systems, things like that. These are costs that the engineers have to charge to do that don't go into fixing the system itself.
Mr. Buckley, in your testimony, you emphasize that the projects that your industry undertakes are not small endeavors, but ones that cost millions of dollars and require multiple layers of bureaucracies to have to coordinate. Can you expand on that, the difficulty it is to have to deal with the federal government, the state, the local government, whenever you're dealing with a project?
So a lot of it is, thank you. So a lot of that's flow down. So what is required at the top flows down to the person or the firm all the way at the bottom. So whether it's Habba or AIS, any of the requirements, whether it's someone mentioned Davis Bacon, and all those add up into time and resources, and having someone handle, track it, follow, report it, and send that up. And that's on a monthly basis. That's nothing that just happens at the end of the job or at the beginning of the job. It's on a constant stream. So it's constant use of resources.
Also in your testimony, you highlight that when Congress creates earmarks, that it often diverts funds away from things that the state revolving fund believes is a core mission. And so they're being prioritized by whatever is politically popular. Can you expand on that impact?
It's a tough one. And
You may not want to.
I'll rely to some of my experts behind me to get some perfect examples. But realistically, it goes back to what Mr. Walker said earlier. The states, and in this level, the municipalities and the utilities, they know what's best for what they need. And when a project is not chosen because of another earmarked specific project that needs to be done, that project doesn't have the funding anymore. And that's earlier when I mentioned we're kicking the can down the road on our system, on our pipes, on our treatment plants. It's exactly what we're talking about. We're taking money away from a project that needs to be done and giving it to something that doesn't necessarily have to be done.
Thank you, Mr. Buckley. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The chair next recognizes the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Babin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I Appreciate it. And I want to thank all you witnesses for being here today and for your testimony. It's a pleasure to be back in this hearing room doing important work for the American people. I represent the 36th Congressional District in the state of Texas. Water infrastructure is very important to our folks, our industry, especially in East Texas. My district includes Houston all the way over to Louisiana. The projects funded under state revolving fund make genuine impacts in my local communities. Mr. Walker, appreciate you being here. There's been pressure, particularly during the Biden administration, for more federal control over water infrastructure financing programs. Do you feel that federal bureaucrats based in Washington, D.C. know more about Texas water needs than the local municipalities and Texas state government?
That's kind of a slam dunk, sir.
That's a
No, sir, they do
one-word
not.
answer.
I mean,
Yes, sir.
how many people in DC even know where Newton is or where Beaumont is? They may know where Beaumont is because where all the gas comes from.
Right.
But no, the people on the ground in Texas know what's needed in Texas.
Amen. Thank you very much. Beaumont's my hometown. It's where I grew up. I just had folks in my office just 5 minutes ago talking about water issues in Texas. And also, for the second question, there was a large-scale push by the Biden administration to institute grants for higher amounts of funding, essentially turning the loan program into a grants program. How has this affected the overall health of the Texas SRF?
It's decreased our value. It's decreased our ability to leverage. Like I said, I can take $50 million and turn it into $300 million, whereas it's a $50 million grant. It's a one-time deal. And it goes, and the cost of projects these days, it's don't go very far. I mean, Port Arthur is doing a huge wastewater treatment plant. It's more than $50 million. I mean, it would help them, but I can help them, plus I can help Beaumont, plus I can help everybody else in your district by being able to leverage that fund.
Yes, sir. And has this change made SRF funding more or less targeted to local needs?
Less targeted?
Yes. Specifically for that, in the individual needs of that geographical area, Beaumont, Newton, whatever.
I don't necessarily make targeted, but I mean, with the congressional earmarks, the average earmark in Texas is about $2 million. That doesn't go very far anywhere, and they got to find the rest of that. So taking the $2 million away from my SRFs that I could leverage to $50 million, so it's really hurt the SRFs.
Okay, thank you. And then Mr. Matidich, yes, sir. In your testimony, you noted that more than 60% of agreements awarded through the Clean Water SRF program have gone to communities with 10,000 people or less. And so I'm not going to ask you this, but I'm going to ask Mr. Walker, can you discuss the benefits and challenges smaller communities experience when accessing financing through Clean Water SRF and WIFIA programs, particularly in states like Texas? I'm asking you, Mr. Walker. Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Thank you for your testimony, though.
No, small communities do have a hard time accessing. That's why we have a technical assistance program in Texas to help these communities get to where they need to be. Unfortunately, a lot of communities, they know grants are available, or if they are, they'll let things go until they don't do it. And then it becomes even more expensive. So it's kind of a dichotomy of problems. If you give too many grants out, they get used to those and they don't want to pay the price of what they really need to do.
Right.
It's a challenge.
Okay, and thank you. And thank you for your service to our state. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
The gentleman yields back. The chair would next recognize the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Westerman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you to the witnesses for being here today. I also want to thank Chairman Collins for having a hearing on this important issue. The Water Infrastructure Finance and Innovation Act, or WIFIA, and the Clean Water State Revolving Fund are especially important to rural districts like mine. Across rural America, water infrastructure is aging far beyond its useful life, and large areas with sparse populations leave communities with few solutions that are financially viable. Funding through WIFIA and the Clean Water SRF program provide these communities with much needed solutions. When we find them, I think we should support programs like these revolving funds that provide a critical need for communities and create a continuous cycle of investment, and again, especially in our more underserved communities. So with all that being said, Mr. Walker, you talked about the value of that these programs provide to rural communities. This isn't necessarily an issue that grabs headlines, but I see the quality of life issues that come with underperforming wastewater systems. Can you talk about those quality of life issues and tell us some ways you've seen these programs solve those for communities?
I mean, for a small community, if you don't have water, you're not going to get economic development. People are going to move away, just to destroy the community. Arkansas has done a really good job. The Central Arkansas Water and Wastewater District has done a good job of regionalizing and using the SRF funds to do this, to reach out to these small communities, because it's a lot cheaper for one person or one operator to serve 4 or 5 than it is for each person to have their own operator. So regionalization is really beneficial, especially if you're small communities and rural communities. And the SRFs are a way to regionalize and take the burden off some of these small communities.
When you say regionalized, how large of areas have you seen, quote, regionalized and do they always interconnect the water systems, or is it just a management regionalization?
I've seen both. There's a big one in Florida. It's more of a management regionalization, and it works very well, government utility. But also seen like in Central Arkansas where they reach out and actually take in the communities. Also in North Carolina, they've done the same thing. They reach out and taking these small communities that were small and rural, and now they're having a lot of growth. They're not ready for that. And so running a wastewater and water system is not as easy as it used to be. With all the different regulations, all the chemicals, all the requirements, it's very difficult for small communities to run water and wastewater systems now.
And I know a lot of these, when I think of the small communities in my district, they've been dealing with a lot of these wastewater issues for years. And really the clean water SRF is one of the only viable solutions that these communities have. Do you think there's ways we can improve that and maybe leverage it more in the future? Because I think you're correct on the regionalization. Some of these communities, even if you built this, if you paid for the capital cost up front and they didn't have to amortize that over their water rates over a period of time, some of these communities still may not be able to generate enough income just to pay for the ongoing maintenance.
It is a challenge. I think one of the ways we can help leverage that is to help these communities get where they need to be in Texas. I mean, I've worked with some communities. They come into us for a project, and we may have to work with them for 2 years to get them where they need to be. You know, sometimes they think we can't afford it. And then you go work with them and say, well, here's your bill, here's what you're spending on operations and maintenance. If you do this project, that O&M cost will come down. And that's something they don't really can do by themselves. So allowing the states more money and more time to work with these communities to get them to where they need to be, and maybe even funding some of those technical assistance programs at the state level will go a long way to reaching these small communities and getting the systems they need.
All right, thank you very much. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Well, thank you. Are there further questions from any members of the subcommittee who have not been recognized? Seeing none, that concludes our hearing for today. I would like to thank all of the witnesses who came here to testify. It was very enlightening testimony. The subcommittee stands adjourned.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Pam, very much. What a job you're doing. and it's a true honor to be with you today. This is a storied hall, if there ever was one. And based on the crowd, I think we broke the all-time record. But as we begin a proud new chapter in the chronicles of American justice, this really is something. We're turning the page on 4 long years of corruption, weaponization, and surrender to violent criminals. And we're restoring fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And you're the people that are doing it. I'm very, very proud of all of you. Under the Trump administration, the DOJ and the FBI will once again become the premier crime-fighting agencies on the face of the earth. People ask me, what am I going to do about law enforcement all the time? The fake news back there, they're asking me that all the time. What am I going to do? And when are you going to do it? And I answer them by saying I've already done most of it by appointing the people that I've appointed. They're sitting right here. They've done most of it. I don't do it, they do it. Right, Pam? I think, oh, you are so tough. They just don't know yet. Let me begin by congratulating the incredible people who will lead these historic reforms. And we start with somebody that you just saw, Pam Bondi. She's extraordinary, and I've known her very well for a long time. I watched her for a long time in Florida, for years in Florida, and highly experienced. She seems so young, but she's highly experienced, that I can tell you. She was a phenomenal attorney general in Florida, and she's going to do a really amazing job. Also, our new director of the FBI, Kash Patel. Kash, right. A man that I'm very proud of. I've known him and Emil for a long time under tremendous pressure. I saw these guys under some of the most corrupt judges it's not even imaginable how corrupt they were. And these guys never wilted. They were not shy. They fought, they weren't afraid, and they were brilliant. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche and Principal Associate Deputy Attorney Emil Beauvais. And thank you both very much. Right. Great people. They're great people. The Chief of Staff, who's so highly respected, Chad Mizell. Thank you, Chad. Chad? Thank you, Chad. Our next administrator of the DEA, Terry Cole. Terry? Thank you, Terry. Good luck. Going to do great. Senior counsel to the Assistant Attorney General for Civil Rights. Boy, I've been watching him on television last couple of weeks. He is really a tough one, and he's a great one. Leo Terrell, you watch how good he's going to be. He's going to be so good. Thank you, Leo. Great guy. Assistant Attorney General of the Antitrust Division, who's got an incredible reputation. She'll do very, very well. Gail Slater. Thank you, Gail. Good luck. Great job. Now, we're joined by many, many great friends and terrific friends, and I won't be able to, too many to name, but some that I just see very quickly. General Flynn, thank you for being here. Here's a man who went through hell, by the way, and he shouldn't have. He's a patriot. He went through hell. We're also pleased to be joined by Senator Chuck Grassley and House Majority Whip. Hi, where's Chuck? Hi, Chuck. House Majority Whip Tom Emmer. Tom, great job you're doing. Representative Guy Reschenthaler, one of the toughest names to say, but I got it perfectly, I think. And State Attorney General Ken Paxton, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Somebody who was with us early on, and she's really become a big star and very popular, Brenna Bird. Thank you, Brenna. Thank you very much. Steve Marshall, Alan Wilson, James Uthermeyer, Chris Carr, Dave Sunday, Marty Jackley, as well as White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, what a man Stephen is. Become a big star. Right, Emil? Steve Miller. Steve has been something very special. For generations, the Federal Department of Justice was one of America's most revered institutions. The men and women of the DOJ brought down the mafia, hunted down the killers, kingpins, and spies, tracked down terrorists and traitors, and tore down corrupt political machines all across America. This department commanded the respect and admiration of the entire world. And with Pam and Cash and all of the people I introduced and far more, big numbers, and all of you sitting back there, I recognize so many of you. But with you leading the way, it'll soon be the most admired and most respected of all. You're going to be more respected. And I really believe that there's also a lot of things to solve, a lot of problems to solve. But that's going to put you in the upper tier and maybe the top tier. And I believe that's going to happen. So proud of the people in this room. But first, we must be honest about the lies and abuses that have occurred within these walls. Unfortunately, in recent years, a corrupt group of hacks and radicals within the ranks of the American government obliterated the trust and goodwill built up over generations. They weaponized the vast powers of our intelligence and law enforcement agencies to try and thwart the will of the American people. You remember the 51 intelligence agents that said, as an example, that Hunter Biden's laptop from hell came from Russia, when they knew it came right from his bedroom. They knew that. It was a big lie, and they knew it so well. They spied on my campaign, launched one hoax and disinformation operation after another, broke the law on a colossal scale, persecuted my family, staff, and supporters, raided my home, Mar-a-Lago, and did everything within their power to prevent me from becoming the president of the United States. With the help of radicals like Mark Elias, Mark Pomerantz, and these are people that nobody's ever seen anything like it. So many others, but these are people that are bad people, really bad people. They tried to turn America into a corrupt, communist, and third world country. But in the end, the thugs failed and the truth won. Freedom won, justice won, democracy won, and above all, the American people won. There could be no more heinous betrayal of American values than to use the law to terrorize the innocent and reward the wicked. That's what they were doing at a level that's never been seen before. And it's exactly what you saw with Joe Biden, Merrick Garland, and their cronies to do the building of the last 4 years. What they've ripped down is incalculable. But what you're going to build up is likewise something that will be breaking all sorts of records. They set loose violent criminals while targeting patriotic parents at school board meetings. They dropped charges against Antifa and Hamas supporters while labeling traditional Catholics as domestic terrorists. The Catholics, we did very well with the Catholic vote, so I want to thank them for that. They really did record numbers. They would say, what's with the Catholics? They're really after the Catholics. So I don't know. They were after a lot of people. Maybe they didn't even know why. They imported illegal alien murderers, drug dealers, and child predators from all over the world to come into our country while putting elderly Christians and pro-life activists on trial for singing hymns and for saying prayers. They went to jail for that. Our predecessors turned this Department of Justice into the Department of Injustice. But I stand before you today to declare that those days are over and they are never going to come back. They're never coming back. So now, as the chief law enforcement officer in our country, I will insist upon and demand full and complete accountability for the wrongs and abuses that have occurred. The American people have given us a mandate like few people thought possible. We won every single swing state. We won the popular vote by millions and millions of people. We won districts, 2,750. Think of that, 2,750 districts compared to 505. So we want it at levels that have, I don't believe, ever seen before. That's the one where you see the map of the United States and it's all red. Red for Republican, not for communist, red for Republican. They would like it to turn red for communist, but it didn't work out that way. The American people have given us a mandate and really just a far-reaching investigation is what they are demanding into the corruption of our system. And that's exactly, I'm sure, what Pam and Cash and everyone else mentioned here and not mentioned is going to be doing. We will expel the rogue actors and corrupt forces from our government. We will expose and very much expose their egregious crimes and severe misconduct, of which was levels you've never seen anything like it. It's going to be legendary. It's going to also be legendary for the people that are able to seek it out and bring justice. We will restore the scales of justice in America, and we will ensure that such abuses never happen again in our country. And that's why on day one, I signed an executive order banning all government censorship and directing the removal of every bureaucrat who conspired to attack free speech and many other things and values in America. My administration stripped the security clearances of the disgraced intelligence agents who lied about Hunter Biden's laptop from hell. We revoked the clearances of deranged Jack Smith, Alvin Bragg, Letitia James, and the crooked law firms that aided their partisan persecutions. And I went through it. These are state and city courts, and the corruption is unbelievable. We also terminated the clearances of the Biden crime family and Joe Biden himself. He didn't deserve it. In fact, he was essentially found guilty, but they said he was incompetent, and therefore let's not find him guilty, I guess. Nobody knows what that ruling was, but I didn't want any part of it. I think I would have rather been found guilty than what they found with him. They said he didn't know what the hell he was doing, and therefore he's let him go. I said, you know, I'd rather be convicted, Pam. I think that was not, I said, please convict me, don't say that. I pardoned hundreds of political prisoners who had been grossly mistreated. We removed the senior FBI officials who misdirected resources to send SWAT teams after grandmothers and J6 hostages. And it was a great honor for me to fire, I will tell you this, a great honor to fire James Comey. A great, great honor. That was nothing. There was no better day. A lot of people said, oh, that's too bad you did that. And they said, that's going to be, and you know what? A year later, they said, that actually saved the administration because the level of corrupt things that we learned after that turned out to be that they were doing, in fact, really bad things. He was a terrible person, did terrible things and persecuted people, and all in the guise of being an angel, but he wasn't an angel. We created a brand new DOJ task force and anti-Christian bias. And under Director Patel, we're getting the FBI agents out of the headquarters in Washington, D.C. and back on the streets in pursuit of dangerous criminals where they belong and where they want to be. And, you know, you have that big FBI building, and it's a very big building, and they were going to build an FBI headquarters 3 hours away in Maryland, a liberal state, but that has no bearing on what I'm about to say, but we're going to stop it. I can let that happen. We're going to build another big FBI building right where it is, which would have been the right place because the FBI and the DOJ have to be near each other. You can't that's one thing I did learn from this persecution. The FBI and the DOJ work together. Now, in my case, they work together for bad purposes, but they do. They were always together. So how can you have one that's 3 hours away? But one thing I said to Cash, well, we're going to get a great building built. It's going to be a magnificent building. He said, sir, we don't need that kind of room. I said, what do you mean? He said, I'm just going to take a old Department of Commerce building that's about 25% the size. And that's what I need. We're going to have the best staff that you've ever seen. And that's what I need. It's in a nice location, but I don't need that big building. Why don't you just sell the site to somebody? And we're going to be very happy. And they want to have far fewer people, but we also want to have them in DC. And if for no other reason, we like having law enforcement walking the streets of our capital. because when the bad guys are out there and they see there's an FBI agent, that's the ultimate in law enforcement. And they're not going to be acting so bad. We're cleaning up our city. We're cleaning up this great capital. And we're not going to have crime, and we're not going to stand for crime. And we're going to take the graffiti down, and we're already taking the tents down, and we're working with the administration. And if the administration can't do the job, we're going to have to take it back and run it through the federal government. But we hope the administration is going to be able. So far, they've been doing very well. The mayor's been doing a good job. We said there are tents galore right opposite the State Department. They have to come down, and they took them down right away. And so far, so good. But we want to have a capital that can be the talk of the world. When Prime Minister Modi of India, when the President of France, and all of these people, the head of Prime Minister of United Kingdom, they all came to see me over the last week and a half. And when they come in, I had the route run. I didn't want to have them see tents. I didn't want to have them see graffiti. I didn't want to have them see broken barriers and potholes in the roads. And we had it looking beautiful. And we're going to do that for the city. And we're going to have a crime-free capital. When people come here, they're not going to be mugged or shot or raped. They're going to have a crime-free capital again. It's going to be cleaner and better and safer than it ever was. And it's not going to take us too long. There's a new phenomena that is taking place with these violent, vicious lawyers that we have all over. They play the ref. You know what playing the ref is? Like the great Bobby Knight basketball coach. He'd scream and scream at the ref. He'd scream. I watched it. By the way, I love Bobby Knight because he endorsed me. And having Bobby Knight's endorsement in Indiana was an extremely good thing. A friend of mine said, I was running in Indiana at the time. This was early on, 2016. And I was doing great, but a friend came up and said, you know Bobby Knight? I said, no, I don't, but I hear he was a tough cookie. He said, he's not only tough, he was beyond tough, but he's the most popular guy you can imagine. It turned out he wanted to endorse me. He called me about 2 years before. He said, sir, I'd like to endorse you. I said, is this really Bobby Knight? I said, it's me. I could tell it was Bobby Knight. He had been known for throwing the chair across the court and slapping a player. Can't do things like that, right? And the man that came in fired him. It was a new administrator for the college. That guy didn't last very long. They were like 14-0, and they fired Coach Knight. That was not good, but he had a little chip in his shoulder. But he loved Trump, and he came in and he said, I'd love to endorse you. He said, if you ever run, please call me. So he said, you know Bobby Knight? I said, well, I don't know, but he called me a couple of years ago. It was an amazing phenomenon. I took his number, and on each side of my desk in New York, I had stacks of paper, like nice and neat, but about 2 feet high each. And I said, you know, I wrote his number down and I put it here 2 years ago. And I said, let me see if I can find it. It was almost like a miracle. I had other miracles that happened too. My ear is still throbbing. That was a miracle. That was a miracle also, wasn't it? That was a miracle also. Thank you. Thank you, Leo. Thank you. Thank you. That was a miracle. Anyway, okay, that's it. That's very nice. Thank you. But so he said, Bobby Knight. So I said, you know, I put his name down and I wrote it down. It's in one of these stacks. I lifted up. There would have to be 2,000-3,000 pages in each stack. I lifted it up. The first one, had no idea. And there was his name on a little card, Bobby Knight with his number. It was like incredible. I tell that story all the time. And I called him and dialed the number. He said, I've been waiting for you to call. And he went out and he made a speech for me in a packed arena in Indiana, and it was over. It was over. He was a tough guy. He actually went a little far, you know, if you remember, he made a great speech because he was actually a motivational type guy, to put it mildly. But he left the stage, and then I'm talking and he walks back onto the stage. I said, uh-oh, this is trouble. Why is he coming back? He was a big guy too. Why is he coming back? He said, may I say a few more words? I said, yeah, go ahead, Bobby, say a few more words, a little different. And he said, and let me tell you something about this guy, Trump. This guy, if he has to, will use the nuclear weapons that we have. He will use he has no fear. He's going to use, and that's the kind of guy. And he walked off the stage. I said, I think I'm in big trouble, Pam. That was not good, but it worked out okay. In the meantime, we won the state in a landslide, and it was great. And it was just an amazing period of time. But this is the most amazing period of time. I think this is more amazing. What's taken place has been more amazing. I think it's more consequential. And if we do the job, one of the big media outlets said what we did was the most consequential election in the last 129 years. Well, if we do the job that we're all capable of doing, I think it's going to prove to be that and then some. And that's what we want to do. We have a real big shot at making this country so great, so great. What happened to our country was so sad. What they've done in 4 years to our country with the borders, with Afghanistan, the most embarrassing period of time, allowing the Russian situation was never going to happen with Ukraine. Allowing October 7th to happen would have never happened because under me, Iran was totally broke. They had no money. They weren't giving any money to Hamas or Hezbollah. It was totally broke. But allowing inflation, look at what inflation's done to people, been so devastating. And now you see that, by the way, price of eggs is down 35% in the last week and a half. We're doing a good job. Brooke is doing a good job. Brooke Rollins and everybody. And inflation's down, interest rates are down, gasoline has come down to a level that we haven't seen in a long time. And all things that we wanted to do, because then everything else is going to be coming down. We want it to come down. We want bacon to come down, and groceries, a term I used to use. It's sort of an old-fashioned term, but I used to use it on the campaign trail. Those last 90 perfect, beautiful days, we just hit it. And I want to thank Susie. You have done a great job, Susie Wiles. Great job, Susie. A big magazine just named her the most powerful woman in the world, and that's okay with me. She is the most powerful woman. You think about it, John, right? The most powerful woman in the world, but she's great. And we had a great 90 days. It was a perfect 90 days, and it was a great result. But we want to put that result to good use by doing a phenomenal job. And I want to tell you that Todd and Emil know this very well. We had an amazing judge in Florida, and her name is Eileen Cannon. And I didn't know her. I still don't know her. I don't believe I ever spoke to her, even during the trial. But I did appoint her, federal judge. And these fake lawyers, these horrible human beings, were hitting her so hard, public relations wise. They were playing the ref. I don't think it's legal. I don't think it's legal. They might as well go out and just shout it in a courthouse. They were saying she was slow. She wasn't. Is the absolute model of what a judge should be. And she was strong and tough. And how do you get them to stop if you're a judge? How do you get them to stop with the playing the ref? Bobby Knight would play the ref. That's why I brought up the Bobby Knight story. He would play the ref. He'd scream at the ref. He'd scream so hard. Oh boy, it was terrible, actually. And the people would come up, his assistant coaches would come up to players. Coach, don't do that. Don't do it. He said he's not going to change his tune, coach. He called it. He's not changing. I don't care. And he's screaming. That's when he threw the chair. He starts going crazy. And he said, no, he's not going to change this time, but he's going to change for the next play. And sure as hell he did. You know, Bobby, by the way, had the last undefeated team in basketball. And relatively speaking, you know, he had a team. He always had a team. He never had that. He had a couple of great players, obviously, with some top NBA players, but very few relatively. He had a team, but he won the national championship 3 times, but he had the last undefeated team in basketball. And he would play the ref and he would scream at him. He knew exactly what he was doing. They're doing the same thing. He said, no, he's not going to change now, but he's going to change for the next one. That's what he wanted to do. He wanted to scare the hell. They wanted to scare the hell out of the judges, and they do it. And how do you stop it if you're a judge? Because you want to go home, you have a family, you have children, and the New York Times will write whatever these people say, and the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal, and MSDNC, and the fake news CNN, and ABC, CBS, and NBC, and they'll write whatever they say. And what do you do to get rid of it? You convict Trump. All you have to do is be really tough on him and ultimately convict him, and they leave you alone. It's totally illegal what they do. I just hope you can all watch for it, but it's totally illegal. And it was so unfair what they were doing to her, but they do it all the time with judges. But in her case, she was very courageous, and it only made her angry. Wouldn't you say? It just made her angry. She didn't like it. A lot of them say, oh, please don't say that about me. My family, what's my husband going to say? What's my wife going to say, or my kids? Please don't say that. And it had absolutely no impact on her. And the case against me, which was a case, I will not use a bad word. I promised my wife I would never use a bad word. So just a little bad. The case against me was bullshit. And she correctly dismissed it. She correctly, look at Emil, he's looking, that's interesting. But these two guys were warriors. You got a warrior here. You got two warriors, I can tell you that. You got a whole bunch of them. But, and they wouldn't quit. They wouldn't take no for an answer. They just wouldn't quit. These two people right up here, and some others that are involved with it indirectly. And what the lawyers do is they're doing it to the Supreme Court justices, hoping that they'll be overcome by the horrible things they say about them. They say things about Supreme Court justices and judges that are just horrible. They're playing the ref. Remember the way they treated Justice Thomas and Justice Alito and Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Gorsuch. Chief Justice Roberts get treated unbelievably badly, and they're hoping that they can sway them to go along because, again, what do? They're humans. You know, like it would be wonderful if everybody was just a perfect computer machine, but they're not. They're humans, and they don't want to be accused of many, many things, including gross incompetence. They don't like it, and they don't want it. There's not much they can do about it. You know, they're in a position they can't really fight back really very well. And so what they do is sometimes they get weak. I would say a majority, maybe, of the times. That's why I'm so impressed with Judge Cannon in Florida, how strong she was, how she held up. It actually made her more resolute than anything I've seen. I mean, it was amazing because they were hitting her so hard. It was so sad to watch this. But it's sad what they do to other judges. It's very sad what they do to the Supreme Court. And a lot of the judges that I had, if you look at them, they take tremendous abuse in the New York Times and the Washington Post, all of the different networks. They take such abuse. And honestly, very simply, they're afraid of bad publicity. They don't want bad publicity. And it's truly interference, in my opinion, and it should be illegal, and it probably is illegal in some form. There's no difference than speaking to a judge or shouting to a judge or doing whatever you have to do in a courthouse. They're doing it behind the back. They're usually doing it anonymously. They're saying anonymously off the record, the judge is no good, but everybody knows where it's coming from. And it's totally coordinated. It's a campaign, and it's by the same scum that you have been dealing with for years, like guys like Andrew Weissman, deranged Jack Smith. There's a guy named Norm Eisen. I don't even know what he looks like. His name is Norm Eisen of Crew. He's been after me for 9 years. Now, Crew is a charitable organization. And the reason I'm saying this, Todd, is I'm only going to get one chance to say this. But these are bad people. I don't know who he is. I don't know what he looks like. But everything I read is Norm Eisen of Crew. And Crew is a charitable organization. And that's a political thing. His sole life is to get Donald Trump. And he's been vicious and violent. and he's trying, and he probably had pretty good success over the years. But with me, how did he do? I think I'm president. Am I here because I'm president? But we had to take all of that abuse, even during the trials, we had to take tremendous abuse. Like, these wonderful guys, they're not legitimate people. They're horrible people. They're scum. And you have to know that. And you're going to have these cases where you can't allow yourselves to be deflected. You just can't let it happen. You have such a higher calling. And I believe that CNN and MSDNC, who literally write 97.6% bad about me, are political arms of the Democrat Party. And in my opinion, they're really corrupt and they're illegal. What they do is illegal. It makes no difference how big a victory I had. I can have the biggest victory in history. It makes no difference what kind of a failure the other side has. These people are going to go after me. And I said it during the other night, during the big speech on Tuesday night. I said about Democrats, and I don't like that. I have great respect, by the way, for what Schumer did today. He went out and he said that they have to vote with the Republicans because it's the right thing to do. I couldn't believe what I heard. But, I think he's going to get some credit for it. I think, let's see what happens tonight with the big vote as it comes. But these networks and these newspapers are really no different than a highly paid political operative. And it has to stop. It has to be illegal. It's influencing judges, and it's really changing law, and it just cannot be legal. I don't believe it's legal. And they do it in total coordination with each other, and everything we do, we're restoring law, restoring order, and restoring public safety in America. That's what we want to do. And we're bringing honor and integrity and accountability back to the highest levels of the FBI, DOJ, and throughout our government. We're bringing our country back faster than anyone ever thought possible. We're working so hard at doing it, and we want fairness in the courts. The courts are a big factor. The elections, which were totally rigged, are a big factor. We have to have honest elections. We have to have borders, and we have to have courts and law that's fair. Well, we're not going to have a country. Crooked Joe Biden got us into a real mess with Russia and everything else he did, frankly, but he didn't know about it. And he, generally speaking, signed it with auto pen. So how would he know? That auto pen is a big deal. I don't know, they're having, who's doing this? So when my people come up, Will and all of the people, Steve, they come up and, sir, this is an executive order. They explain it to me. And, 90% of the time I sign it, 99% of the time I say, do it. But they come up and I sign it. But you don't use auto pen. It's, number one, it's disrespectful to the office. Number two, maybe it's not even valid because, who's getting him to sign? He had no idea what the hell he was doing. If he did, all of these bad things wouldn't be happening right now. But we're going to get you back into a great position, and we've already started. They say that we had the most successful first month of presidency. Not a long time, but it's still a lot. It's like if you're a golfer, sinking a 3-foot putt on the first hole gives you confidence to sink something on the second hole. But if you miss that first putt, you don't like to have the putt on the second hole and the third hole. It could be a very bad experience. It's nice to get that first month, and now we have more than a month. Now we have a month and a half, and it's going really, really well. I can tell you as a little secret, although the cameras are blazing back there, so it's not that much. But I think we're doing well, as you have been hearing about Ukraine. I think we're doing now well with Russia. We're speaking with President Putin. We want to get the war over. Not only have we spent maybe $350 billion to Europe's, think of that, $350 billion to $100 billion, and yet we're across the ocean far away, so it shouldn't have been that way, but Biden let that happen too. And we're getting a deal where we're going to get that back, but much more importantly are the lives that we're talking about. On average, 2,000 young people are being killed every single day. Now, they're not from here. They're from nowhere close to here, but they're young people. They're human beings, and they have parents. They have sisters and brothers, the mothers and fathers, the friends and the families and the towns where they grew up. And they're losing, on average, 2,000, even 2,500 a week. and I want to get it stopped. And we've had some very good calls today with Russia and with Ukraine. They've agreed for a ceasefire if we can get it with Russia, and it's not easy. It's a tough one, but I think we're doing it. And as the Secretary General said yesterday of NATO, a terrific guy, he said without Trump, we wouldn't be talking about it. It would just go on for years, and millions of people have been killed, but millions more people would be killed. And he said it was a great honor. Without me, it would just keep going on. We're looking for the ceasefire now with Russia, and we've had some very good talks about it. We've had some very good responses. And I can tell you that there was a case where there would have been no war if I were president. And it's just 100% would not have happened, would never have happened. I used to speak to President Putin a lot about it. I said, don't do it. Don't do it. I won't tell you what the consequence was. I won't tell you what he said. But if he believed even 5% of what I said, then he would say, I'm not going to do it. And I think he did. But we had a good relationship, and we had a professional relationship, and his respect for this country. And I think we've had some very good results. So, you know, I haven't been able to say that to anybody else. I haven't wanted to say it until just before I came here. I got some pretty good news. So, but we have to see what happens. It's still a long way to go. The fighting is unbelievable. Russia has a large group of Ukrainian soldiers, as we speak, surrounded and in grave danger. They've been able to surround them. They're in grave danger. Biden should have never let this war happen. First of all, you don't want to pick on somebody that's a lot larger than you, even with the money. There's a lot of money that we gave them and a lot of equipment. We make the best military equipment in the world, but even with all of that, it's unbelievable. Right now, you have a lot of Ukrainian soldiers that are encircled and in grave danger. And I've asked them not to kill those soldiers, please, not to kill those soldiers. We don't want them killed. It's such a shame to see what's happened. Thing like that would have never happened. Inflation would have never happened. October 7th would have never happened. Israel, Iran had no money. They were totally broke. Think of it. They had no money to give to anybody. They were totally broke. And within a short period of time, as soon as Biden came in, he took out all the sanctions. In China and everybody else that wasn't buying oil from Iran was buying it at levels that they never spent before. And it was a sad thing. And if you look at Afghanistan, that was probably what got Putin started, because when he looked at how horribly we looked, I think the most embarrassing day, not that we got out because we were getting out, I would have been out faster than them. I was the one that got it down to the right level. But we would have kept Bagram, the big Air Force base. We would have kept it. Right now, China occupies Bagram. And the reason we would have kept it is because they were 1 hour away from where China has and builds its nuclear missiles and weapons. And they gave that up. At the dark of night, they left the lights on, and they left the dogs behind, by the way. A lot of people say, what about all the dogs? They had a lot of dogs, and they left the dogs behind. And what a shame. What a shame. The way we got out, I think it was the most humiliating time in the history of our country. The way it happened, not that we were getting out because we wanted to get out, but we would have gotten out with dignity and strength. And what a difference a rigged and crooked election had on our country when you think about it. And the people who did this to us should go to jail. They should go to jail. So I just want to say God bless America, because we have to say God bless. We're lucky we're still here, frankly. And this whole thing could lead, I think we have it. I think we have it. But this could lead to World War III very easily. Could very easily lead to World War III, but I think we're in pretty good shape. A lot better than we were before we got involved, that I can tell you. That was heading into World War III territory, and that would have been a war like no other because of nuclear weapons and other types of weapons that people you don't even want to know about. But as many of you do know, well, we're focused on persecuting, and these people were really focused on persecuting Republicans. The last administration presided over the worst increase in violent crime in our country in many, many decades. We had levels of violence and crime, and a lot of it had to do with the illegal immigrants that came in. Remember when I used to complain about it? Because I knew how tough they were, how mean they were. And they said, no, no, people that come into our country are all wonderful people. No, they're not wonderful. These are stone cold killers. These are killers like, they make our killers look nice by comparison. They make our killers look nice. These are rough, tough people with the tattoos all over their face. Historically speaking, I don't want to discriminate against anybody, but historically speaking, they're not going to be the head of any major bank that we know of. These are rough people. These are rough, rough killer people, and they allowed them in by the millions. In major cities like New York, Chicago, and Washington, mothers can't walk their children to the park without fear of being shot or killed or raped or anything. Women can't ride the subway without worrying that a hoodlum will shove them onto the train tracks. In New York, it's happened twice in the last couple of weeks. They're standing there, perfect Wall Street gentleman in one case, and another person who was a worker, good worker, electrician, gets pushed into a train going 45 miles an hour just prior to the train, not stopping, going to go through that. So I know the stations very well. I used to take the subway. I used to feel safe. When I was young, I'd go to, my parents would drop me off at the subway. I'd take the subway to my school. Can you believe it? Today, they wouldn't be doing that. And we want to get a country back maybe where you can do that again, Pam. But it's so sad to see what's taking place under the Biden regime. Average monthly homicides increased by 14%. Property crime rose tremendously. Violent crime went up at least 37% that they know of. Rape soared by 42%. Car theft rose by 48%. And robberies surged to 63 to 100%. They don't even know what the number is. And I have no higher mission as President of the United States than to end this killing and stop this law breaking and to making America safe again. And that's what you're all about in this room. We want to protect Americans, and we protect everybody that's in our country, American or not American. We want to have a safe and proud country. We're joined today by dozens of police officers, sheriffs and sheriffs, deputies from all across the country. My message to these law enforcement heroes is simple. With me in the White House, you once again have a president who will always have your back, will always have your back. Thank you, thanks. Thank you. That's a lot of good-looking people. I will tell you, I feel safe. I'm glad you're in the room. I feel even safer. It's a lot of great people. On day one, I signed an executive order directing Attorney General to ensure that anyone who murders a police officer immediately, with as fast a trial as we can have, gets the death penalty. And last month, I fired all the radical left pro-crime U.S. attorneys appointed by Joe Biden. There were so many that were bad. And I know there were some that were probably very good, but there were so many that were so bad and so evil, so corrupt. Instead of having Marxist prosecutors who want to put police officers in handcuffs and go after a police officer rather than a criminal, I appointed patriotic, tough-on-crime warriors who will partner with police to put dangerous offenders behind bars, put them in jail. We're fully reviving 1033 program to provide state and local law enforcement with surplus military equipment that we have so much of it. I did it in my last administration, and I remember Obama wouldn't do it. He wouldn't do it before me, would not do it, because he thought it made them look too strong, too military. I said, no, that's what I want them to look like. I want them to look strong. And it was protective, defensive equipment. We had billions of dollars. I gave it out, and now I'm going to have a chance to give it out again. They didn't want to do it with Biden. And Biden didn't know why. I didn't, they would have asked him, he wouldn't have been able to answer the question. He could never answer a question. They said my press conference yesterday was longer than all of Biden's press conferences put together for the last 4 years. And I don't know if that's true, but it was close. And perhaps most importantly, we're securing our border and repelling the invasion of America. We have, you see the numbers have come down. So, and Tom Homan and Christie were have been incredible. Kristi Noem, secretary, she's done great. And Tom Homan is, I don't know if Tom Homan's here, but wherever he may be, I think he's chasing people out of our country. If he was here, I'd almost be disappointed. What are you doing, Tom? But he's a fantastic guy, and he's a brave guy. Over the past 4 years, other countries emptied out their prisons and jails, mental institutions, and insane asylums, and sent the killers, drug smugglers, and bloodthirsty inmates from the filthiest dungeons of the world straight into the USA. And open border. We had an open border policy. Anybody could come in, no matter what you were, no matter where you came from, no matter what you looked like, no matter what you were doing, no matter what you did, no matter how many people you murdered, you could come right into our country. We have murderers right now walking the streets. We're joined today by Tammy Nobles, whose 20-year-old daughter, Kayla, was attacked in her home 3 years ago, horrifically assaulted and strangled to death by an illegal alien MS-13 monster set loose into our country under the open border Biden regime. Kayla was one of countless American victims ripped away from their families by the open border policies of that administration. And we're also joined by Kayla's stepfather, Jeremiah, and several other courageous angel families here today. And I'd love you to all just stand up and take a bow, because you are incredible people. Please. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. But I want you to know that we are working every day to expel these savages from our country and ensure that what happened to your loved ones will never happen again. So their legacy is going to be a great one. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. On day one of my administration, I declared a national emergency on our southern border. Our first full month in office, we achieved the lowest level of illegal border crossings ever recorded. Okay, even lower than 4 years ago. For years, Democrats and the media kept saying that we needed new legislation. We had to have new legislation. We needed it immediately. And I never had legislation. I had the best border in the history of our country for almost 4 years. And by the time I got out, we had the lowest numbers ever. My favorite chart of all time was brought down that day. And on that chart said we had the lowest numbers ever. But it turned out that we really didn't need new legislation. All you needed was a new president. And I said that the other night. That's all you needed was a new president saying, close the borders, because the Border Patrol is unbelievable. ICE is unbelievable. And all of our law enforcement is just incredible. All of you guys are amazing. And the people of our country respect you and they love you. And a lot of times you don't hear that because you have to listen to the fake news back there, but they have great respect for you. So I just want you to know that. And you know, that includes our fire departments too. They don't get spoken about enough. You know, they go into some of the areas I read where they're shooting them off ladders. Can you believe it? They go up to put out a fire, Leo, and they go and they shoot them off a ladder. It's just unbelievable. These firemen and women are incredible. So I want to put them in the same category because they're just incredible. I also like that the fact they voted for me like at 94%. So I have to mention them. I have no choice, right? But the truth is they're phenomenal people. The law enforcement, fire, everybody, they're phenomenal. Basically first responders, because that's what they are. They're first responders. And we're ending the migrant occupation of America. And what we're doing now is we're liberating our cities and our suburbs and our towns. And you see a big difference. I'm getting calls all the time from even leaders of other countries saying, sir, the whole world feels liberated now. It feels like there's a light over America, but there's a light over the whole world. I hear that so much. It's so nice to hear too. And I feel it. I mean, I feel it. I look at it. I see the polls. I don't know if the polls are right, but they're certainly very good. I'll take them right now. It's amazing what's taken place in such a short period of time, really 6 weeks, but it's longer than that. It's really November 5th. I think that hopefully will go down, if you do your job great, it'll go down as the most important day, one of them at least in the history of our country. You know, July 4th was pretty, 1776, it was pretty important too. but let's see if we can top it. Can we top it? I don't know. That's a tough one, but we're going to try. But it will be one of the most important days in the history of our country. So I think, and I think everybody in this room wants that to happen. Last month, we officially designated MS-13 and Trendiragua. That's the Venezuelan gang, the toughest gang, they say, in the world, and the Mexican drug cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. That's a big deal. Nobody wanted to do that in the past. And by the way, we've caught hundreds of them, the Venezuelan gang, which is as bad as it gets. And you'll be reading a lot of stories tomorrow about what we've done with them. And you'll be very impressed, and you'll feel a lot safer too, because they are a vicious group. They went into Colorado. They took over areas of Colorado. They sort of were like me. They were in the real estate business, but they didn't go out and get financing. They just took over a building and kept it. And they said to the tenants, get the hell out of here. One man called the police and they cut off his fingers. And they say, you call again, your other fingers, and you call a third time and you're dead. These are tough people and bad people, and we're getting them out of our country. And some are so bad, we don't want to get them out. We have to put them in jail because we don't want to even take a chance that they can come back. Thanks to our efforts, Mexico recently handed over 29 of the biggest cartel leaders, including the depraved kingpin charged with the 1985 murder of DE agent Kiki Camarena. And that was a big deal. If you know, they've been looking for this person for years, many years, and we got him. This evil killer will be now prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And we know that, well, let's put it this way. I have to be nice. It's a very strong case. We're stopping the criminals pouring across our borders at record levels, and we're also stopping the massive quantities of deadly drugs. In 2023 alone, drug overdoses killed more Americans in 12 months than they did during the entire decade between 1980 and 1990. So 10 times more, but it's much higher than that. More Americans died from fentanyl last year than died in the Korean War or the Iraq War, or the Afghanistan War, all of them combined. That's why I've placed large tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China, and they will remain in place until these deadly poisons stop pouring into our country. And I will tell you, as soon as I put on the tariffs on Mexico, Canada, and China, unbelievable results have been seen in the last few weeks. Unbelievable results. They weren't happy about it. You probably read they weren't happy, but they are working like hell to end it. They weren't working very hard before I did that. With us today is a brave mother and advocate, Ann Fundner, who lost her beautiful 15-year-old son, Weston, to fentanyl. And Ann, if you would, I'd like to ask you to come up and say a few words, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, first, I want to say thank you. I think this is the biggest honor of my entire life, being on stage with President Trump. But I want to tell you a little bit about my son, Weston, who absolutely loved President Trump. He had a beautiful Trump 2020 flag hanging in his bedroom, and he had it on the beach one day, and we took a picture, and it became our 2020 Christmas card with the most perfect slogan for President Trump: peace on earth. What would happen in the next 4 years would be devastational to our country and our safety of our children. And in 2022, Weston lost his life, a freshman in high school at the age of 15, from a single pill that took his life. The cartels were allowed to operate on American soil and took hundreds of thousands of American lives. And so we knew there was only one person that could save us from the devastation on our American soil, and that was President Trump. And so in 2024, we did the best thing that we could do to keep America safe again, and we elected President Donald J. Trump. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And he's done everything that he has promised. We have a 98% decrease in border crossings. And he has labeled the terrorist cartels terrorist organizations. And he has instilled tariffs because there is no price on human life. And so I feel like I can speak for the entire fentanyl fighting community when I say thank you to President Trump, and thank you to Pam Bondi and everyone out here who is fighting this fight. God bless you. God bless you, President Trump. And God bless America. Thanks.
Thank you, Ann, very much. Weston is, I just said to Ann, Weston is up in heaven watching his mom, and he's so proud of you. He's so proud of you. Thank you. We're also joined today by a number of other American families who have lost loved ones to fentanyl, and I'd love you to just stand up for a second, and we want to acknowledge you, and also your daughters, your sons. They're looking down on you, and they're loving you like crazy. So thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This department will not rest until we have ended the fentanyl epidemic in America once and for all. In less than 2 months since I took office, the DEA and FBI have seized nearly 1 million deadly doses of fentanyl. That's just the beginning. At my direction and working with Pam and everybody else, we've launched an all-out war on fentanyl traffickers, and it's a war that we're going to win. We're going to win this war. I spoke with the president of Mexico, very nice woman, very fine woman, and I said, let me ask you, you're sending a lot of drugs into our country. We're not liking it at all. Can't do that. But I said, is Mexico, does it have much of a drug? She said, no, we're not a consuming nation. I thought it was an interesting term. And I said, why? And which I've heard also, by the way, they're not a consuming nation. They distribute, but they don't consume. But I said, why are you not a consumer? Well, we're very close with family. I said, so we're very close with family too. I mean, our families are being devastated and we're just as close. Why else? She said, well, we spend a lot of money on advertising saying how bad drugs are. They're very rough ads. They show the skin falling off and the teeth falling out and going blind and losing hair and everything that these things do. You look like you just came out of a horrible concentration camp. And she said it was, they're rough ads. And it's not often that I feel I've learned something from a phone call, because I've had a lot of phone calls over my life. But I realized right then and there what a great idea that is. And we have hired Susie, a great person who did a lot of our campaign work. And we've come up with an advertising campaign that's, I think, really incredible. More than anything else, it's terrible to watch. It's terrible to watch. It's the only way it's going to work. And I would be, because we got the numbers down, 18% would have a blue ribbon committee headed by the First Lady of the United States, who everyone loves, and some of her friends. And, you know, they work so hard, but it's a tough deal. They're dealing with very smart and very vicious people. You know, some of those businesses, those cartels are run better than any business in America. They say they're run incredibly, not just here, they all over the world. They're run like a major business, but in many cases better. And I said, we got it 18% down. Well, 18% is incredible. It's like a record, but when you think of it, it's not very much. And the way you get it down, if you want to get it down to close to 100%, is with the death penalty. But I think maybe America is not ready for that. China has the death penalty. Singapore has the death penalty. Various places have the death penalty. Wherever you have the death penalty, you don't have drugs. But I just don't know if this country is ready for it. So I tell people, and it's always an option, but I don't know. I just don't know if you're ready for it, and that's okay. It's nothing you can do. But what we're going to do is we're doing this campaign, And I think we can get it down 50% with this campaign, because when people see all the horrible things that these drugs do to you, we're especially focused on fentanyl. When they see all of the horrible things that happen when you take drugs, how you look, you lose your look. Everyone's vain. They don't want to lose their look. The look is so important. And I think when they see these things, they may say, you know what, I'm going to take a pass. But there is big danger. Pam and I were talking about it before. A lot of people are taking fentanyl and not even knowing. They think they're doing something else, or maybe taking another drug, but at a much lower level. And they die. You can put on the pin, think of this, the head of a pin, fentanyl, and it's too much, and it will kill the strongest person in the room. And it's amazing. But we're going to do this campaign. It's going to be launched fairly soon, Susie. And I think it's going to have a big impact. I think if we got it down by another 30, 35 points, and I really believe we can. I think that's an incredible idea. So I thank the president of Mexico. Actually, it was a call on tariffs, and we talked about drugs. And she gave me an idea that I think will be very successful. And based on what I saw, it's going to be amazing. Under our leadership, this department is once again laser focused on protecting the American people. We're defending our borders, our streets, our children, and our good, really God-given. This is God-given rights and liberties once and for all. We're going to defend our country, and we're going to defend our rights. Etched onto the walls of this building are the words English philosopher John Locke said, "Where law ends, tyranny begins." And I see that, and I saw it over the last 4 years when somebody was allowed to attack viciously with this department and the FBI. His political opponent, how did that work out? Didn't work out too well, but it wasn't pleasant. Wasn't pleasant. I was attacked by a political opponent, and probably it helped that I was attacked more than anybody in the history of our country. Alphonse Capone, the great Alphonse Capone, legendary Scarface, was attacked only a tiny fraction of what Trump was attacked. And maybe it worked out well. I don't know. If I had to give it up, I probably wouldn't, but only because I've gone through it. But I wonder what the difference would be. Maybe they helped get me elected by those margins, the big mandate that we received. But you can't go after your political opponent. Nobody's ever seen anything like it, actually. And hopefully they won't see anything like it. But now, with the return of law and order, the entire world is witnessing the triumph of American justice and American freedom. That's why we're here today, gathered with people that have love for our country. In the coming years, we will revive the storied legacy of this department. And it's happening right now. You can feel it. And rekindle the spirit of the great lawmen and legal lions of the past, Americans like Wyatt Earp, Elliot Ness, Frank Hammer, Rudy Giuliani. Rudy Giuliani had to suffer greatly, greatly. The greatest mayor in the history of our country had to suffer greatly. Ed Meese, Antonin Scalia, Robert Jackson, and Robert F. Kennedy. We will rebuild pride in our institutions. We will restore the prestige of this great department, and we will bring back faith in our justice system for the citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. And I want to just tell you that this has been a great honor. I was asked to do it, and I said, is it appropriate that I do it? And then I realized it's not only appropriate, I think it's really important. And I may never do it again. I may never have another chance to do it again, because this is something that I'm leaving to the greatest people I know, the best people, the smartest people, the toughest people I know. And they're going to do an incredible job. And it's an honor for me to have won this election so that I can appoint these people to do their job, and they're going to do it like you have never seen. So I just want to wish all of you good luck. It's going to be an interesting journey. Not going to be easy, but you're going to win. You're going to win, 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 and fight, fight, fight. And it's going to end up being a tremendous result for this country. So thank you all very much. God bless America. God bless you all. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to WHO and today's press conference on global health issues. It's Monday, 17 March 2025, and we're here at WHQ in Geneva. Apologies for a very large start today, and I understand there are many other press conferences going on, at least here in Geneva, so thank you very much for joining us. My name is Christian Lindman, and I will take you through today's press conference. Now, to save some time, I'll only introduce the people in the room here, and the other colleagues we come to later. Present in the room are Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus, WHO Director General. On his right side, Dr. Mike Ryan, Executive Director, Emergencies Program. Then we have Dr. Teresa Kazaeva, the Director for the Global TB and Lung Health Program. On the other side of Dr. Tedros, we have Dr. Kato Bryan. She's Director of the Department of Immunization, Vaccines, and Biologicals. And last but not least, we have Dr. Abdi Rahman Mahmoud, Director ad interim for Alert and Response Coordination. And again, we have lots of other colleagues online, and we'll happy to go to them when the occasion arises. With this, let me close already and hand over to the Director General for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Christian. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. First, some good news. Last Wednesday, Tanzania declared its outbreak of Marburg virus disease over. Although 10 people died in the outbreak, it could have been much worse. We congratulate the government, health workers, affected communities, and all partners who supported the response to the outbreak. WHO is proud to have played its part supporting the government with technical, operational, and financial support. And I would especially thank the President for her leadership. In Uganda, we're pleased that no new cases of Ebola have been reported since the 2nd of March, and there are no patients currently in care. Let's hope it stays that way. So far, 12 confirmed and 2 probable cases have been reported with 4 deaths. WHO is supporting investigations to identify the source of the outbreak and any unknown transmission chains. And today, Burundi became the 18th country to roll out malaria vaccines in its childhood immunization program. The first phase includes 25 districts with the highest malaria burden. With support from WHO, Gavi, and UNICEF, the Ministry of Health aims to vaccinate more than 250,000 children this year. We expect that by the end of 2025, up to 25 countries will include malaria vaccines in their childhood immunization programs. These vaccines could save tens of thousands of young lives every year. However, many of the gains in malaria that have been made over the past 20 years are now at risk because of cuts to funding from the US for global health. To be clear, I'm not talking about the decision by the United States to withdraw from WHO. I will not comment on that today. I'm talking about cuts to direct US funding for countries through USAID, the US CDC, and other agencies. The impact of these cuts will be even greater, and we're already seeing them. There are now severe disruptions to the supply of malaria diagnostics, medicines, and insecticide-treated bed nets due to stock-outs, delayed delivery, or lack of funding. Over the last 2 decades, the US has been the largest bilateral donor to the fight against malaria, helping to prevent an estimated 2.2 billion cases and 12.7 million deaths. If disruptions continue, we could see an additional 15 million cases of malaria and 107,000 deaths this year alone, reversing 15 years of progress. It's a similar story with HIV. the suspension of most funding to PEPFAR, the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, caused an immediate stop to services for HIV treatment, testing, and prevention in more than 50 countries. 8 countries now have substantial disruptions to antiretroviral therapy and will run out of medicines in the coming months. Disruptions to HIV programs could undo 20 years of progress, leading to more than 10 million additional cases of HIV and 3 million HIV-related deaths, more than triple the number of deaths last year. On tuberculosis, 27 countries in Africa and Asia are facing crippling breakdowns in their response, with shortages of human resources, disruptions to diagnosis and treatment, data and surveillance systems collapsing, and vital community engagement work deteriorating. 9 countries have reported failing procurement and supply chains for TB drugs, jeopardizing the lives of people with TB. Over the past 2 decades, US support for TB services has helped to save almost 80 million lives. Those gains, too, are at risk. On immunization, WHO's global measles and rubella network of more than 700 laboratories, which was funded solely by the US, faces imminent shutdown. This comes at the worst possible time when measles is making a comeback. Last year, there were 57 large or disruptive measles outbreaks, and that number has been increasing for the past 3 years. Since 1974, measles vaccines have saved nearly 94 million lives, but those gains are also at risk. The sudden cuts to US funding are also affecting efforts to eradicate polio, to monitor the emergence of diseases such as avian influenza, and to respond to disease outbreaks and humanitarian crises. Almost 24 million people living in such crises are at risk of not being able to access essential health services. More than 2,600 health facilities in 12 humanitarian crises have already suspended services, at least partially, or will do very soon. In many countries, the abrupt loss of US funding threatens to reverse progress in disease control, immunization rates, maternal and child health, and emergency preparedness. In Cox's Bazar in Bangladesh, the largest refugee camp in the world, diagnosis and treatment of hepatitis C has been disrupted, as well as disease surveillance, primary and secondary health care, laboratory services, procurement of supplies, and salaries of health workers. The US administration has been extremely generous over many years. And of course, it's within its rights to decide what it supports and to what extent. But the US also has a responsibility to ensure that if it withdraws direct funding for countries, it's done in an orderly and humane way that allows them to find alternative sources of funding. We ask the US to reconsider its support for global health, which not only saves lives around the world, it also makes the US safer by preventing outbreaks from spreading internationally. And because health is wealth, fighting disease around the world supports global economic growth and stability, which benefits the US. If the US decides not to restore direct funding to countries, we ask it to engage in dialogue with affected countries so plans can be made to transition from reliance on US funding to more sustainable solutions without disruptions that cost lives. Whether or not US funding returns, other donors will need to step up, but so too must countries that have relied on US financing to the extent they can. WHO has long called for all countries to progressively increase domestic health spending, and that's now more important than ever. Next week, WHO and the government of Colombia, together with other partners, will host the second global conference on air pollution and health in Cartagena. Every year, around 7 million people die from air pollution, mainly from respiratory and cardiovascular diseases. Many cities and countries are showing that change is possible, but progress is too slow. We call on all countries to make bold and achievable commitments at next week's conference to reduce air pollution and save lives. Finally, next Monday marks World TB Day. As I mentioned earlier, funding cuts to TB programs are having a severe impact in affected communities. In 2018, WHO established the Civil Society Task Force on TB to hear and amplify the voices of those communities so that we can reflect their needs in our work. To say more, I'm pleased to welcome Handa Eng Amgalan, a member of the Civil Society Task Force from Mongolia. Handa, welcome, and you have the floor.
For the 40 million Irish Americans to have a place to visit, to come back to their home. So we wish for our relationship with the United States to continue, and we wish to be taken care of by the big bro. You know, the United States should look after its little bro. Prosperous country for the 40 million Irish Americans to have a place to visit, to come back to their home. So
we couldn't think of a better guest to have with us on St. Patrick's Day. We're both wearing our green. This was not planned, but very festive. And as you know, I'll be having a briefing later at 1 o'clock. So we'll talk more about their meeting later. But he's going over to meet with some other administration officials. He's spending the day in Washington, D.C.
For sure.
So
I'm here to
it'll be
raise
fun.
the issues that people of Ireland face.
Yes.
You know, and it'll be music to the people of Ireland's ears, because never on the main stage has the issues the people of Ireland face been spoke. You know, our government has long since abandoned the voices of the people of Ireland. And it's high time that America is made aware of what is going on in Ireland. What is going on in Ireland is a travesty. Our government is the government of zero action with zero accountability. You know, our money is being spent on overseas issues that has nothing to do with the Irish people. The illegal immigration racket is running ravage on the country. There are rural towns in Ireland that have been overrun in one swoop, that have become a minority in one swoop. So issues need to be addressed. And the 40 million Irish Americans, as I said, need to hear this, because if not, there will be no place to come home and visit. You know, Ireland is at the cusp of, you know, potentially losing its Irishness. And I'm here to raise the issue and highlight it. You know, it's also St. Patrick's Day, so a little bit of celebrations for sure. And, you know, a little bit of learning and listening to Mr. President Trump, whose work ethic is inspiring. And all that does to me is highlight the lack of work on my side. So that's it. That's what I'm here for.
Awesome. Thank you, Father.
Thank you, guys. All right, God bless.
Bye, guys. We'll see.
Ireland and America, we are siblings. We consider America our big sibling. So it's important for Ireland to have be a peaceful, happy, prosperous country for 40 million Irish Americans to have a place to visit, to come back to their home. So we wish for our relationship with the United States to continue, and we wish to be taken care of by the big bro. You know, the United States should look after its little bro. Prosperous country for 40 million Irish Americans to have a place to visit, to come back to their home. So
We couldn't think of a better guest to have with us on St. Patrick's Day. We're both wearing our green. This was not planned, but very festive. And as you know, I'll be having a briefing later at 1 o'clock. So we'll talk more about their meeting later. But he's going over to meet with some other administration officials. He's spending the day in Washington, D.C.
For sure.
So
I'm here to
it'll be
raise
fun.
the issues the people of Ireland face. You know, and it'll be music to the people of Ireland's ears, because never on the main stage has the issues the people of Ireland face been spoke. You know, our government has long since abandoned the voices of the people of Ireland. And it's high time that America is made aware of what is going on in Ireland. What is going on in Ireland is a travesty. Our government is the government of zero action with zero accountability. You know, our money is being spent on overseas issues that has nothing to do with the Irish people. The illegal immigration racket is running ravage on the country. There are rural towns in Ireland that have been overrun in one swoop, that have become a minority in one swoop. So issues need to be addressed. And the 40 million Irish Americans, as I said, need to hear this, because if not, there will be no place to come home and visit. You know, Ireland is at the cusp of, you know, potentially losing its Irishness. And I'm here to raise the issue and highlight it. You know, it's also St. Patrick's Day, so a little bit of celebrations for sure. And, you know, a little bit of learning and listening to Mr. President Trump, whose work ethic is inspiring. And all that does to me is highlight the lack of work on my side. So that's it. That's what I'm here for.
Awesome. Thank you, Conor.
Thank you, guys. All right, God bless.
Bye, guys. We'll see you.
Ireland and America, we are.
जिस मुल्क का व्यापारी विकास तो बड़ा महत्व का माना जाता है। उस समय देश के 66 करोड़ लोगों ने 660 मिलियन लोग बात रहे उस पानी में उनकी लग गया है। तो उस समय जो पानी होता है उस समय का ही करता है।
Thank you very much. This is very, very. This is a gift from me in my new position as director. And this is from Tulsi Ji. Tulsi Mama.
पहले हमने आपका स्वागत किया था तुलसी जी के द्वारा हम स्वागत कर रहे हैं एक्सेलेंस से तुलसी अभी जो महाकुंभ हुआ गंगा यमुना शरद चतुर्वेदी जिस मुल्क का व्यापारी विकास
Host, and she's become a friend in the last few weeks as we've worked together. I knew her a little bit before, but gotten to know her now, obviously, in this role. They did a great job of hosting it, a beautiful place. And so we're grateful to them. I think we have a very strong statement from the G7. Hopefully you've gotten that by now and have been able to see it. A very strong statement on a number of issues of mutual concern. We touched those topics. It was a really good engagement, and obviously there'll be some follow-up. And it sort of sets up for the leaders meeting later on this year. And we hope that'll be equally productive. But we felt really good about the statement, worked hard on it. I think it reflects our points on a number of topics. And I would just say the one takeaway, you know, you're going to ask me questions about things that are going on in different bilateral relationships and so forth. But I think what's important, and something I said at the outset, which everybody agreed with, is that we're not going to allow the things we disagree on, and we'll disagree on things, to keep us from working closely on the things we agree on. And there are a lot of those. And hopefully the statement reflects that, and our actions will reflect that. And so we feel really good about it. The other announcement, and I think that's already reflected in the president's statements, there was a what we felt was a very positive and productive engagement yesterday with President Putin and Special Envoy Witkoff. Obviously, he is on his way back. He should be back, and hopefully we'll convene this weekend. We'll examine the Russian position more closely and determine, the president will then determine what the next steps are. Suffice it to say, I think there is reason to be cautiously optimistic. But by the same token, we continue to recognize this is a difficult and complex situation. It will not be easy. It will not be simple. But we certainly feel like we're at least some steps closer to ending this war and bringing peace. But it's still a long journey. It's a journey of many steps. So, but this is positive momentum. Obviously, we'll see what Russia and others are willing to do. It's not just Russia. Obviously, it has to be things acceptable to Ukraine. But it's been a good week in that front. But there's a lot of work that remains to be done. But there's reason to be cautiously and optimistic, but we'll know more once Special Envoy Witkoff, Ambassador Witkoff returns, and we have a chance to all convene and talk about it. And obviously, the president is the ultimate decider on next steps for the United States. Okay.
Mr. Secretary, do you trust Putin?
I think it's an irrelevant question. I think in foreign policy, it's not about trusting, it's about action. It's about things that you do. So in the end, on something like this, you can't just say you want peace, you have to do peace. And that's true for both sides in any conflict. So in any war and in any engagement. So I think ultimately all these things, I would just encourage you guys, if we're going to be serious about foreign policy, to sort of navigate away from some of this is not a reality show. This is not about personalities. This is very simple. You either do things or you don't. There are things you are doing and things you're not doing. And that's what foreign policy is driven by. And that's how our decisions should be driven by. So unfortunately, in foreign policy, oftentimes you will have to work with, I'm not talking about President Putin in particular, I'm talking about generally, you will have to work with people you don't like in foreign policy. And oftentimes you will have disagreements with people you like. Sometimes you will have to figure out how to work together with nations that are not aligned with you on most issues. And in some other cases, you may find yourself unaligned on an issue with a nation that you work with very closely on a bunch of other things. That's not just now true today. That has been true throughout the history of mankind and certainly the relations between nation states. So I think it's important. I get there's this temptation to cover foreign policy the way we cover domestic policy and the way we cover other things in our society. But foreign policy is about nation states pursuing what they have interpreted to be in their national interests. And balancing that is what the art of diplomacy and the work of foreign policy is all about. And so we need to sort of be mature and open-eyed and realistic without losing our idealism, without losing, what we hope the world will look like and want to shape it and be a part of. But by the same token, we have to make pragmatic decisions every single day. And that's not true today. That's always been true. Always.
Secretary, do you have any top lines from Mr. Witkoff? This was a late meeting. It went hours long. Is there anything that he shared? And then when you do examine the Russian position, that the comments by President Putin were quite convoluted and tough to decipher. I wonder if you think that he's playing for time.
Well, I think you're not going to, this is not something that's going to play out in press conferences as I stand at a press conference. But this is, these, again, I go back to the point I just made. When you want, if you think about the most recent example of ceasefire negotiations, which was what happened in Gaza and with Israel and so forth. Yeah, there were newspaper and there were articles and there was news stories about it. But ultimately, you found out what the results were after the fact. And in the meantime, you saw public statements from different sides in regards to what they were going to do. I think this will be no different. So certainly, we're not going to make our foreign policy decisions on the basis of what a leader simply says at a press conference or somebody puts up on a social media post because you're some blogger close to the Kremlin or something like that. And likewise, I don't think that they're going to do that either. So I would just say that this is going to play out the way things of this nature and caliber have traditionally and normally play out. And that is with the leaders of the countries involved speaking, not in front of the cameras, not in front of the media, but in these negotiations that happen and in these talks that happen. So I'm not going to comment on what President Putin said, other than he said he agreed with it in concept. So,
with lots of reservations.
Well, again, he said that at a press conference. As I said, and I go back to the phrase I used earlier, I think there is reason for cautious optimism that something good could come of this. Obviously, we're going to wait for Ambassador Witkoff to return. He's not back yet. We're going to reconvene. Obviously, I spoke to him late last night. He spoke to the president well before that. may have spoken to other members of our team. I've been here, but ultimately, we're going to reconvene, and the president will have options available to him, and decisions will be made after that. But I don't want to speculate or characterize anything beyond what I've just said until we have had a chance to sit down with Ambassador Woodcock, who's still overseas and in travel.
Can I just follow up on that point then, Mr. Secretary, because when, on the way here, you said you were seeking unconditional acceptance. I mean, clearly Mr. Putin is adding a whole series of conditions. And also, the president says this should be.
Well, how do you know he's adding conditions?
From what he said publicly.
Well, I go back to the point I made. Let's let this thing play through, okay? And then let's figure out what. Let me at least talk to. Let's the team get together on the state side of this and talk to Ambassador Woodcock and go through some of this. Again, we're not going to be involved in this process where I'm being asked to stake a position of U.S. policy on the basis of what someone said at a press conference yesterday. So we're going to work through this thing in a normal, sane fashion. We'll figure out where we are based on what I know at this moment with my conversation with Ambassador Woodcock. He's not here yet. I feel like there's reason for cautious optimism. I think the president shared that today in his Truth Social post. But there's a lot of work. No, I have never told anybody that this is going to be easy, fast, simple, slam dunk. It'll be hard, but it's important work. We are a better place today, I hope, I believe, we have reason to believe, than we were a week ago, but we still have a long ways to go. It could come together pretty quickly if everyone aligns, but I don't know how aligned we are yet. That's what we're about to find out. So cautious optimism is about the best phraseology I could use at this moment. Based on what we know, we're going to keep working on it.
Mr. Secretary, the statement that you...
Hold on, I'll get to everybody, I promise.
The fundamental element of the president's proposal was it should be an immediate ceasefire.
Sure,
So
and that's the
question is,
proposal.
how long does Putin have?
Well, in terms of long for what?
How long does, because there are those who say he's playing for time, that this is adding conditions, adding.
Well, this war's been going on for 3 years. So I think the question, and with no end in sight at this point, without this intervention by President Trump. So I think the question is, is the fundamental question really is not how long. I think the question is, are we actually moving towards a ceasefire, or is this a delay tactic? I'm not going to answer that because I can't characterize that for you right now. I think we'll know sooner rather than later. And a lot of that will be based on the conversation Ambassador Woodcock had yesterday and other factors that are in play. But we're not there yet, but we will get there. We want it to be, the president wanted it to be yesterday and the day before. But we're certainly at least talking about peace for the first time in 3 years. Now we'll have to figure out how close we truly are. And that's going to take some time. And Woodcock's not here yet. So here meaning stateside.
Mr. Secretary, the joint statement says that there is a need for robust and credible security arrangements for Ukraine. How would you define that based on your conversations here at the G7? What are robust and credible security arrangements?
Well, that's to be determined by the negotiations. Here's what I want to encourage everybody to do. Bifurcate two things, okay? The ceasefire and the conditions for everybody to stop shooting at each other. What will it take to get everybody to stop shooting at each other? And then moving to a negotiating table on settling the war with finality. Two separate processes. Process number one is, what do we need from both sides in order to stop the shooting and the fighting, so that you can get to a negotiating table? That's the second phase. As part of that second phase, there will obviously be, every country in the world has a right to security, has a right to defend itself, has a right to protect its territory. That will have to be part of that conversation. And it will have to be something that involves not simply the views of the United States, but other countries that are involved in that. I've repeated this over and over again. The European Union has imposed significant sanctions on the Russian Federation and on individuals inside of Russia. So they will have to be consulted and they'll have to be engaged in this process and so forth. So let's not predetermine or start putting everything ahead of itself here. The process of what long-term security means for Ukraine, that will be something that Ukraine will obviously have to agree with, and that will have to be worked through as part of that second phase. But we can't get to the second phase till we get through the first phase. We think it's very difficult to negotiate lasting peace and security in the midst of a all-out war. And so we have to try to lower that so that it makes it possible to move to phase two of this.
Mr. Secretary, the statement that you issued a little while ago also notes that the G7 discussed ways to impose costs on Russia should that become necessary, to include caps on oil prices, additional support for Ukraine using seized sovereign Russian assets. Was there, but it said it discussed them, you didn't agree on them. Is there any agreement within the G7 on these particular measures? Just what they should be in what order and what might trigger them? And why did you discuss them if you're so cautiously optimistic?
Well, first of all, they were raised because the Europeans have their own set of sanctions and new ones they would like to impose. And certainly the United States is not a member of the EU. We don't have a vote at the EU. And so whatever they determine and decide to do, we can't control it. They ask us for our input, we'll give it to them, but that's not what's happening right now. So yes, it was discussed. As far as U.S. sanctions are concerned, the president's made clear, the president on 2 occasions in the past week has reminded everybody that the U.S. has these options available to it, but he doesn't want to do that right now because he's in the hopes of attracting people, both sides, to a process where we can negotiate peace. And I'll leave it at that. There really is nothing to add to that at this point.
Mr. Secretary,
Go ahead. Hold on one second. Yes.
Reaffirmed unwavering support for Ukraine's territorial integrity, which has been largely absent in various U.S. statements since January 20th. What led you to subscribe to this time?
But that's not a change in public policy. The United States have never said that Russia, I've never heard President Trump say that Russia has a right to take all of Ukraine and do whatever they want there. So that's not inconsistent with that statement. That is separate from the issue we face today. And that is that as it stands today, there is a war going on that has no military solution to it. Neither Russia nor Ukraine can achieve its maximalist military aims. The only way to end this war is through a process of negotiations. Negotiations, be it in business, in commerce, or in geopolitics, involves both sides giving something, both sides making concessions. That's just obvious. I'm not saying, I don't think that should be sort of a news-making statement. That's the reality of any conversations that exist in order to end wars, is that there has to be some level of concessions. What those concessions are remains to be seen. That'll have to be part of the negotiation, but it's not going to be helpful to enter into those negotiations making blanket statements that may give an excuse for one side or the other not to participate in it. So we'll have to get to that stage where these things are discussed, and ultimately both sides, whatever happens, both sides will have to agree to it. And that's true of any negotiation when you're trying to end a war.
Mr. Secretary, understanding your point about this not being a reality show or personalities, Ukraine or anything else for that matter, your boss has, shall we say, a rather strong personality. And I'm wondering, in light of that and his repeated comments about Canada becoming, it should be the 51st state, the whole tariff situation, which intensified as we were on our way here after your big announcement in Jeddah. Did that complicate your discussions at all? Was it?
Never came up once in our I mean, obviously with the foreign minister of Canada it has, but it was not a topic. It was not on our agenda. I told you that would not be discussed. Tariffs were.
Yeah.
So let me explain on the tariffs. This is important for everybody to understand. This keeps being characterized as a hostile move against our allies. These are global tariffs on steel, on aluminum, on autos, on semiconductors. Eventually, the president stated this. And then in April, the intention to put tariffs, assuming that the study comes back and so forth. But what they've discussed is a global reciprocal tariff. Understand what that means. That means basically whatever some country charges us, that's what we're going to charge them. The goal the president has made very clear is he wants to reset the baseline of international trade, which he believes, and I agree, is unfair to the United States. This is not meant as a hostile move against Japan or Germany or anybody else. This is not about, this is about balancing and fairness in trade. So he wants to reset the baseline. And once that baseline is reset, then you can enter into bilateral negotiations with individual countries about changes that can be made to our trade, our bilateral trade, so that it's fair for both sides. That's his goal. In his first administration, the president did tariffs as well. What he was disturbed by in hindsight is the fact that they included a bunch of exemptions that basically made them meaningless. And so what he wants to get back to is basically fairness in trade. It's as simple as that. Okay. We want to charge other countries what they charge us. And then ultimately, once the baseline is reset, and then in addition to that, there are industries that are critical to the United States and to our domestic security and our future. And he's identified them: steel, aluminum, semiconductors, automobiles. These are things that we believe are in our interest to have a domestic capacity, and we have to protect these industries from what we feel is subsidization and unfair competition from abroad. This is not meant to be hostile towards anybody. It is meant to be friendly and supportive of our foreign policy, of our national interest as a country. Once the baseline of trade is reset in a way that's fair and equitable, then we can engage in the process of bilateral negotiations with individual countries, including our allies, to set up a more sustainable and fair long-term trade arrangement between our respective countries.
So, Mr. Secretary, Canada and your meeting with Foreign Minister Jolie, do you understand why the Canadians are taking such umbrage at these comments coming from the president? Is that something that
The Canadian government has made their position, how they feel about it, clear. The president has made his argument as to why he thinks Canada would be better off joining the United States for economic purposes. There's a disagreement between the president's position and the position of the Canadian government. I don't think that's a mystery coming in, and it wasn't a topic of conversation because that's not what the summit was about.
Mr. Secretary, you said that the tariff policy was not hostile. However, President Trump yesterday in his social media post said that the EU previously had been hostile and abusive towards the United States. How do you square that? And secondly, is he serious when he's talking about the 51st state being Canada?
Well, I've already answered the question about Canada, and
Is he
yeah.
serious? Do you take it
We're not discussing that here today because that's not what the purpose of this meeting was about. As far as the question that you're asking me about hostility, yeah, you look at the EU. Okay, the EU has a GDP basically comparable to that of the United States. The composition of their economy is similar to ours. These are not developing countries; these are developed countries, and yet they have a significant trade surplus with the United States. Even though our economies are pretty much the same, these are not low-wage countries. That's a problem. All the president is saying is we need to equalize treatment. Whatever they do to us, we need to do to them, in addition to pointing to certain sectors that we have to protect. Who can argue against the idea that if some country charges us X to export our products, we should charge them the same? I get it. If you're a country or the EU that's benefiting from the status quo, you feel it is hostile to change the status quo because it's to your benefit. The problem is the president of the United States is looking out for the United States, both in national security and in economic relations. We will reset the basis of our trade relationship, and then we can enter into negotiations for something that's enduring and fair to both sides. That's what the president seeks to do, and that's what it begins by resetting at a reciprocal way the amount of tariffs we charge one another in our trade relations.
Mr. Secretary,
Alien Enemies Act of
if I can follow up, Mr. Secretary. I know that we're not speaking about Canada becoming the 51st state at this meeting, but I'm asking you now, do you consider what the president has said about Canada becoming the 51st state? Is he serious?
You know, I'll tell you how that came about, okay? He's in a meeting with Trudeau, and Trudeau basically says that if the U.S. imposes tariffs on Canada, Canada couldn't survive as a nation state, at which point the president said, well, then you should become a state. And that's where this began. That said, the president has made an argument for why. He says he loves Canada. He says he made an argument for why Canada would be better off joining the United States from an economic perspective and the like. He's made that argument repeatedly, and I think it stands for itself.
But is
All right.
it counterproductive?
The Trump administration is expected to invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798. They have to dust that off. A lot of people not familiar with it. Can you help us understand how the Trump administration plans to use these powers?
Well, those are that's a question for DHS. It's not a question for us. What I can tell you is, from our perspective, unrelated to that, is that we will continue to look for people that we would never have allowed into this country on student visas had we known they were going to do what they've done. But now that they've done it, we're going to get rid of them. And we are continuing to look for that. And so in the days to come, you should expect more visas will be revoked as we identify people that we should never have allowed in because they lied to us. When they said they were coming here to be students, they didn't say they were coming here to occupy university buildings and vandalize them and tear them apart and have campuses hostage. If they had told us that, we would never have given them a student visa. Now that they've done it, we will revoke those visas. And as the days go on, every time we have a chance to revoke them, we will, because it's not in the national interest of the United States for them to be here. Let's wrap up, guys, so we can get on.
The
Yeah.
G7 joint statement has some very strong language on China. Could you please describe the sentiment of the discussion behind closed door? And also, do you have anything on a potential meeting between President Trump and CCP Secretary General Xi Jinping? Would that be in China or in the United States? Thank you.
Well, I think the president at some point will meet. They will meet. I don't know when that'll be. I don't know if I don't believe there are any plans currently for that to happen, but I'm sure it will happen at some point. The president engaged with him in his first term, and I expect he will do so again, and he should. These are the leaders of two big, important, powerful countries, and the leaders of powerful countries, whether they agree on things or not, should communicate for the safety and well-being of the world. As far as the statement is concerned, I think it reflects a growing acknowledgement that the Chinese Communist Party has pursued both economic and foreign policies that allow them to benefit from all the good things about the global order, but ignore all of its responsibilities in ways that leave us in danger of being, not just us, but the broader world, of being overly dependent on China for critical supply chains, for rare earth minerals, for key technologies. In the case of Europe, you'll continue to hear a lot of frustration on their part that Chinese overproduction, for example, of electric vehicles are dumped into their economies. And so guess what they have done? They have imposed tariffs. You know what Canada did? They've imposed tariffs on China as well, because that's what countries do when they feel like they're being treated unfairly in trade and commerce. And we support them in doing that. We think that was the right choice in their regard. And we've imposed tariffs on China as well. All right.
Is there an offer?
Who had a card? Yes, sir.
Would the U.S. be open to an agreement with Hamas to get American hostages released separate from the Israeli hostages, like including Don Alexander getting released?
Well, I think our priority always, as the U.S. government, is always that we care about all the hostages. We want all the hostages released. We believe they should all be released. Okay, and that, by the way, we talk about hostages. We're also talking about bodies. Okay, and these trades are being made, and they're ridiculous trades. We're talking about 400 people for 3. These are nuts. And on top of that, you see the condition these people are being released in. So this is think about what we're talking about here. I mean, we're sitting around as the world sort of accepting that it's normal and okay for you to go into a place, kidnap babies, kidnap teenagers, kidnap people that have nothing to do with any wars, that are not soldiers, that are not anything, and taking them and putting them in tunnels for almost 1.5 years. And we're acting like if this is a normal exchange, this is a normal thing that happens. This is an outrage. So they should all be released. So I'm not going to comment on what we're going to accept or not accept, other than all of us. The whole world should continue to say that what Hamas has done is outrageous. It's ridiculous. It's sick. It's disgusting. It should never have happened. And we shouldn't accept it as normal, as a normal negotiation. We're just dealing with some savages. That's it. These are bad people, terrible people. And we need to treat them as such. But that said, we want all the hostages out.
Is there an off-ramp for this trade war?
Mr. Secretary, there was a report that was required the State Department as one of the first executive orders asking for countries to be identified that had insufficient vetting. Has that report gone over to the White House yet?
I'm sure you mean we had a deadline to meet that. I'm sure we've met the deadline, but I have to take that back and we can get you an answer for that specifically.
Is there an offer
All right.
for the trade war?
Follow up about territorial integrity.
About what?
Territorial integrity.
Yeah, you already asked that, yeah.
Yeah, so you said that Ukraine would have to make concessions both sides.
So will Russia, right.
What is your description of territorial integrity when it comes to Ukraine? Is it pre-
Guys, again, that's what we're going to have. Let's please, I get it, but let me just put it to you this way. There's 2 processes here. Process number 1 is how can we get shooting to stop? Because we think it's very difficult to negotiate peace while there's still shooting going on and attacks. What can we do to get that to stop to the extent possible? How can we get as much hostility as possible to stop so we can get to phase 2 of this process, which is negotiating these things that you're asking me about? I'm just stating the obvious. When people sit down and negotiate an end to wars, there's usually a give and take. What that give and take is depends on the parties that are at the table. We're not going to predetermine anything, but that's what's going to take to end the war. If there's an off-ramp on the trade, it's not about an off-ramp on the trade. There's not a trade war. This is the United States is resetting its trade relations globally, okay, and resetting relations globally to a level of equilibrium, to a level of reciprocity. And then once that's reset, we can then engage in the process of bilateral talks with Japan, with the UK, with France, with Germany, with the EU, whoever, to figure out, okay, how do we reset our trade relations so that it's fair? Because right now it's not fair. It's as simple as that. That president has stated that repeatedly. And so these are the steps that it takes to get us to that point. You can't, if you do it the other way, which is let's renegotiate, or why would they renegotiate their trade relationship with the United States if the status quo is beneficial to them? Why would someone give up something that's good for them? You have to make it fair, and then you can negotiate out, how do we get to a place that's mutually beneficial? Because the current piece of it is just not sustainable. All right?
How's your relationship with Elon Musk?
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you.
Aboard Air Force One, President Trump told reporters he'd soon speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin to craft an end.
Hello, everybody. Nice to see you all. Oh, thank you. It was a lot of fun. It's good. We had a good time. And we learned a lot. We're doing pretty well, I think, with Russia. Let's see if we have something to announce maybe by Tuesday. I'll be speaking to President Putin on Tuesday. And a lot of work's been done over the weekend. We want to see if we can bring that war to an end. Maybe we can, maybe we can't, but I think we have a very good chance.
What sort of concessions will you be seeking to have Putin make to get a deal done?
Well, I think we'll, be talking about land. There's a lot of land. It's a lot different than it was before the wars, And we'll be talking about land. We'll be talking about power plants. Because that's that's a big question. But I think we have a lot of it already discussed very much by both sides.
You'll ask him.
Ukraine and Russia.
You'll ask him.
We're already talking about that, dividing up certain assets. Yeah, and they've been working on that.
Are you concerned at all about any retaliatory caused from the strikes in Yemen?
About what?
From the airstrikes in Yemen. Are you concerned about any retaliatory measures taken at all?
No, I'm not. Really, I'm not.
Mr. President, do you plan to comply with the judge's order regarding rehiring the federal workers?
What are you talking about?
The Clinton appointee judge that ruled that the federal government has to rehire the fired federal workers. Do you plan to comply
Well,
with
I think it's absolute. I have nothing to do with that other than I heard about the decision. I think it's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely. It's a judge that's putting himself in the position of the President of the United States, who was elected by close to 80 million votes. And you have that. You're having more and more of that. It's a very dangerous thing for our country. And I would suspect that we're going to have to get a decision from the Supreme Court. But that's a very dangerous decision for our country. And these are people, in many cases, they don't show up for work. Nobody even knows if they exist. And a judge wants us to pay them even if they don't know they exist. If they exist. And I don't think that's going to be happening, but we'll have to see. You have to speak to the lawyers about that.
Mr. President, did the administration, actually speaking of orders, violate Judge Boasberg's order in sending back the Venezuelan gang members and not bringing them back?
I don't know. You have to speak to the lawyers about that.
Are you planning to do more deportations?
I can tell you this: these were bad people. That was a bad group of, as I say, hombres. That was a bad group. When you look at them and you look at the crimes that they've committed, you take a look. You don't get any tougher. You don't get worse than that. You understand that. So, but you'd have to ask the lawyers. Yeah.
Sir, there's been some criticism that the Alien Enemies Act has only been invoked 3 other times. They were all during times of war. Do you feel that you're using it appropriately right now?
Well, this is a time of war because Biden allowed millions of people, many of them criminals, many of them at the highest level. They emptied jails out. Other nations emptied their jails into the United States. That's an invasion. And these are criminals, many, many criminals, murderers, drug dealers at the highest level, drug lords, people from mental institutions. That's an invasion. They invaded our country. So this isn't, in that sense, this is war. In many respects, it's more dangerous than war because, in war, they have uniforms. You know who you're shooting at. You know who you're going after. These are people that came out. They're walking our streets. We have thousands of murderers that Biden and his incompetence, first of all, he's grossly incompetent, but that Biden and his people and his probably auto pen, it looked like we had an auto pen for a president, and we would have been better off if we had probably. But it looks to me like, that's a big subject. I'm sure you won't ask about that, but the whole subject of AutoPen, did he know what he was doing? Did he authorize it? Or is this somebody in an office, maybe a radical left lunatic, just signing whatever that person wants? That's not what it's all about. I never use it. I mean, we may use it as an example to send some young person a letter. It's nice, we get thousands and thousands of letters and letters of support for young people, for people that aren't feeling well, etc. But to sign pardons and all of the things that he signed with an auto pen is disgraceful.
Mr. President, as markets and consumers continue reacting to tariffs, as markets and consumers react to tariffs, do you have have any inclination to create exceptions or to ease up on any?
About what?
To create exceptions to the steel and aluminum tariffs.
No, I have no intention of it, no.
No. Is this your economy?
April 2nd is a liberating day for our country. We're going to be getting back some of the wealth that very, very foolish presidents gave away because they had no clue what they were doing. And April 2nd, I would have made it April 1st, but you know what April 1st is? April Fool's Day. I figured, I don't like doing it, but I made it April 2nd. But it's a liberation day for our country because we're going to be getting back a lot of the wealth that we so foolishly gave up to other countries, including friend and foe. Yes, go ahead.
You've talked about the hangover from the Biden economy. Is this your economy now?
Certain things are. Certainly tariffs are, which we've already taken in billions of dollars. We've taken in already billions of dollars, and we haven't even really started the program other than certain areas, certain pinpointed areas, as you know. Many billions of dollars have already come into our country. The big money is coming in on April 2nd, from April 2nd. But I will tell you what is smart. When I took it over, eggs were through the roof, and now eggs are down 35% over a short period of time. And other things, fuel, gasoline, energy is down, way down. Oil is down to $65 a barrel. It was $82 a barrel. And when energy comes down, pricing is going to come down. Prices for groceries, etc., are going to come down. So yeah, I think we're setting a good table.
Sir, on April 2nd tariffs, are you planning to do sectoral and reciprocal tariffs? Will you do sectoral tariffs?
What are you going to do in certain cases? Well, it's going to be reciprocal. In other words, whatever they're charging, we're charging. Very simple. If they're charging us, we're charging them. It's no longer they charge us, but we don't charge them. It's foolish presidents. And Biden, but others also, in all fairness. Look, Biden is the worst president we've ever had. He made Jimmy Carter look like a good president. But on this, a lot of other presidents were guilty also. Some very good presidents were guilty. They charge us, and we charge them. Then in addition to that, on autos, on steel, on aluminum, we're going to have some additional tariffs.
Mr. President?
Yeah.
To follow up on the Biden auto pen, are those executive orders, those pardons from the former president now null and void?
Well, I think so. It's not my decision. That'll be up to a court. But I would say that they're null and void because I'm sure Biden didn't have any idea that it was taking place. And somebody was using an auto pen to sign off and to give pardons to, as an example, it's just one example, but the J6 Unselect Committee. They gave pardons with an auto pen. I don't think Biden knew anything about it. And what they did is they deleted and destroyed all of the information that took them over a year to get. And the reason they did that is because the information was very incriminating about them. Like Nancy Pelosi, it was determined conclusively that she knew about 10,000 soldiers and turned it down. And if we used 500 soldiers, you would have had no problem, let alone 10,000. The young lady that said that I grabbed these powerful young Secret Service agents by the neck, okay? You know that was a big hoax. It was a lie. And she admitted it. And they deleted everything. So, what they did is criminal. I think we're about to land, everybody. Okay? Have a good time. We'll see you very soon.
Are you going to the Kennedy Center tomorrow?
I am. I'll see you at the Kennedy Center. We have to straighten it out. It's not a good situation, like everything else in this country.
Do you
But we're
worry
going to straighten it
because Vice President Vance was moved there a couple days ago?
No.
You may be trapped.
And he's doing a great job. He's doing a great job. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Mr. President.
A look now at some of
Could you walk us through just some of the behind the scenes on how carried out some of the deportations of the flights from being invoked under the Alien Enemies Act? How did that play out behind the scenes? Even a little to the timing with the judge's order.
Look, let me say this. The president, through proclamation, took his authority under Alien Enemies Act and imposed it, which he has a right to do. TDA has been designated terrorist organizations. TDA is an enemy of this country. We know TDA, based on a lot of evidence, are part of the Maduro regime through the military and law enforcement. They've infiltrated them, and look, they've invaded this country to unsettle this country, through whether it's through fentanyl killing thousands of Americans or through the violence they're perpetrating in our cities. The president did the right thing. I stand by it. I thought we removed in one day over 200 dangerous people, including MS-13. It was the right thing to do. I see the video that President Bukele put out. It was a beautiful thing. These people are going to be held accountable.
Is every one of those guys a member of the gang? How do you know it? And why can't they sort that out with a lawyer and at a hearing? Which is how you should.
Look, we abided by the court's decision. His written order was on 5 illegal aliens. They didn't want to deport them, and we abided by that. By the time the other order came, the plane was already over international waters with a plane full of terrorists and significant public safety threats. And, you know, to turn a plane around over international waters, we're going to refuel over international waters, come back, bring terrorists back to the United States. That's not what this president promised American people. What the president did was exactly the right thing.
So they're all trained in Nicaragua, every guy who's on that plane?
I'm not familiar with every single case in that plane, but that's my understanding. MS-13 members and TDA members. And let's remember, many of those on the plane were removed through Title 8, not through the Alien Enemies Act. So, again, it was the right thing to do. That's what the people of this country mandated President Trump deal with the border crisis, deal with illegal immigration, and deal with illegal alien crime. And that's exactly what we did. We removed terrorists. That should be a celebration. We removed terrorists from this country. I stand by what the president did. I support 100%.
How do you determine whether somebody is a gang member? What criteria do you use?
To various investigations. You know, a lot of ways we do it. It's law enforcement sensitive. I'm not going to share all that with you, but you know, whether it's through social media, through the activities, through their criminal records here and abroad. So, you know, this was done a very the review of this issue, it was at the highest level I've seen. And I think, again, I stand by everything we did this weekend. And I think the president keeping his promise to American people. We removed terrorists from the country this weekend. I can't believe any media would question the president's ability to remove terrorists from this country.
But what do you say to those who say what do you say to those who claim you're using a 200-year-old law to circumvent due process?
An old law? Not as old as the Constitution. We still pay attention to that, don't we?
But some would say this is
How many more terrorists do you plan on deporting to El Salvador?
Borders off of Mexico.
I will not arrest every one of them.
Connor, they're going. Move out of the way. wanted it to be authentic the Irish way.
I better rain doesn't do us any harm.
He was nice. I'll take care of the rain. I'll take care of getting sun.
There you go.
How are you? How's it going? We ran out.
Hold on 1 second, I just have to say.
How are you? Good to see you. How's everything?
See, I got my son Jack here with me today.
How are you? I'm Bridget. My son has that.
How are you? Good. St. Pat's. So, tell me about this year's St. Patrick's Day Parade and what it's like to be here for people who aren't here in person. Sure. It's fantastic to be here for this year's St. Patrick's Day Parade. We're getting a little bit of rain at the moment, but as we Irish call it, it's just liquid sunshine. We're expecting 150,000 marchers this year and up to 2 million spectators. So it's a great day to be Irish, March 17th on 5th Avenue in New York City. Can you say it's your name? Sure. Ryan Hanlon. RyanHanlon. And you are the Vice Chairman of the Board of Directors of the New York City St. Patrick's Day Parade. Thank you.
I'm sorry, thank you so much. Have a good one.
You too.
Sorry, I'm in your way. Ready, Jimmy? Lincoln, let's walk down. Lincoln, let's go. Oh, sorry, man. Best interview I ever had. Right on the way.
I'll wait for her to come up here.
Happy St. Patrick's Day! Good to see you.
250 Tren de Aragua guys at a time by plane out to a prison in Central America. We're also hoping to get some information about President Trump's latest threat to Iran. We saw the photo over the weekend where he had just finished a round of golf and he put on the headset to watch an airstrike happening from Mar-a-Lago targeting some targets in the Middle East. Now he's saying that if the Houthis continue to retaliate, he's going to see that as something controlled directly by Iran. He's going to hold Iran responsible. So is he now preparing for, or is he already prepared for, a war with Iran? We don't know. And if there's time, maybe we can get some info about this club championship that he won again down in West Holland. Sports and weather. Thank you so much.
This is my favorite week of the year because you're doing the news. You would never get a photo from a high school classmate or relative. At about 6:45, it's right there crying. You know, you're at the bar. Because they're all watching the college basketball.
Yeah. That's very senior, yes.
A few years ago, say the Friday, I think the Friday of the first round in 18 or 19. Two people at sports bar.
April 30th. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, that one.
I know.
I saw for 2 seconds. Got pretty busy in here this morning. Kind of busy in here this morning. BP walk. Oh, just came in the door. No. I had never seen that. I ain't seen either. That's crazy. So it ain't moving around. No, there was no agents that came in before me. He walked in, and somebody was taking somebody through, and he said, "Hi guys," and just kept walking. Yeah, just saying. It was stuff. Yeah, exactly. Nobody had cameras in their hands. He didn't stop. He surprised us. That's right. other guy came in, Conor McGregor.
Conor McGregor.
Conor McGregor.
I saw him earlier. I saw him on White House social media. He only came in and his left.
Yeah.
That's crazy. He was fun. I'm trying to say that was fun. You win some, you lose some. You know what I'm saying?
Huh?
I say you win some, you lose some.
I stopped taking pictures.
It's like I see it all the time.
See it all the time. I take a picture of myself in the morning.
That's about it.
Like I'm a star.
That's about it. I'll be right back.
Yeah.
Oh, appreciate it. Appreciate you. I'm coming back there.
Yes, down like right between the cages, in the storage area in the green room. Yeah, just like right when you walk in, you see it. It's got a sticker. Yeah, just down there. I'm at the White House.
I remember Wednesday. Got one of the days.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Happy Monday. Happy St. Patrick's Day. I see a lot of us are very festive in our green. Peter Ducey, I like it. First today, I want to address the devastating tornadoes and storms that have impacted many states throughout the South and the Midwest. As of this morning, more than 40 innocent lives have been lost and many communities have been totally destroyed. The president has been actively monitoring the situation, and the Trump administration is engaged with governors and local officials to restore affected communities and livelihoods. Everyone impacted is in our prayers, and President Trump is fully prepared to assist state and local officials as they recover from the horrific damage. The president has had a very busy weekend, making our country and the world a much safer place. President Trump ordered decisive military action against the Houthi terrorists in Yemen. These Houthi terrorists have engaged in piracy, violence, and terrorism against American ships for years under the Biden administration, costing billions of dollars and putting innocent lives at risk. Joe Biden's pathetic weakness invited these unacceptable attacks. But there's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Donald Trump. And the world is officially on notice. America has a commander-in-chief whose peace through strength approach is unwavering and should not be tested. As the president said, no terrorist force will stop American commercial and naval vessels from freely sailing throughout the world. Houthi terrorists and their Iranian backers should not cross President Trump again, and the president has made that clear today. On another important matter, President Trump signed a proclamation invoking the Alien Enemies Act regarding the invasion of the United States by the foreign terrorist organization Tren de Aragua. At the president's direction, the Department of Homeland Security carried out a counter-terrorism operation deporting nearly 200 violent Tren de Aragua terrorists, which will save countless American lives. Thanks to the great work of the Department of State, these heinous monsters were extracted and removed to El Salvador, where they will no longer be able to pose any threats to the American public. Tren de Aragua is one of the most ruthless terrorist gangs in the world, and they are responsible for some of the most heinous crimes that have occurred in our nation's history in recent years, including the savage murders of beautiful Laken Riley and Jocelyn Nungray. President Trump promised Laken and Jocelyn's families during his campaign that he would demand justice for their beautiful girls, and that's exactly what he did. As the president acknowledged during his inaugural address on January 20th, he pledged to invoke this act, and he has no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions. President Trump will continue his historic efforts to seal the border, and prevent these illegal invaders from coming here in the first place. As the New York Times is acknowledged over the weekend, President Trump's policies are working. Here's how the Times summed it up. Illegal crossings at the US-Mexico border are down to their lowest level in decades. Once crowded migrant shelters are empty. Instead of heading north, people stranded in Mexico are starting to return home in bigger numbers. The border is almost unrecognizable from just a couple of years ago, when hundreds of thousands of people from around the world were crossing into the United States every month in scenes of chaos and upheaval. This is the Trump effect in action. And again, those are the words from the New York Times. We didn't need a border security bill. We just needed President Trump. All of these actions taken together are contributing to a wave of optimism about the direction of our great country. According to brand new polling from NBC News, more registered voters say the United States is heading in the right direction than at any point since early 2004. Americans support President Trump's common sense approach that's getting our country back on track in record time. Meanwhile, the president's critics can't say the same. That same new NBC poll also found that the Democrat Party has reached an all-time low in popularity. It turns out when you let your hatred of President Trump get in the way of doing what is best for America, the people reject you. Who would have thought? Joining us today in our new media seat is Kelly Meyer. She is a White House correspondent with News Nation. News Nation started in 2021 and is one of America's fastest growing cable news networks with a focus on news for all of America. It's part of a larger ecosystem, Nexstar, which is home to News Nation, the political website The Hill, the broadcast network The CW, and local Nexstar stations. With that, kick us off, please, Kelly.
Thank you, Caroline. What do you say to Americans who want safe streets but are concerned due process is being violated?
The president is using every lever of his executive authority and his constitutional authority within the bounds of the immigration laws of our country to ensure that our streets are safer for law-abiding American citizens. And this administration is focused on detaining, arresting, and deporting illegal criminal aliens. And as you saw this past weekend, the president used his authority under the Alien Enemies Act to deport foreign terrorists. Tren de Aragua is now a designated foreign terrorist organization. And as I said, there were nearly 200 Tren de Aragua members who were sent to El Salvador this weekend. Countless lives will be saved because of this action. And if you talk to the families, the Angel families, as I mentioned, Blake and Riley and Jocelyn Nungre, they understand the grave cost of life at the hands of these illegal terrorists. And the president is proud to deliver on that promise for them.
And just to follow up on that, this will be challenged later today in the courts. Does the president, does this allow him to defy the court order without having this the checks and balances and the separation of power?
No, in fact, this administration acted within the confines of the law, again, within the president's constitutional authority and under the authority granted to him under the Alien Enemies Act. We are quite confident in that, and we are wholly confident that we are going to win this case in court. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. If you guys can't send 200 Tren de Aragua terrorists at a time to El Salvador, where are you going to send them instead?
It's a very good question. You'd have to ask the courts and the people on the left who are trying to fight this administration for doing the business that this president sought out to do, which is to deport these foreign terrorists. And we're very grateful to President Bukele and to El Salvador for accepting these heinous monsters where they will face justice.
And if these guys are terrorists at war with the United States, is President Trump considering anything more lethal to address them than just sticking them on a plane somewhere else?
Well, it sounded like you had a little bit of curiosity in the premise of your question, so I want to address it. These are designated foreign terrorists. The president signed a proclamation on February 20th, 2025, designating TDA as a foreign terrorist organization that was in consultation with the Attorney General and the Secretary of Treasury. That was pursuant to 8 U.S. Code 1189. The president has the right to do that. And I think nobody would argue that Tren de Aragua should be designated a foreign terrorist organization. If you want to have that argument, I'm happy to do it. These are heinous monsters, rapists, murderers, kidnappers, sexual assaulters, predators who have no right to be in this country, and they must be held accountable.
And something different. there is now a member of the European Parliament from France who does not think the U.S. represents the values of the Statue of Liberty anymore. They want the Statue of Liberty back. So is President Trump going to send the Statue of Liberty back to France?
Absolutely not. And my advice to that unnamed low-level French politician would be to remind them that it's only because of the United States of America that the French are not speaking German right now. So they should be very grateful to our great country. Kelly.
Is the administration prepared to give the court what it wants in terms of the time of the flights that departed, that went to El Salvador, and some of those details that the judge is asking for in trying to determine the timing? Clearly, the 5 named individuals were not deported.
That's
in
right.
compliance, but looking more broadly, wanting to know about the timing of flights and so forth, because the verbal order did say turn around the flights if there's an issue. So is the administration prepared to provide that information?
I'm prepared to provide it right now. All of the planes that were subject to the written order, the judge's written order, took off before the order was entered in the courtroom on Saturday. And the administration will, of course, be happily answering all of those questions that the judge poses in court later today.
And for people who have due process questions about making certain that there wasn't anyone who was swept up who did not meet the criteria that you laid out, is there a way for the administration to provide more detail about how that was determined, who the individuals were that met this deportation order?
Yes, I can assure the American people that Customs and Border Patrol and ICE and the Department of Homeland Security are sure about the identities of the individuals who were on these planes and the threat that they pose to our homeland. They take this incredibly seriously. They are putting their lives on the line to deport these designated terrorists from our country, and they should be trusted to do that. And that's exactly what the American people elected this president to do.
Thanks, Caroline. Just to follow up on that, then, so you're saying definitively the administration can prove everyone that was put on those flights in El Salvador was either a member of Tren de Agua, MS-13, or some other entity?
We've already provided the breakdown in the effort of transparency about the 261 illegal aliens who were deported. 137 of those were deported under the Alien Enemies Act. 101 of those were Venezuelans removed via Title VIII, which, as you know, are just regular immigration proceedings. And 23 of them were MS-13 Salvadorian gang members. There were also 2 MS-13 ringleaders as part of that group of 23 who President Bukele particularly expressed his gratitude for their return so he can demand justice in his home country. Jennifer.
What criteria, though, other than, say, tattoos or maybe being in the wrong place at the wrong time, are they using to determine that someone is actually a member of one of these organizations?
Intelligence and the men and women on the ground in the interior of our country who are finally being allowed to do their jobs. Their hands were tied under the previous administration. And as I said, they take their jobs very seriously. They should be trusted and respected by the American public with this operation. And of course, as I said to Kelly, the administration will provide all details to the questions that the court poses. Jennifer.
One more follow-up on that. Can you say how much the U.S. is paying El Salvador to imprison these Venezuelans? And then a different question on Russia. I was wondering if you could give us an update on the ceasefire negotiations, and is there anything you can share on the list that Putin passed along to President Trump for the things he's requesting?
Sure. To your first question, it was approximately $6 million to El Salvador for the detention of these foreign terrorists. And I would point out that is pennies on the dollar in comparison to the cost of life and the cost it would impose on the American taxpayer to house these terrorists in maximum security prisons here in the United States of America. And I would echo the message of our Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, who expressed his gratitude to President Bukele and El Salvador's government for their cooperation in this deal. As for Russia, as you know, the president announced last night on Air Force One on his return from his very busy weekend in Florida that he will be speaking to President Putin tomorrow. I won't get ahead of those negotiations, but I can say we are on the 10th yard line of peace, and we've never been closer to a peace deal than we are in this moment. And the president, as you know, is determined to get one done. Sure, Caitlin.
I have 2 questions for you. One on the flights, but first on the president's post overnight, saying that the pardons that were issued by President Biden preemptively to members of the January 6th committee. that they're now null and void. Have attorneys here at the White House told President Trump that he has the legal authority to undo a pardon simply because it was signed by auto pen, as he said?
The president was begging the question that I think a lot of journalists in this room should be asking about whether or not the former president of the United States, who I think we can all finally agree was cognitively impaired. I know it took people some time to finally admit that, but we all know that to be true, as evidenced by his disastrous debate performance against President Trump during the campaign. I digress on that. But the president was raising the point that did the president even know about these pardons? Was his legal signature used without his consent or knowledge? And that's not just the president or me raising those questions, Caitlin. According to the New York Post, there are Biden officials from the previous White House who raised those questions and wondered if the president was even consulted about his legally binding signature being signed onto documents. And so I think it's a question that everybody in this room should be looking into, because certainly that would propose perhaps criminal or illegal behavior if staff members were signing the president of the United States autograph without his consent.
Is on the record talking about issuing preemptive pardons to these people.
But was he aware of his signature being used on every single pardon? That's a question you should ask the Biden White House.
Is there any evidence on that he wasn't aware of it?
You're a reporter. You should find out.
Okay,
Sean.
on the flights, so I have a question on the timeline of the flights. You keep talking about the judge's written order, which hit the docket Saturday night at about 7:26 p.m. But he issued a verbal order before that at about 6:45 and 6:48 p.m. based on the court hearing. A verbal order from the bench. Does the White House feel the need to comply with a verbal order from this judge?
Again, as I said, all of the planes subject to the written order of this judge departed U.S. soil, U.S. territory before the judge's written order.
But what about the verbal order, which of course carries the same legal weight as a written order, and said for the planes to turn around if they were
Well,
in the air?
there's actually questions about whether a verbal order carries the same weight as a legal order, as a written order, and our lawyers are determined to ask and answer those questions in court. Sean.
Hey, so on Friday, the president suggested at length that it should be illegal to criticize judges, but he has repeatedly criticized judges who rule against him, and Elon Musk is calling for impeachment of judges who have opposed the administration. So how are those two things not in conflict?
I have not heard the president talk about impeaching judges. I know you mentioned Mr. Musk's tweet, but I have not heard the president of the United States ask that. Mary.
Hey, thanks, Caroline. I wanted to ask about this video I saw this morning set to the tune of, I believe, Closing Time, about deportations of illegal migrants. What's the strategy behind the White House's videos they've been putting out on this, and can you kind of talk us through the thinking on these videos?
Sure. I think the White House and our entire government clearly is leaning into the message of this president. And we are unafraid to double down and to take responsibility and ownership of the serious decisions that are being made. The president was elected with an overwhelming mandate to launch the largest mass deportation campaign in American history. And that's exactly what he is doing. And to this very day, we are now, I think, 56 or 7 days into the administration by my count. The president still receives an overwhelming public support for the policies that he is enacting. So we are unafraid to message effectively what the president is doing on a daily basis to make our community safer. And the specific video you referenced, I think it sums up our immigration policy pretty well. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions. First, will President Trump put sanctions on Russia if the talks on Tuesday don't go as hoped? And secondly, have any illegal immigrants self-deported through CBP home yet?
To your first question, it's something the president has floated, and certainly he's willing to do if necessary. I don't have anything to read out, and I would never get ahead of the president on such a serious decision. To your second question about the CBP Home app, I would have to check in with the Department of Homeland Security, but it's a great question, and we're very proud to repurpose this app, which the Biden administration abused to facilitate the mass illegal entry of illegal immigrants into our country. It was like a fast pass at Disneyland. That's not happening under this administration. We are encouraging illegal immigrants to actively self-deport to maybe save themselves from being in one of these fun videos. Sure. John, good to see you.
After President Trump strafe-bombed the Houthis yesterday, he said that if they retaliate, he was going to personally hold Iran accountable for that. Holding them accountable, what would that look like?
Well, I would defer you to what the president put out this morning, John, where he said very clearly, I will read it, "Let nobody be fooled. The hundreds of attacks being made by Houthi, the sinister mobsters and thugs based in Yemen, who are hated by the Yemeni people, are all created by Iran. Any further attack or retaliation by the Houthis will be met with great force, and there is no guarantee that the force will stop there. Iran has played the innocent victim of rogue terrorists from which they've lost control, but they haven't lost control. They are dictating every move, giving them the weapons, supplying them with money and highly sophisticated military equipment, and even so-called intelligence. Every shot fired by the Houthis will be looked upon from this point forward as being a shot fired from the weapons and leadership of Iran. And Iran will be held responsible and suffer the consequences, and those consequences will be dire." That is a statement from the President of the United States just moments ago. I have nothing additional to share, but our message to Iran is you better take this president seriously. And I think the Houthis learned that the hard way this past weekend. As I said in my opening remarks, there's a new sheriff in town, and this president is not just going to sit on his hands and allow terrorists to launch attacks on commercial vessels and U.S. naval ships. Those actions will not be tolerated. Sure, Edward.
Yeah, thanks. Caroline, on the economy. So after mostly a down week last week in the economy, you've been very vocal as well as other cabinet members about how we're in a transition and about how, this economic transition, and there's a plan, a long-term plan for tariffs on this. How concerned is the president that the markets and Americans, for lack of a better term, will freak out over these tariffs and be concerned about a long-term plan?
Sure. I think I've been asked this question and answered this question respectfully, Edward. We are in a period of transition. The president has made that clear. He also has made his belief in tariffs and what they will do for our great country clear, restoring wealth back to our country. And if you look at the president's first-term economic formula, massive deregulation, tax cuts, lowering the cost of living with an energy boom, which the American people can expect soon. Wall Street and Main Street should both be assured by what President Trump did in his first term. It's the exact same formula. In fact, I would argue it's even better this time around. And if you look at some of the economic indicators in the last week, the latest CPI report last week beat expectations. Inflation is cooling. Core inflation dropped for the first time in 4 months. The national average of the price of gas is down 42 cents from 1 year ago. And there was also a new report out this morning about wholesale egg prices. They continue to fall. A dozen eggs are now $3.10 cheaper since January 24th. First, that's a 47% decrease overall. So I think the American people do have great reason to be optimistic about this economy. And as I've said repeatedly, it continues to be true. The administration has a whole of government effort to fix the economic mess created by Biden.
So the president's pointed to that April 2nd tariff deadline, so to speak. Is the tariff back and forth sort of done now? We're just all looking towards April 2nd?
Well, I think the president would tell you that all options are always on the table, and he's always ready to respond if he feels the United States is being unfairly treated by our allies and also our competitors around the world. But yes, the April 2nd day is a big day for the country, as the president has said. Reciprocal tariffs will go into effect. We'll have more details on that as the date nears, but our entire trade team, Secretary Lutnick, Secretary Bessent, the vice president has been quite involved in these talks and discussions as well about what that will look like. And the president, as you always do, you will hear from him directly on it. Deborah Saunders, how are you?
Fine, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Former pardon attorney Elizabeth Warner believes she was fired for refusing to sign off on a move to restore gun rights to actor Mel Gibson. DOJ's Todd Blanche says no. But I want to know, is the administration dedicated to restoring gun rights to felons who served their times? I ask this because I've talked to people who were pardoned. They felt that was important. Of course, this isn't necessarily for a pardon. What is the president's thinking on this issue?
Sure.
After you've served your sentence, should you have gun rights?
It's an important question. It is one I have not spoken to the president about on his views, but I will take it to him this afternoon. I will tell him you asked, and we will get you an answer. You're welcome. Jonathan.
Thanks a lot, Caroline. A question for you regarding the administration complying with judges' orders. I want to ask about an administration spokesperson who's the border czar, Tom Homan. He was on Fox News.
We love Tom Homan.
And he was talking about the deportations. And he said the following. He said, "We're not stopping. I don't care what the judges think," which seems to me, just reading that, that you don't care what orders come from the federal bench. Is that the case? Can you clarify that, please?
Well, I think since you just quoted Tom, I'll quote Tom. He said, I don't care what the judges think, but I can assure you that the administration is complying with the court order. And as I've said repeatedly from this podium, all of the flights that were subject to the judge's written order departed before the written order, and we are prepared to make that case in court later this afternoon. Reagan.
And then if I could, on Russia, the president, as you pointed out, Caroline, made some remarks on Air Force One coming back from Florida. And he seemed to indicate that the conversation tomorrow concerns essentially dividing up assets, dividing up territory associated with the war in Ukraine. Has President Zelensky given President Trump that authority? Is that what is going to take place tomorrow?
Well, as you know, the president and his entire national security team have been engaged directly with President Zelensky and the Ukrainian team. And that has been part of the discussion between the president's team and the Ukrainians. As for where those lines will be drawn or any specifics, I am not going to get into that from this podium. It would be unwise for me to get ahead of the president's call with President Putin tomorrow. But again, I can assure you, in the effort of transparency, as this president always does, you will hear from him or one of us directly after that phone call tomorrow. Reagan.
Thank you, Caroline. There's a lot of focus on the judicial branch right now. The president has about 40 judicial appointments that he could make at this moment. Do you have an update on what the timeline would look like for those judicial appointments? And does the president have a list of potential nominees that he's vetting?
I do not have an update on a timeline, nor do I have a list, but I can certainly have our team gather that for you and provide it. You're welcome. Sure. Go ahead.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
Thank you, Caroline.
Go
So
ahead.
the president is visiting the Kennedy Center this afternoon to
He
attend
is.
a board meeting. A question about what happened a few weeks ago. The Kennedy Center got bomb threats targeting a performance by Shingun Performing Arts, which is an American company showcasing China before communism. This company has been targeted, unfortunately, by the CCP for years. I'm wondering if this administration has a response to this, and also as the president is putting an emphasis on arts and culture, what's the administration's message to potentially foreign state actors who are trying to disrupt that in the U.S.?
Don't disrupt it. This administration will take that very seriously and hold you accountable. We obviously condemn any violence or threats of violence against American institutions. And the president will be traveling to the Kennedy Center later this afternoon. I look forward to going with him. As you know, he is now the chairman of the board of the Kennedy Center, where he hopes to restore arts and culture that embrace American tradition, don't disparage it, as we have unfortunately seen over the past several years. The president will be doing a tour of the center. In his business developer mind, I'm sure he will make some recommendations on how the center itself can be improved, but also we'll be discussing perhaps some future plays and musicals and theatrical programs that the center will be hosting under his new leadership and the board's new leadership. Daniel.
Will the president be discussing with Putin tomorrow the future of Volodymyr Zelensky? Sort of a follow-up to John's question.
Again, I've been asked and answered this question now. I'm not going to get ahead of the president's discussion tomorrow, but after the phone call takes place, I can certainly provide a readout. Daniel.
Caroline, thank you so much. You mentioned earlier in the briefing that you guys are at the 10-yard line of peace. Given the amount of progress that you've made in such a short amount of time, is that an indictment of the previous administration's foreign policy stance? And is it just more proof that you need to talk to people to sort of get things done?
I think so. I think the previous administration is the reason this war began. As President Trump often says, this war would have never started if he were still in office. It only started because of the incompetence and the weakness of the previous administration. And President Trump is very proud of the progress that he and his team have made in such a short amount of time. And hopefully tomorrow that progress will move forward. Sure.
Thanks. There have been some media reports just in the last few hours that the administration has decided to withdraw from the International Center for the Prosecution of the Crime of Aggression against Ukraine, which is designed to hold Putin accountable for war crimes. Are you able to confirm that? And if that has occurred, why has that occurred?
I'm not able to confirm it because I have not heard that. I will caution. I know there have been many inaccurate and misleading reports from Reuters lately, so I would caution anybody taking that seriously. But I can check in and get back to you. Rachel.
Thanks, Caroline.
Is it the president's belief that the Justice Department should be investigating members of the January 6th Select Committee? Is he directing the DOJ to do that?
As the president made it very clear in his address on Friday, I believe some of you were there, I was there, he made his vision for what he would like to see of the Department of Justice very clear, but he said that he has appointed great people in Attorney General Pam Bondi and also in our FBI Director Kash Patel to do what they think is best for our justice system and to stop the weaponization of justice that we saw under the previous administration against not just President Trump, but his supporters as well. We want to restore the Department of Justice to an institution that focuses on fighting law and order and crime and putting real criminals behind bars, not targeting Americans because of their religion or their political speech. We saw that under the previous administration, and it's unacceptable to this president.
And just to follow up really quickly on just Homan's comments from earlier, a few weeks ago in the Oval Office, the president said he will always abide by the courts. We heard what Tom Homan said earlier today. So I'm only asking just to be clear for the American people. It is the administration's belief that they were that you feel like you were bound to comply by the judge's orders?
We are complying with the judge's orders.
Question on the storm.
Sure.
What role does the president see for FEMA with these storms? He's talking about getting rid of FEMA, states handling their own disasters. Does he plan to change how the federal government responds to these storms?
There hasn't been a change yet. That doesn't mean there couldn't be in the future. But as of right now, the president, the entire administration are actively monitoring the storms, as I said. In fact, before I came down here, there was an email note in my inbox from the Department of Homeland Security on what they are actually doing state by state across the board. So rest assured, Secretary Noem and her team is on it, and I would defer you to the Department of Homeland Security for any further details.
One more question. The president referenced power plants with a conversation with Vladimir Putin. What is he referring to with power plants? What is that?
There's a power plant that is on the border of Russia and Ukraine that was up for discussion with the Ukrainians, and he will address it in his call with Putin tomorrow.
The nuclear plant.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Caroline?
Do you have a question?
Yes.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you if you would be releasing more granular data about the people who were sent to El Salvador this week. Particularly, will you be releasing their names?
I don't believe so because of the privacy concerns at this point in time. That doesn't mean we won't eventually. I would defer you to the Department of Homeland Security for more details on the individuals on the flights. But we have been incredibly transparent in giving you the breakdown of the numbers and also some of the crimes committed by these heinous criminals and individuals: kidnapping, sexual abuse of a child, robbery, aggravated assault on a police officer. I would remind everybody in this room that Tren de Aragua is a foreign terrorist organization operating within the United States of America because the previous administration allowed them to invade our country. These are monsters who tortured, raped, and murdered a 12-year-old Jocelyn Nungre. They murdered 22-year-old nursing student Laken Riley. They led a multi-state sex trafficking operation involving smuggling women into the United States, holding them in stash houses in Louisiana, Florida, New Jersey, Texas, and Virginia, and forcing them into prostitution. And they kidnapped and murdered a 33-year-old woman in Texas. They sexually and physically assaulted a woman and her daughter in Wisconsin. They conducted a mass shooting in Illinois. They peddled untraceable ghost guns across New York City, took over an Aurora, Colorado apartment complex where they kidnapped and tortured victims. And by the way, many of you in the mainstream media said that didn't happen. It turned out that it did. And because of the effective immigration policies of this administration, those foreign terrorists were detained and they are no longer operating on American soil. And we have President Trump to thank for that. We'll see you guys later at the Kennedy Center. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Caroline.
All right. Where is Ghost? What is happening? There we go.
Dude, something's going on with my computer. I keep restarting, and I'm just getting really bad lag on the stream. So I hope that's not coming through on back end, on the receiving end. But
you're a little glitchy, and your mouth is out of sync with your words. Do you want to try and refresh?
Yeah, I've already tried, but let me try again. I'll be right back.
All right. So we just heard from the White House press secretary. I was surprised at there weren't as many questions about like the pardons and everything that I was expecting. I was expecting more of that. I'd like to know how Caitlin Collins gets to just keep asking questions when everybody else gets cut off. What the hell is that about? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I mean, she probably asked, how many questions she asked? Like 15?
I think 4.
But I mean,
still,
every single question
everybody
was
else gets 1. So
every single question she asked was about the same subject. It was about
it was
the
2. One was
cartel
the
members being deported.
Yeah,
And
the deportations and the pardons.
yeah, okay. So when it comes to the deportations and like everyone obsessing over this and the judges trying to stop Trump from doing it, I think the narrative, the counter narrative that we need to launch against them is very simple. For the sake of the safety of the judges, I'm actually worried about these judges that maybe they may be getting threats against their life from the cartel. I think we need to investigate the judges, make sure that they're totally clean, make sure they aren't being threatened by the cartels or they aren't being paid off by the cartels to do this stuff. I would extend that same investigation to some of these members of the media that are hyper obsessed with making sure these people do not get deported. What are their priorities? Why are they so worried about these people being deported when obviously these are very, very bad people? These are not like the women and children, in cages, so to speak, that they like and act like they actually care about those people when they're being trafficked left and right by all these coyotes. But yeah, I mean, we need to investigate the judges really for the safety of the judges, because I'm worried that they are being threatened by the cartels. And that's just using basic logic and reason, because that's how cartels work. Is the first thing they're going to do is they're going to go get control over some judges so that their guys don't get sent to prison.
Yeah, I think that's right. We've heard allegations of this in the past, not necessarily judges, but elected officials being run by the cartels. This came out in the it was a joint session between the House and Senate in Arizona, where a man named John Thaler presented evidence of a real estate scheme that was essentially the cartel paying elected officials for, basically buying elected officials. The conditions at the border for the past, several decades and the impotence of the federal government to do anything to secure the border and to prevent vicious, violent gang members, which are not new, right? It isn't that we got bad people over the border during the Biden administration. We got a lot more of them over the border during the Biden administration, but we've been being invaded for generations, and the lack of action on behalf of the federal government points to something else going on, such as they're being run by the cartels. They're bought and paid for, whether it's, carrots or sticks, right? They're being blackmailed or they're being just paid off with boatloads of money. I don't know. And I don't particularly care, because these people swore an oath. And particularly the judges, one thing that we're going to start to see is just how little power the courts have when they've lost their legitimacy. And courts that are acting in political ways. We watched courts uphold everything the Biden administration did because he was the executive and citing the powers of the executive. Now there's a different executive and the courts want to play different games and pretend like a district court judge can prevent the president of the United States from executing on foreign policy. We saw that in the immunity case that went before SCOTUS, the president has a shit ton of power when it comes to foreign policy, when it comes to trade, when it comes to keeping Americans safe. Those are his constitutional mandates. And these judges are playing games. I think you're right that there's a potential, there's certainly smoke, right? That there's a potential cartel connection. Why are these judges protecting foreign monsters? Right. We're talking about people that rape kids and women, and they're here to destabilize American communities. And all of a sudden, the left cares about civil liberties again. They didn't give a shit about civil liberties when Americans were having them violated by the Biden administration. But now foreign invaders are facing justice. And all of a sudden, they think it's civil liberty violations. I think this hurts their credibility even more than it already has.
Yeah, and I'm so ready for the MSM just to go away. Like I am so ready for these people to no longer be welcome at the White House and for just an entirely new group of people. It doesn't necessarily have to be us. It'd be great if it was us, but
should be us.
Any person in the audience listening right now could do what these people are doing right now and do a better job at it. All you have to do, the only requirement to do this job is to be inquisitive. That's all it is. Just come in there, be somewhat read in on like the headlines of the day and just ask questions and then let Caroline respond. That's all it is. And these people can't even do that. All they can do is just shriek the same subject over and over and over again. It's a huge waste of time. And again, nobody even asked the question about the judges. Like, if you actually were a real reporter, why wouldn't you be a little worried about the safety of the judges? And that's to me, that's the narrative. The narrative is, I'm worried these judges' lives are being threatened by the cartels. That's cartel 101. And then the other prong, because the two-prong attack or counter narrative, we need to investigate the origins of the cartel itself. How did the cartel start? Because I can point to a lot of examples from history, especially when it comes to Central and South America, of cartels there being started by the intelligence agency, being started by members of the U.S. government, being started by members of foreign governments. So I would be interested to know, what are the origins of the cartel? Who are they working with? They obviously have to have friends like in border security and other places that are helping them move around, or at least, shielding them so no one else is looking at them. These are all things that need to be run down. And I'm not hearing any of this from the press. And that just goes to speak to the level of how compromised they are. And I think the press just needs to be barred from these people specifically, need to be barred from the White House. I think we need an entirely new press corps of just new blood, because these people are so stale and I'm sick of listening to them.
Well, yeah, and of course I agree with you. I think that it's naive to think that the press is independent from the syndicate, because they're not. They're part of the syndicate. The legacy media is corporate, right? You okay?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm good. My computer's just glitching, but yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So realizing that, seeing the angle of the stories, the angle of the questions, I was surprised, because we've heard in all of these briefings, we've heard, what about Elon Musk and all these kind of petty, stupid questions. You and I talk about this every time that we do commentary on one of these briefings, is holy shit, their questions are so stupid and they're focused on things that don't matter. They are actually, I was surprised. There were some at least they're asking questions about things that are important, even if their questions are still stupid. I think Caitlin Collins saying, is there any evidence that the auto pen was used without Biden's knowledge? Well, yes, actually, because Speaker Mike Johnson has talked about, John's played this clip on every show he's been on in the past week. Mike Johnson talked about the liquid natural gas exports and pausing of that, and Biden had no idea what he was talking about. That is evidence that his auto pen was being used without his knowledge and consent. And here's the thing. They can say, hey, Joe, we're going to do a study on liquid natural gas exports. Sign this thing. We're doing this study. And he signs it thinking he's signing for a study on exports. And they pause the exports as a result of that signature. That's a crime. It's fraud. And the fact that the president, the former so-called totally illegitimate, never really was president, didn't know what he was signing in that one instance begs the question of what else did he sign that he didn't know he was signing? Why Caitlin Collins has zero curiosity about that is not because she's stupid. It's not because she doesn't have the ability to ask that question. It's because she's owned, and she's she's deflecting the narrative and trying to make it appear that President Trump is acting outside of his authorities. All of us believed, because of what we saw with our eyes, that Joe Biden was not in control of his faculties, that he was not capable of running the country because he has dementia. Robert Hur, the special counsel over his classified document handling, said he was a well-meaning elderly man with a poor memory and that he would not be able to stand trial. This is all coming into focus now. And as the Democrats proved in January and February of 2021, just because you're out of office doesn't mean that you can't be impeached, that you can't be held accountable for what you did, and that your orders can't be determined to be illegitimate.
And if you are impeached, I've asked this before, but nobody's really been able to answer. But if you are impeached, don't you lose executive immunity? Like, don't you lose all of the immunity protections that you get as president and like your staff as well if you are impeached? I mean, isn't that the whole like point of posthumously impeaching somebody?
Yeah, the only question, the only word that you use that I take I just don't know the answer to is the word all. Right? Do you lose all of these protections at all? I don't know, and I don't know that we've actually explored that in the law in the past. We could be in uncharted territory.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's fair. That's fair. Maybe it wouldn't be all, because I understand there's certain things that are probably going to be protected no matter what. But certainly when you're operating in the domestic sphere, as the Biden administration was obsessively doing, persecuting people, taking away civil liberties, all those kind of things, that's the stuff where I think like those protections should be stripped away. But
I agree that they should. I just don't know if they ever have been.
Yeah.
So Ghost, I want to ask you,
yeah.
tell me and the audience, why should we care about the Houthis?
We really shouldn't. I mean, the take that I put in the brief this morning is that, like, there's a lot of people. There's a huge argument about this because some people are saying like this reeks of like Obama, like airstriking people, that kind of thing. You're getting us into a new war. You're starting a new war. The argument that I would make with it is that I was actually surprised that the Houthis were attacking these U.S. warships for months and months and months, and nothing was happening to them, right? I mean, it was like I was expecting to hear that we were airstriking Yemen, and I think there were like one or two times we did, but there was no response. So the fact that like Trump could have done this on January 20th, and I think he would have been totally justified given the number of times the Houthis had attacked U.S. warships in the Red Sea. The timing of it to me is more interesting than the actual narrative itself, because again, it just feels like Trump is leaning really hard into like the Zionist puppet narrative. We'll have to wait and see what happens, but there's a complacency that he's sowing among the neocon Zionist warmonger segment of the GOP, which I would argue is 80 to 90% of the GOP. He is keeping them complacent by basically doing all the things that they want to see happen to a certain extent. And I think this is one that's really low hanging fruit. I don't know everyone that MBS, the Saudi crown prince, the minute he took office as defense minister in 2015, January 2015, he went to war with the very first thing he did was he went to war with the Houthis. He launched an 8-year war. It just wrapped up in 2023, a few months before October 7th. And when Trump came into office, Trump fully backed him with his war against the Houthis. The Houthis were bombing air refineries in Saudi Arabia. Trump was sending Saudi Patriot missile defense systems. Biden then took them back when he came into office. He demanded that the Saudis send those back. So there's a lot of evidence to suggest the Biden administration was encouraging the conflict by taking away these missile defense systems. Ostensibly maybe telling the warships not to respond when they were being attacked by these drone strikes from the Houthis. But your question, why should we care? We shouldn't care.
So I want to.
They are more. They're more primitive of a military force than even Hamas is. So they are never going to leave Yemen and go fight elsewhere. So there's no point in engaging with them other than just to defend the Red Sea and make sure that trade route is safe.
So I want to read this. President Trump put this out this morning. Let nobody be fooled. The hundreds of attacks being made by Houthi, the sinister mobsters and thugs based in Yemen who are hated by the Yemeni people, all emanate from and are created by Iran. Any further attack or retaliation by the Houthis will be met with great force, and there is no guarantee that the force will stop there. Iran has played the innocent victim of rogue terrorists from which they've lost control, but they haven't lost control. They're dictating every move, giving them weapons, supplying them with money and highly sophisticated military equipment, even so-called intelligence. Every shot fired by the Houthis will be looked upon from this point forward as a shot being fired from the weapons and leadership of Iran, and Iran will be held responsible and suffer the consequences, and those consequences will be dire. Donald J. Trump, President of the United States of America. Ghost, are we going to war with Iran?
No, we're definitely not going to war with Iran. And I would also question whether Iran's the one behind all of this. And here's why. I'll share my screen. Iran has come out and admitted that they have sent the Houthis weapons and funding and all that stuff. Their claim has been for a while now that they no longer doing so. And it seems to me that the timeline between the Saudis making peace with the Houthis in 2023 and then making peace with Iran later in 2023 would maybe support that narrative. These islands, so I'm looking at the Red Sea. So here's Africa, the Middle East, Yemen. The Houthis are operating out of Yemen, and this is the stretch of water where all these ships are being attacked, right? And also out here, the Gulf of Aden. And then these U.S. warships that have been attacked are mostly stationed up here in the north, but sometimes they stroll down here, and whenever they get around Jeddah, that's when they start to get attacked by the Houthis. So these islands right here, the Dalak archipelago. I mean, if I zoom in, I'm only on Google Maps. I'm not on Google Earth. But if I were to zoom in, this is a very, very, very massive stretch of tiny islands. Most of them are completely uninhabited. But basically, every intelligence service in the world, in terms of like Western intelligence, has a base of operations in this archipelago. The CIA, MI6, Mossad. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if Canadian intelligence had something there. Muslim Brotherhood. I'm sure the Saudis have something there. Iran. I mean, it wouldn't surprise me to learn that the Chinese do. The Russians certainly do. So all of these intelligence services have a presence in this stretch of islands right here. So, you know, any one of them could be sending money and weapons to the Houthis. It could very well be Iran, but it also could be any number of other intelligence services that are all stationed in these islands. And there's so many islands and they're so uninhabited that it would be impossible for Eritrea, which is this country right here, to police them and be able to prevent them from being there. And Eritrea, by the way, is I think the only African country that has never accepted foreign aid. They've always refused USAID money. Their president is arguably the most based leader in the entire world. He has openly talked about all the problems with the West, all the problems with the East, all the problems with the intelligence services for a very long time. And it's a pretty poor country, but that's because they refuse any outside aid. They don't let NGOs come in there or anything like that. So it's hard to say what is actually going on there, but this could easily be something besides Iran. Iran is the top suspect because of their past ties to the Houthis, but this could be the CIA, it could be Mossad, it could be MI6, it could be Muslim Brotherhood.
Right. And ostensibly the Trump administration knows that.
Yes.
Right.
I mean,
so what's the play because President Trump basically says this is Iran and Iran is directing every step of this thing. So what's he doing?
That goes back to what I was saying earlier about him leaning into the pro-Zionist, pro-warmonger neocon rhetoric, where it seems like every few weeks Trump does something to kind of scratch their belly and keep them almost complacent, where he puts them in a freezing pattern, he puts them in a holding pattern where they're not going to mobilize to push something because they ostensibly think Trump's going to do it for them. So they don't need to scramble to make a move because Trump's the one doing it for them. I could be wrong about all this, but you go back to the Gaza Riviera thing, like the Gaza Riviera thing, which now Trump has completely decoupled from and said that's no longer happening. That's official now. It never was. But I mean, for a month there, you had the Nancy Maces and the Chris Christies and the dancing and singing about how wonderful that idea was and how jubilant they were that this was actually going to happen. Even Lindsey Graham, to his credit, was like, there's no way this is going to happen. Like, this is the dumbest thing I've ever heard. There's no way this deal is going to happen without starting World War III. And I actually credit Lindsey Graham.
Did you just cite Lindsey Graham as an authority?
Well, no, I'm saying even Lindsey Graham, who normally gets a hard on whenever there's talk of war, even he was like, this is 100% going to lead to war. And for that reason, reason, I don't think this is ever going to happen because this is such a blatant act of war. So even he sniffed out that this was like that it was a ruse. But Nancy Mace and all of them certainly did. Nancy Mace was dancing with bells on about that deployment. And I think it's the same thing here. So I think what Trump is doing is he's basically putting these people in a holding pattern over and over again, including most of all the Netanyahu regime, putting them in a holding pattern, making sure that they don't, expand their war. And I mean, what's happening right now, the fact that no one even asked about that. I mean, these people are all left-wing media. They're supposed to be anti-Israel. They're supposed to be anti-Netanyahu. None of them asked about the fact that Netanyahu is about to fire his Shin Bet director and has filed police reports against the previous Shin Bet director accusing him of blackmail. No one's talking about that. And all of it stems from the fact that these two Shin Bet directors, Shin Bet is like the FBI in Israel, both of them basically have alluded to the fact that Netanyahu was involved in the October 7th. And the previous director said, I'm going to come out and expose Netanyahu if he doesn't do the right thing here, meaning like bring the war to an end. And Netanyahu then filed a police complaint saying this guy's blackmailing me. And the blackmail is he's going to come out and tell the truth. The fact that I was sending money in briefcases to Hamas to keep them afloat, to make sure that they were funded so that they could do October 7th eventually. And that's what happened. So none of that was asked. I mean, not one person. And if these people even read the headlines of stories from the Israeli newspaper, Israeli media, they would have known to ask that. That just goes to show how like unqualified they are and how they just waste our time with these press conferences.
Yeah, agreed. So we have, there's another press conference starting, and we're going to head over to that in just a second. You mentioned Canadian intelligence, which is, an oxymoron. But last night on The Narrative, Burning Bright had Matt Ehret, who is your Breaking History co-host. And, I hadn't ever really watched your show, so I've read Matt Ehret, but I hadn't really watched him before. And damn it, I hate it when I like the Canadian. It was a fantastic show. I was sad when it was over and he left because I wanted them to keep talking. He gives a history of Canada and how Canada isn't real, which I've been saying for a long time. And I would encourage everybody to check out that episode. It was fantastic. They're trying to get Matt to come to GART Plymouth, and I hope that he does. Really great discussion. But yeah, I mean, so Canada is Five Eyes. Mustard Tiger said this in the chat. Canadian intelligence is Five Eyes, part of the intelligence that spied on President Trump's campaign and Russiagate and all of that. We see what's going on with Mark Carney and how they've just put a globalist banker in charge of the country. Feels like a death rattle of the regime to me. Abs and I talked about this last night as well on Culture of Change. But your thoughts on Canada before we get out of here and jump over to the press conference?
Yeah, I mean, the Canada thing is interesting. I mean, Mark Carney, I still don't really understand how he even got into office because there wasn't like an election or anything. They're just like, oh, okay, we're gonna push Trudeau's side. Mark Carney, yeah, it's like Mark Carney is a globalist central banker. I mean, he is about as neck deep in central banking as you can get. And they could a bigger walking, talking billboard for central banking, like uniparty banking than him. So it's kind of mind blowing, but it kind of goes to speak to the fact that I'm glad that I saw on the show last night that you asked the question about the connections to Britain. Because it is a British colony, even though they speak French. It's a British kingdom. I mean,
Mark Carney swore an oath to the king when he was sworn into office to King freaking Charles.
Like when I say that Canada is a monarchy, I'm not being but that's not hyperbole. They are actually a monarchy that has a democratic element to it, but they are technically legally a monarchy under the British crown,
and the only monarchy in the Americas, which is something that I didn't. I never thought about it before, but Matt said that last night. Canada is the only monarchy in the Americas. Wow, right?
Yep.
Like
I only know that because of Matt. Matt explained it all to me. That's the only reason I know it.
Yeah, it was crazy. And my issue with I talk a lot of shit about Canadians, but it's because first of all, my grandparents are French Canadian on my mother's side. I've done quite a bit of business in Canada throughout my career. I have, visited Canada from on vacation and whatnot. And my experience with Canadians, largely, not all of them, obviously, but largely, is that they are elitist collectivists. They love their European roots. They want to be more like Europe, and they look down on us and our silly liberty and the idea of individual liberty. If it has an adverse impact on the collective, they think we're wrong. Now, that's fine. They can believe whatever the hell they want, but we're subsidizing their country. Why are we subsidizing the country of people that look down on us, belittle us, and in terms of they're entitled, they feel entitled, right? They feel entitled to the subsidies. The mindset up there, I find to be incompatible with American liberty. Now, again, it's not all Canadians. I understand there's solid liberty-minded folks in Alberta. Obviously, the Canadian trucker protest showed us that not all Canadians are collective elitist wannabe Europeans. But yep. I think the national identity. Matt talked last night about it being hockey and maple leaves, right? We like syrup and hockey, and that's our national identity. And that's that's essentially true from a surface level, but there is an embedded kind of mindset of elitist collectivism that looks a lot like Europe. That to me is why I'm like, hell no, we don't want them as a 51st state. I don't want those people voting. So really great episode on the narrative. And, it takes a lot for me to give Burning Bright that much airtime and that much of a shout out, but it was a great show. I encourage everybody to go watch it.
Yeah. And the trucker protest is interesting because I would go as far as to say that Canada totally ate our lunch on that. Like they cucked us so hard on that because I was following all that pretty closely. This was probably around the time Badlands started, maybe a little before. I think it was around the time Badlands started, but before I joined Badlands for sure. But when they did it the right way. They drove all their trucks into Ottawa. They parked and they said, our trucks are not moving until you meet our demands. That's how you do a protest. Yeah. When we did our trucker protest, like the truckers, all like the leader of the coalition went to like the police and they're like, what can we do to make things as easy as we can for you? And he's like, well, can you just park on the side of the road so traffic can continue? Oh, yes, we will continue to. So the trucks went and they parked on the side of the road. They drove across the entire country. They got to DC. They park on the side of the road. Nobody notices their protest because it's like, well, life just goes on. Like
it had no impact. Yeah.
No impact. And so, after a few weeks, it was like, all right, well, is the protest even happening anymore? And I'm not suggesting that people go like obstruct traffic in DC, but the Canadians did it the right way, and they were, their bank accounts were shut down, and I'm sure some of them were arrested, and they didn't back down. And, they definitely showed us up. So we can rag on the Canadians all we want, but when it comes to protesting, they did it the right way. We cucked out.
Yeah. All right. So just final thing I wanted to talk about. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. You're Scottish. Are you any Irish?
Yeah, I'm 50% Scottish, 50% Irish.
Okay. So I don't think the Irish get enough credit for how they built this nation. My ancestral lineage on my father's side is mostly Irish. There's a little Scottish and English in there as well. Kingdom mutt, right? My mother's side, it's French Canadian, as I mentioned. But if you go back, you look at the impact that the Irish have had on the United States of America. I wouldn't call myself Irish or Irish American or anything like that. I'm straight up American, but the Irish get a lot of shit, right? There's that. I'm not going to repeat it because we'll get banned immediately. But the infamous line from Blazing Saddles: "We'll take everybody except for the Irish." Irish get a lot of shit, but the Irish had a significant impact on building the United States of America. So happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. And what do we got? We got Y-Chromes is going on now. We're about to head over on Badlands Live to cover another press conference. Alphas Make Sandwiches is coming up in 45 minutes. Make sure you guys go back and watch the Daily Herald. If you haven't seen it, what do you have coming up on Book of Trump tonight, Gordon?
Tonight we're doing the Great Meme War. So we're doing So Brad and Jordan are coming on, who were OGs in the movement back then, and yeah, we're talking about the 2016 meme war that led to Trump's election.
Badass. That sounds awesome. And then following that, we will have baseless conspiracies. I'm missing one. Am I missing one?
No, Book of Trump at 7:30. Baseless conspiracies at 10:30.
Right on. So baseless conspiracies. And then after that, I think we have Where We Go One, We Go All After Dark with Brad. So make sure that you stay tuned to Badlands Media throughout the day. And we're going to get out of here. Smash the thumb for us. Helps us out quite a bit. We certainly appreciate it. Make sure you share Badlands Live with all your friends. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Well, I'll see you in 45 minutes. Gordon will see you tonight. But on this show, we'll see you tomorrow.
See.
How are you? Nice to see Andrew Mitchell here again. Thank you, man. I'm here after a rather big trip. All right. So are we? We're set. Everybody good? Great. So I'm going to start with a little bit of a statement here today. Welcome aboard, everyone. Nadia, nice to see you. During my first briefing, I said that under President Trump, peace through strength is back. That was clear from day one under this administration. The 11 days since my first briefing have further proven it. In an important advancement for peace, America's top diplomat, Secretary Marco Rubio, and National Security Advisor Mike Waltz traveled to Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, to meet with the Ukrainian delegation. As a result, Ukraine expressed readiness to accept the U.S. proposal to enact an immediate interim 30-day ceasefire to the Russia-Ukraine conflict. The ball is now in Russia's court, and even more advances have been made after envoy Witkoff's visit there as well. Following this historic meeting, Secretary Rubio traveled to the G7 in Canada, where our partners expressed support for a swift end and a durable end to this conflict. And as we pursued peace, our nation also showed strength. Under the president's direction, this administration invoked the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to initiate the removal of hundreds of dangerous members of the Tren de Aragua, a vicious, violent foreign terrorist organization, which has been threatening our nation, conducting irregular warfare and terrorizing Americans. We express our sincere gratitude to President Bukele of El Salvador for playing a pivotal role in this transfer. As Secretary Rubio said, once again, President Bukele has shown he is not only the strongest security leader in our region, he is also a great friend of the United States. In our fight against terrorists, President Trump ordered the launch of decisive and powerful U.S. military deterrence operations against the Iranian-backed Houthi terrorists in Yemen. Following the strikes, Secretary Rubio noted that the president, quote, sent a powerful and clear message. These attacks on U.S. vessels and global shipping must stop, and we will hold you accountable. We will protect our people and freedom of navigation. In furtherance of President Trump's maximum pressure policy on the Iranian regime, last week the State Department announced sanctions on Iran's oil minister and shadow fleet that facilitates Iran's illicit crude oil trade. These actions were taken to stop the flow of revenue to the Iranian regime that uses to fuel conflict in the Middle East, advances its nuclear program, and supports its terrorist proxies. In addition, the State Department will consider revoking the visas of foreigners who have supported Hamas and unleashed anti-Semitic harassment, intimidation, vandalism, and violence on America's college campuses. As Secretary Rubio said on March 6th, those who support designated terrorist organizations, including Hamas, threaten U.S. national security. And we intend to use the department's broad authority to revoke visas when information comes to light indicating a visa holder may be inadmissible or ineligible under U.S. immigration law. Here's the bottom line. Secretary Rubio's State Department remains committed to advancing the national interests of the United States. Peace through strength is back. Not that we have a lot of things to discuss, and I see it all on your faces, but it is good to be back. I've been away for, I don't know, 10 days now or so, but I'm looking forward to answering your questions. We will begin again with Matt Lee.
Thank you, Tammy. I had three processy kind of questions, but for the sake of my colleagues, and I know there's a lot to ask, I'll break it down to two. They'll be very brief.
All right.
One, on the South African ambassador, who the secretary declared PNG on Friday.
Sure.
The South Africans seem to be a little bit miffed that they learned about this from a X post, and I understand there was a meeting at which a formal diplomatic note explaining this was handed over. Can you, what day was that, the meeting?
Well, it was the same day
So
of the
Friday.
announcement, yes. So after Secretary Rubio made his decision, our senior level diplomats convoked the South African embassy staff for an in-person meeting at the State Department. At this meeting, our officials delivered the official notification of Ambassador Rasool's persona non grata status, and it was done.
Okay, and I understand that his privileges and immunities expire today, and then he has to leave by Friday?
That's right. So he has up to, for these 3 days that passed, he's had his privileges, but those did expire today. And he has, technically it's a week from the notice, and so that expires now on Friday.
Okay.
He'll need to be out of the country.
Okay. And then my second one is what you mentioned before on the AEA, the Alien Enemies Act. As you know, as this building certainly knows, there are several provisions that have to, or several criteria that have to be met in order to invoke this. One is there being a declaration of war with the country in which this force is from, or that the invasion or incursion, or however you want to call it, is being orchestrated or influenced by a sovereign state. Does the U.S. now regard Nicolas Maduro as the legitimate head of state of Venezuela? And secondly, if you do, or even if you don't, are Maduro and the state of Venezuela now covered by the Foreign Sovereign Immunities Act?
You know, just before I came up here, my colleague, Caroline Levitt, had a great deal to say about this. This belongs at the White House. This is a dynamic that's happening out of the White House.
This is a legal.
Well, but I also, in addition to that fact of referring you back to the White House and to DHS regarding this, this is in the courts. And as you know, I'm not going to pontificate on or guess or muse about what's going on with the courts at this point. So it clearly, the White House has been very transparent. Caroline was very clear this afternoon about their approach. Clearly, they feel that this is something they want to litigate, and they're going to. And for the good of the American public, it's an important thing to do. Everything we know that the Trump administration is doing, certainly President Trump himself and his team, is in the interest of the United States.
I understand that.
And that's why he was elected. People are excited about the nature of the actions that we're taking swiftly. And this is one of them, and we will see it play out in court, and that's the extent of what.
Well, my question is not about.
So now there's a third section. I thought you said you were going to forego the third part.
No, I'd just like to have an answer to the first question. Does the U.S. consider Nicolas Maduro to be the?
Well, I'm not going to discuss with you again a national issue that belongs both with the White House and the Secretary himself. So I'm not going to be able to remark on that. All right. Based on the same dynamic here, I guess, for the Americas situation, Andrea Mitchell, please.
This is related to immigration issue. And peace through strength. Does Secretary Rubio believe that if Afghanistan is among the countries that are there on a list, a draft list to be banned, that legitimate SIVs who were approved by the State Department during the fall of Afghanistan's withdrawal should be a carve out, and that these people who help the State Department, the CIA, the DOD can come and have refugee status? I do have a thought.
Well, first of all, there is no list. What people are looking at over these last several days is not a list that exists here that is being acted on. There is a review, as we know through the president's executive order, for us to look at the nature of what's going to help keep America safer in dealing with the issue of visas and who's allowed into the country. But what has been touted as something that is an item through the State Department, it just simply isn't the case. So the premise, I have to say, I certainly can't speak to because it's not accurate. When it comes to the nature of Afghanistan and those who've helped us, the arrangements we've made already in the past, getting as many people from that conflict here, certainly those who have assisted us and worked with us, that's been a policy and a dynamic that we've worked on from the, certainly even the previous administration, working to try to get that happening. So that's not something that is certainly I can talk about regarding something that doesn't exist, but certainly when that review is done, we'll have something that we can discuss.
Okay, then let me ask you also
Yes.
About your view, the Secretary's view, about the legality of a foreign country holding an American citizen from Iowa who has not been charged with any crime and holding his passport and not permitting him to return home in the case of what's happening in Punta Cana and the Dominican Republic, where this young man and his family and his lawyers say that he has not been permitted to leave the Dominican Republic, that he has been a cooperating witness, he's not charged with any crime. Does the State Department have any view about the rights of that U.S. citizen?
Well, I think what's appropriate here is for me to not, this is unfortunately the nature of the State Department and what we do. When it comes to diplomatic efforts, whether they exist or not, the nature of legal frameworks for individuals, the privacy issues involved, that's not something I can get into any detail about.
Well, he has spoken publicly, and his family have. Does he have consular access?
Well, that's his. I think all of us have a right to speak and to be known, but we have a standard and a protocol here that we won't discuss a private situation, a private case. Certainly, when it comes to diplomacy, diplomatic relationships between one country and another, I'm not gonna go into those details. All right, Sean.
Thanks. Can I go back to South Africa, the ambassador?
Sure.
The secretary, of course, had his tweet, had his ex posted on Friday. Can you explain a little bit the reasons? It's quite an extraordinary step. I was looking back, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, even in the height of tensions with Russia, there was no expulsion of the ambassador and no PNG there. What is it? I mean, essentially, this is remarks that the ambassador made at a think tank or at a conference that were critical. What I'm getting at is, should other ambassadors be on alert? Can they not criticize President Trump without fear of being expelled?
Well, I think it's not about criticism. This was the equation of the president and the country with white supremacy. It was an allegation that casts such an awful light on the nature of the country, on individuals. It is. I mean, if we don't have a standard about the nature of someone who is in this country, who is supposed to be a diplomat to help facilitate the relationship between two countries, and that this is the standard of it, you know, we deserve better. We've had a decent level of diplomacy with South Africa. There are some challenges, but you want people in each embassy who can actually facilitate a relationship. And these remarks were unacceptable to the United States, not just to the president, but to every American. They were pretty much obscene when it came to the nature of what was alleged. So that is, I think, at the very least, what we should expect is a standard of some respect, basic low-level respect, if you're in a position that is going to help facilitate any kind of diplomatic relationship with another country. This particular individual certainly didn't meet that standard, and it is a message to people of what America expects, what the president expects, what the Secretary of State expects, what this whole administration expects when it comes to treatment of the nation itself and as a result of the people in this country. And so that's why it was done.
Sure. Could just expand on that. South Africa today said that it wants to have a better relationship with the United States. Are you open to that? I mean, there's been other, the Secretary of State aware from the G20. Are you of the view that South Africa can report the relationship despite the criticism that's come from this building?
Well, I think both the president and the Secretary of State have made it clear what the problems are and what they have an issue with when it comes to South Africa. The unjust land expropriation law, as well as its growing relationship with countries like Russia and Iran. That's what prompted the serious review of our South Africa policy, which continues to be underway. They have taken also the South African government aggressive positions toward the United States and its allies, including accusing Israel, not Hamas, of genocide in the International Court of Justice, and reinvigorating its relationship with Iran to develop commercial, military, and nuclear arrangements. So this isn't one just of demeanor or decorum, however they add into it. This is a matter of a nation that is, we've again made it very clear, taking steps that are not in the interest, the best interest of providing a safe, secure, more prosperous America, let alone world, when it comes to the decisions they're making. So all of this is under review, but obviously part of it is, within the diplomacy of it, is to encourage a change in policy and posture. Of course, that would be the point. The point is to encourage a change. What I've seen with the trips we've made with the diplomatic adventures, of course, as well as the G7 summit in Canada, is the nature of the Secretary of State is to make things better for people. It is not to punish or to target people or countries. It's the nature of changing policy and creating better environments for all of us. And I've seen that in motion in every dynamic. And that's the case here with South Africa as well. Nadia, yes.
Thank you so much, Tammy. Good to see you. I have a couple of questions. On Yemen first, what is the U.S. strategy regarding Yemen? Is it degrading the capabilities of the Houthis that they don't pose a threat to U.S. interests, or is it destroying them completely? Because there's conflicting statements from U.S. officials saying, like, we're not going to interfere with the civil war in Yemen.
Well, what we've seen, of course, in the past when it comes to the Houthis, it was a tit for tat strike. If the Houthis would be sending missiles or attacking both commercial and military ships, what the previous administration did is they would do one strike as a tit for tat dynamic. What's happening now is a complete shift when it comes to the nature of why it's going on, which is to stop the assault on the maritime traffic in that area. And up to this point, there's about 174 attacks on American naval ships, which is an extraordinary number of attacks. And this isn't a situation that should be managed. It has to stop. So the message to the Houthis is, if this will end when you end the attack on both commercial and military ships in that region. So it's a maritime issue, and it's meant to completely change the posture of the Houthis, and of course, in a conjunction in that dynamic with Iran, that the days of pinprick responses where we allow that to occur is over. That's I think a pretty clear statement from the administration as a whole as well.
On the visa thing, just
the visa,
quickly.
sure.
Is the area clear when it comes to revoking visas for foreign students? Are you revoking visas for students who clearly support Hamas and shows literature that's supporting Hamas, or is it also include students who support Palestine or the free, they say the freedom of the Palestinians, or showing sympathy with civilians in Gaza? Is that area very clear?
Well, what Secretary Rubio has been saying on a number of different interviews is that this is about, when you think about someone applying to come into the country to get a visa, if you were to say everything that he ended up doing as would be his goal upon entering the country, we would never have issued the visa. So you have a dynamic, whereas if there's going to be certain kinds of actions that you're going to undertake, that we don't accept that. Every country has a right to control its borders and to determine who's going to come into the country. So in this particular instance, there's also, I know, a freedom of speech argument, but this is not about speech. It's about actions. It's about things that were done. And of course, I don't want to go further because also this is within a court dynamic. America's got the best court system in the world. And there will be arguments on both sides, no doubt, regarding this, but it has to be argued, it has to be litigated. But the actions that we take and the decisions we make are not about content. It's about actions that are occurring, and certainly in that particular case. Yes.
Can I?
Go ahead.
Can I?
Hi, Tammy.
Hi.
Thank you. Just to follow up on the Houthis question. So President Trump said every shot fired by the Houthis will be looked upon as a shot fired by Iran. So we're wondering if Houthis don't back down, is the United States prepared to attack Iran or give Israel to do so?
I think you're referring to President Trump's Truth Social tweet. And I'm sure you all have it on your phones. You should, because I'm going to refer you right back to that tweet. It speaks for itself.
Right. Just to follow up on a different topic
Sure.
in that case. So Voice of America and Radio Free Asia is one of the outlets under Voice of America. They have written extensively on the oppression of Uyghur Muslims by Chinese authorities. Actually, their reports have raised awareness about the plight of Uyghurs. And this is a topic that the Secretary feels strongly about as well. We've just seen him last week impose sanctions on Thai officials over deportation of Uyghurs to China.
That's right.
What does he think about the shutdown of this outlet? Does he support this decision?
Well, and what you're referring to, I think, is the VOA and some other outlets
Correct.
involved with the current, some budgetary changes and actions that have been taken. What I can tell you, like with all the aspects that are happening in this shift, is that it's a fluid situation. And I look forward to watching it unfold as you do. I know you're all reporters, and some reporters here in the bullpen have been affected. But the fact of the matter is, this is serious business. It's the business of government using taxpayer dollars. So the same standard applies here. And of course, it's just happened. Carrie Lake, as essentially the envoy within this framework, is someone that Americans know and trust, and I look forward to seeing how this unfolds. But right now, it's new, it's a fluid situation, and we'll have more for you as it unfolds.
When you say fluid, could
yes,
it
go
be
ahead.
overturned, you mean?
Go ahead.
Can I just follow up on Yemen and your assessment of civilian casualties? Because you'll know there have been reports of several. What's your assessment on that?
On civilian casualties? Well, under no situation does anyone want that. This is a horrible dynamic. At the same time, the Houthis are pirates who have commandeered an entire country, in addition to attempting to commandeer and threaten and harass shipping in the maritime area there. So when we think about this dynamic, America seeks to avoid that situation, but we're now in a position where it has become untenable. And that America's position in this kind of a regard, it's a unfortunate framework of war and of tensions and conflict like this. But of course, we lament, I think, this country of all countries, and what we've done and what we've accomplished. We lament the loss of life. That's the aspect. Because I think this is part of the real story. All of the aspects of what the Trump administration, what Secretary Rubio and everyone now in this new administration is focused on, and maybe it surprised people, it shouldn't have, is peace, is to stop the wholesale slaughter of people, is to stop the chaos that reigns through certain regions, is to make sure, especially with certainly Ukraine and Russia, is to make sure in every place where there's conflict, that the people that are alive today might be alive tomorrow. And it's imperfect. It's not something that any of us can sometimes predict the end result of. But this is an administration and a president and a Secretary of State who's made it clear that if there is a hallmark, the hallmark is fighting for peace and an end to this kind of chaos that has destroyed Yemenis' lives, and it destroys obviously too many lives around the world. Now, yes, sir, you've been waiting patiently. Yes, sir.
Two quick questions on the Palestinian issue. One pertaining to Gaza. Aid has not been allowed in since the 2nd of March. The situation is very dire. I was wondering if you are really concerned about this, especially, this coincided with the beginning of Ramadan as well, where people need food and water and so on. I mean, is starvation used as a method to pressure people? Isn't that a war crime of some sort internationally?
Well, for the horrible suffering of the Gazan people, we know where that sits. It sits with Hamas. We know that within the ceasefire, and why we fight for the ceasefire and want it to continue, is in fact to make sure that food and aid is moved into that region. The United States has led the way in that regard. We also know that at this point, when it comes to the nature of what Envoy Witkoff has worked on and what all of us still focus on, is in fact what your concern is. making sure that there's a situation on the ground that allows food to get to the people who need it, that allows aid to move through to the people who have been suffering because of the choices that Hamas has made throughout the years. And that is what we continue to work on. So everyone, certainly it's a concern, and that is why we continue to work to make sure that aid can get to the people who need it. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Follow up that?
Yeah.
The Syrian Interim Authority last Thursday approved a new constitution. It has granted likely no rights for the minority like Kurds and Druze in Syria, and has been rejected by these minorities, labeling it against the democracy. What's the US view on that constitution? And does anyone in this department connected with the new Syrian Interim Authority? Do you have any engagement with them?
You know, again, when it comes to diplomatic engagements, situations as fluid and as situational like that one, that's not something I'm going to be able to answer.
What
But I'll see what we can do when it comes to the specifics of what you've asked for.
What about the?
Yes. Right.
I have another question on Iraq.
All right.
Yeah. This administration, including Secretary Rubio himself, has called the Iraqi government to resume the Iraqi Kurdistan oil export and solve the U.S. oil companies' issue that are working in Iraq. But this hasn't happened. What's the U.S. view on that? Are you urging the Iraqi government to resume the oil export?
Again, I'm not at this press briefing. I'm not going to go into international negotiations or diplomatic negotiations or thoughts that might be held by the Secretary of State. But we'll see when it comes to actions on that. It'll be, I think, abundantly clear. Yes, ma'am.
Syria. Thank you, Tammy. So Syria's new government, along with regional countries such as Turkey, Jordan, Qatar, and others, have been calling on the U.S. to lift the sanctions that was put in place during the Assad regime, and many view these sanctions as a significant barrier to stabilizing and rebuilding the country. Is the administration considering removing or maybe easing these sanctions?
Well, again, when we think about the administration, I think of President Trump and their posture and point of view regarding Syria, and the fact that when it comes to the State Department and the Secretary, these are things that would be negotiations that would have to be contemplated, and I'm not going to do that right here from this podium. Yes, sir.
Thanks so much, Tammy. I appreciate you taking the question. Over the weekend,
Depends on what the question is, but go for it.
Over the weekend, the U.S. deported a Lebanese citizen who was a doctor at Brown University. I was wondering if you might be able to elaborate why.
That I would say, when it comes to that kind of action on everything we might discuss, that's the Department of Homeland Security. So that would be them.
And on violence, escalating violence in the West Bank, I guess, are there any concerns among at the State Department over what we're seeing in terms of Israeli actions in the north, in Jenin and Tulkarm?
Well, the United States position, certainly the State Department, is that we stand steadfastly with Israel. Israel has seen certain security concerns that they have, and they're taking actions regarding those security concerns. And we stand with those decisions and what the Israelis choose to do in that framework. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Two questions. Changing subject to South Asia. A few days before the elections, President Trump, then as a candidate, had spoken about, expressed concern about attacks on the Hindus in Bangladesh. Now that secretary has been here for about 60 days, what is his assessment about the situation of Hindus in Bangladesh and what steps he's taking to address?
President Trump?
Secretary Rubio.
Well, again, you're talking about President Trump in certain aspects about how the nation and how his administration views the nature of what's happening in another country. And Secretary Rubio, of course, follows through with his vision and the nature of the choices that are made in that regard. But when it comes to, again, negotiations, diplomatic considerations, and the conversations that those involve and what might happen, I don't want to presume here what the outcome will be. You don't want me to either. I think that the best thing to do would be to.
Question?
I'm sorry?
Can I reframe the question?
Well, no, I'm not. What I'm not going to answer is diplomatic considerations from government to government or attitudes and approaches when it comes to what's happening in a certain country that belong within a diplomatic kind of conversation that clearly I can't speak on, or would I hypothesize about what might happen. So yes,
Follow-up.
yes, Peter, you go.
Second
Yes, ma'am.
question.
Go ahead.
I have one more
Go ahead.
question.
Just to follow up quickly on what Hamara was saying about USAGM, Radio Free Asia,
Sure.
and news broadcasters, because I think you're going to get a lot of questions about this.
Oh, I expect it. I just got back into the country over the weekend. I thought, well, this will be discussed.
As you mentioned, it's affected colleagues we know in the bullpen.
Yes.
Can you just clarify when you say that you're watching this unfold? Do you know if this is something that could be reversed in terms of what they're doing with USAGM?
You want me to speculate?
No,
and I
I'm
know
just-
you know I can't. And I know I come from a background where that's mostly what I did for a very long time. That I can't do here.
Okay, so my next question is about something different. The State Department, according to some reporting by the New Republic, terminated a contract to the Yale School of Public Health's Humanitarian Research Lab. They were tracking evidence of Ukrainian children that have been abducted by Russia since Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Some of that evidence was about to be, from their work, it was about to be transferred to European law enforcement officials. Can you comment at all on whether it is true that this grant was terminated, and whether you have any other comment on that?
Well, I can't confirm that, but obviously I'll take it back and I'll get back to you to get some details in that regard. Yes, yes, sir.
I also have a question on Russia, Ukraine, but before that, let me follow up on Radio Free Europe quickly from different angle. This administration last month secured one of the reporters jailed in Belarus, was working for Radio Free Europe, and I won't give you credit for that. But given how strongly you feel about the cases, can you assure us that you will continue securing the release of Radio Free Europe reporters, one of them in Azerbaijan and other countries, even if you end up defunding them?
Well, that's not something I can answer here, again, when it comes to the nature of the choices that will be made. But what I can tell you is that this is a country that has led the way from the very start of radio, of making sure that voices are heard everywhere. That this is something this country can be proud of. And it sits within the framework of what matters to us. At the same time, this nation has to look, and I don't think it's anything to be ashamed of, look to the nature of how America is going to be able to remain strong and safe and secure and more prosperous so that we can continue to move through with foreign aid, with facilitating voices that normally other parts of the world would not hear. It is a part of democracy. And of course, you want every nation to have that kind of commitment as well when it comes to who's able to be heard. So that's a commitment that stands. It is the heart of this nation. And certainly that's not going to be ending. The framework of certain things might change, or how we facilitate them, but certainly not that commitment. And I think we've done a good job of that, and we should all be proud of it as well.
My
How are we
second
doing?
question, Tammy, on Russia, Ukraine, I was going actually, that was my original question.
Well, I've clearly lost the bucket of issues here as we've gone from a few things back. But go ahead.
On reports that the United States pulled back from international group investigating Russian crimes. What is the strategy there, and what message are you sending to Russia, who continues actually committing crimes as we speak?
Yeah, look, this is, we're going to be looking into a number of different things. That's anecdotal, the nature. I'm not familiar with the nature of what happened, so I'm not going to be able to speak to that. Yes, right down the middle here. Yes, sir.
Thank you so much.
I think, the gentleman in front of you, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you, Tommy. Daniele Compatangelo for LA7, Italian TV and primetime media. So we both were at the G7 the last week.
Yes, we were.
And the focus was Ukraine. So today in Europe, there was European Council. They met, the foreign minister, and they discussed about Ukraine and the European Union proposals. So it seems like there are, Europe is very divided right now, like Italy, Spain, Ukraine, Hungary and Slovakia are more aligned to Trump proposal. It's not proposal, but like plan. And the other ones, more lefties, are like, want to keep giving aids, military aids to Ukraine. So what is the, what do you, as a State Department, how do you guys will interact with the European right now? Are we going to go for the Trump plans or the European ones?
I think we're going to go with the Marco Rubio approach, which is to talk to everybody, which is to put out the new ideas, which is to argue for them on the merits of those ideas. That's what happened at the G7. What happened at the G7 was a collection of people who have very different points of view, some big disagreements, but a direct, specific decision mentioned by the Canadian Foreign Minister Joly that we're going to focus on what we do have in common, what we can get done together, and really the importance of the gathering itself and what we can do together. There's a lot of people, I think, that would prefer us to be distracted by the disagreements. But what I've seen Secretary Rubio accomplish is remarkable, and in different environments where there's negotiations between countries attempting to stop war, a ministers' meeting where they're all aligned in some fashion or another and want to work together but have disagreements. I can say this, fortunately, having been there, is that it's been his voice, and I'm proud as an American that it happens to be the American Secretary of State. It's his voice that has brought conversations together, that has brought groups of people together. And we know this is why you need a State Department and why you need diplomats, because everybody's going to have different ideas. Everybody's going to think there's a better way, and we all have investments in the nature of the outcome. America is the strongest country in the world for a reason, all the combination of things we do, but mostly because we are a nation of merit and arguments and speech and the ability for people to be heard and for all of us to have an open mind. That is what Marco Rubio brings to this debate, especially in Europe where there are disagreements. We will, and he expects to, win people over based on the merits of the arguments that we continue to make every day. And I'm going to leave it there, everyone. I'll see you Wednesday and Friday this week if you didn't get enough. There'll be more to talk about. Thank you, everyone. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Hello, everyone. Just want to make sure you take off or hide your badges if you have them on.
Hey, how's it going, everybody? Everybody doing okay? Let me see here. Well, it's not. Let me see. Here, you want to check this out? Already off to this is a live production. All right. So thank you, everybody. Good afternoon. I hope everybody had a really great weekend. I wanted to say welcome to the new Pentagon press briefing room. In line with the Secretary's vision to make this the most transparent Department of Defense in history, I gave you my personal commitment to make these briefings more routine. So today is the first of many, and considering the significant U.S. military operations as directed by the president this weekend now seemed as appropriate time as any to fulfill that obligation to all of you. Additionally, I'm glad to be joined by Lieutenant General Alex Grinkovich, affectionately known as Grinch. Now, despite his call sign, he's actually a very pleasant and delightful human being, and we're glad to have him here at this podium. He's the Director of Operations of the Joint Staff. He's going to be able to provide a much richer context on the ongoing series of U.S. military operations against the Iranian-backed Houthi this weekend now seemed as appropriate time as any to fulfill that obligation to all of you. Additionally, I'm glad to be joined by Lieutenant Alex Grinkovich, affectionately known as Grinch. Now, despite his call sign, he's actually a very pleasant and delightful human being, and we're glad to have him here at this podium. He's the Director of Operations of the Joint Staff. He's going to be able to provide a much richer context on the ongoing series of U.S. military operations against the Iranian-backed Houthi terrorists in Yemen. So thank you for joining me, General.
Thank you, sir.
As many of you all know, we had an election back in November, and as a result of that election, an overwhelming mandate from the American people, there's a new president in the White House, and that, of course, is our president, President Donald Trump, who has immediately gotten to work on his America First agenda for the Department of Defense. Among those are four top line points that I think are very important for those in this room to understand. Those are protecting the U.S. homeland, deterring China, and maintaining the ability to strike America's enemies anywhere in the world, and then also asking our allies to do more. We all know that this is a tall task, to be sure. So President Trump knew we needed a certain type of leader to bring the department into the 21st century. And he found that leader in now Secretary Pete Hegseth. So in less than 2 months, Secretary Hegseth has taken monumental steps to return the Department of Defense to its core mission, which is warfighting, lethality, meritocracy. In a very, very short amount of time, Secretary Hegseth has restored the warrior ethos. He's declared DEI dead at the DoD. He's made the sovereignty of our borders a matter of national security. And we are refocused on training, fitness, and high standards across the board here in the Department of Defense. So before we get into our updates today, I just wanted to take this opportunity to say that this Department of Defense is committed to achieving our mission of maintaining the greatest fighting force the world has ever known, and returning the Department of Defense back to the American warfighter and making it more transparent to the American taxpayer. So starting out, as I'm sure you've all seen over the weekend, U.S. Central Command Forces initiated a series of operations consisting of precision strikes against Iran-backed Houthi targets across Yemen to restore freedom of navigation and reestablish American deterrence. For years, the Houthis have targeted U.S. military ships and aircraft. They've hit commercial ships as well, including U.S. flagged vessels, and they threaten our personnel overseas. Houthi terrorists have launched missiles, one-way attack drones at U.S. warships over 170 times, and at commercial vessels 145 times since 2003. I know what it's like to be in a situation when you're under fire by the enemy. Your life is at risk. The life of your friends and your battle buddies is at risk, and you're prohibited from returning fire. That's a hellish situation that I wouldn't wish on my worst adversary. It's a tough position that we put America's sons and daughters in. Under President Trump and Secretary Hegseth's leadership, we will defend our sons and daughters. If you shoot at American troops, there will be consequences. As President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have made clear, these actions by the Houthis will not be tolerated. In his first 2 days back at the White House, President Trump signed an order laying out a process to redesignate the Houthis as a foreign terrorist organization after the previous administration revoked their designation within weeks of taking office. Under the previous administration, America's enemies were emboldened and billions in frozen funds were unlocked for Iran. With President Trump and Secretary Hegseth's leadership, an era of peace through strength is back. We will use overwhelming lethal force until we have achieved our objective. With that said, and this is a very important point, this is also not an endless offensive. This is not about regime change in the Middle East. This is about putting American interests first. As I said over the weekend, there is a very clear end state to this operation. And that begins the moment that the Houthis pledge to stop attacking our ships and putting American lives at risk. Shifting focus to Africa, at the request of the federal government of Somalia, U.S. Africa Command Forces conducted collective self-defense airstrikes against al-Shabaab on March 15th. The airstrikes occurred about 150 kilometers northeast of Mogadishu, Somalia, and AFRICOM's initial assessment is that enemy combatants were killed and that no civilians were injured or killed. And so U.S. forces will continue to partner with Somali armed forces to take the fight to these terrorists and degrade their ability to plan and conduct attacks that threaten the U.S. homeland, our forces, and civilians abroad. Now on to Homeland Defense. President Trump and Secretary Hegseth have been very, very clear that border security is national security. We spent decades defending foreign nations' borders while our own U.S. borders has been invaded by criminal illegal aliens, human smugglers, drug traffickers, and transnational gangs. The Department of Defense is proud to defend our homeland and the territorial sovereignty of the United States. Although we've seen a 93% decrease in illegal border crossings, we will not stop until we have 100% operational control of our southern border. And over the weekend, Joint Task Force Southern Border assumed the mission from Joint Task Force North and reached initial operating capacity. Additionally, U.S. Northern Command announced on Saturday that the Arleigh Burke-class guided missile destroyer, the USS Gravely, departed Naval Weapons Station Yorktown for a scheduled deployment to the Gulf of America. We're actually making some history from the podium today. It's the first time we've recognized the Gulf of America in the Pentagon press briefing room, which is kind of cool. So it's not only vital for the United States to have control of our border via land, it's equally important to control our territorial waters. And this deployment directly supports U.S. Northern Command's mission to protect our sovereignty. And lastly, Secretary Hegseth spoke with Qatari Minister of State for Defense Affairs, His Excellency Sheikh Saud Al Thani, to discuss operations to eliminate the Houthi threat to American commerce and restore American freedom of navigation. The Secretary acknowledged Qatar's strong partnership in addressing shared security challenges across the region, including Syria and the Red Sea. And with that, I'll turn it over to my counterpart, Grinch, for some more opening comments on CENTCOM strikes. General,
Floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for the opportunity to provide you a brief operational update on our operations against the Houthis. On Saturday, the 15th of March, shortly after 1 p.m. Eastern Time, at the direction of the President, U.S. Central Command began precision strike operations against the Houthis to restore freedom of navigation and American deterrence. The initial wave of strikes hit over 30 targets at multiple locations, degrading a variety of Houthi capabilities. These included terrorist training sites, unmanned aerial vehicle infrastructure, weapons manufacturing capabilities, and weapons storage facilities. It also included a number of command and control centers, including a terrorist compound where we know several senior Houthi unmanned aerial vehicle experts were located. On Sunday, strike operations continued against additional headquarters locations, weapons storage facilities, as well as detection capabilities that have been used to threaten maritime shipping in the past. Today, the operation continues, and it will continue in the coming days until we achieve the President's objectives. Thanks, and I look forward to your questions.
And with that, in this very crowded briefing room, I'll take some of your questions. And the first, I'll go to Logan from Newsmax.
Sean, thank you for taking my question. This really is for both of you. A question about the Basha, that's Iran's spy ship that has been directing the Houthis throughout this conflict. Is it still operating in support of the Houthis? If so, do you know where it is?
General, turn it over to you to address that.
Sure. We know that the Iranians have provided a variety of assistance to the Houthis over the years, including some suspected intelligence. We do know that some had previously come from the Bashad. The Bashad is not currently being used for those operations, but we do know that other vessels are contemplated for those sorts of operations. So we're watching very closely to see if they return to the AO.
I would also say that, you know, when you look at how the previous administration conducted business with Iran, you know, they really empowered Iran to fund and export terror all around the world, whether it's with Hezbollah, Hamas, specifically with the Houthis. I mean, it's very clear. I think President Trump has made it very clear that he's put Iran on notice. I mean, I'm sure that you saw his tweet today that essentially saying, and I'm paraphrasing, that any shot fired at U.S. forces by the Houthis would be considered a shot from Iran. And this is the president showcasing leadership from the Oval Office. And frankly, bringing moral clarity back to the United States of America. We know who the enemies of this country are and the enemies of a free world are. And President Trump has put them on notice, as you saw with Iran this morning. But okay. Gabby.
Thank you for taking my question. I wanted to run back to TDA and MS-13 deportations to El Salvador's Terrorism Confinement Center. Do we anticipate to renew that partnership as it will conclude after 1 year? If yes, what does that look like from a cost perspective? And how is Guantanamo Bay factored into dealing with criminal aliens and terrorists, considering this new Pentagon is more focused on securing the border?
Well, that's a great question. So I think part of your question about El Salvador should be referred to the State Department. But I'll say that the Department of Defense is proud to defend our homeland and our sovereignty in helping to deport transnational criminal organizations like Tren de Agua. We're proud to support that mission. I don't know, General, do you have anything to offer about Guantanamo Bay and our force posture there?
Sure. I just had a couple of things for you, Gabby. We do continue to have a substantial presence at Guantanamo Bay to ensure that we're ready to receive any illegal aliens that the Department of Homeland Security would like to send there. We're monitoring their requirements closely, and we're in daily contact with them to make sure that we can meet them to the best of our ability.
Tom?
Sean, if the Iranian ships are operational, start helping the Houthis, will they be targeted? And for the general, any sense of number of military casualties so far and any civilian casualties in Yemen?
Well, that's a great question, General. If you'll permit me to answer.
Sure, go ahead.
So I think that I certainly don't want to get out in front of the Commander-in-Chief and the Secretary as it pertains to clearance of strikes and who will be targeted. But I think the President's made very clear that all options are on the table.
Yeah, Tom, just on your question of casualties, military casualties, We have some initial estimates. I hesitate to say what they are because they're very much estimates at this point, but I think in terms of dozens might be a safe overall characterization. Yeah, dozens of military casualties so far, but I really can't characterize it much better than that at this point. We'll learn more as we go. On the civilian casualty side, no indications of any civilian casualties. We, of course, have seen some of the accusations by the Houthis. We look at those closely when they do come in, but we have no credible indications of any civilian casualties.
You know, and I'd like to add to what General Grinch said. Anytime you're close to an operation like this, having been, you know, in combat front towards enemy before, the fog of war is a real thing. So before we announce something here from the podium, we're going to make sure that we get it right. And I think part of that is just taking the time to evaluate and doing a proper battle damage, BDA battle damage assessment, sensitive site exploitation. And frankly, that stuff just takes time. And so before we make any sort of those announcements, like we're going to do a real hard look and make sure that we get it right before we announce it to you. Charlie from CBS.
Yes, thank you, Sean. Changing the subject slightly. Is the DoD considering rescheduling the performance of young musicians in the Marine Band that was canceled because of the anti-DEI executive order? And in a broader sense, is there a concern that anti-DEI initiatives may have a negative impact on recruitment?
Well, I think that the president and the secretary have been very clear on this, that anybody that says in the Department of Defense that diversity is our strength is frankly incorrect. Our shared purpose and unity are our strength. And I say this as somebody who led a combat platoon in Afghanistan that was probably the most diverse platoon that you could possibly imagine. I mean, we had Black serving next to white, Christians serving next to atheists, Northerners next to Southerners, and yes, Democrats and Republicans in the very same foxhole. But the reason why we were so lethal in Afghanistan, and again, my platoon took an 85% casualty rate over 485 days. But part of the reason why we were able to accomplish the mission and the commander's intent was because we put aside our many differences as Americans. There were no hyphenated Americans with us in that isolated hilltop in the border region of Afghanistan. We were all just Americans. And really, when you talk about, America's greatest strength, yes, we've got, I'm sure the general can attest, yes, we've got lots of cool, sexy equipment and lots of exceptional military training. I think it helps set us apart from everybody else. But what makes us exceptional fighters on the battlefield is our ability to put aside our many differences and unite under a common banner as Americans. I mean, for goodness sake, when we put aside our many differences as Americans, we went to the moon with less technology than many of you all have in your pockets and your cell phones right now. We're talking about a force that stormed the beaches of Normandy, scaled the cliffs at Pointe du Hoc, fought through hedgerows and beat back the Nazi war machine and saved the world when we put aside our many differences as Americans. And I know President Trump understands that our focus on unity and shared purpose is what makes us lethal, and so does Secretary Hegseth. So their guidance has been clear on this, and we're going to continue to focus on that guidance.
In terms of the concert, are you thinking about rescheduling that?
I don't think I'll have to take that question for you. I don't have an answer for you, but we'll get back to you on that. Oh, let's go to the phones. I'm getting a signal. We should go to the phones. Okay, we got JJ Green on the line from WTOP.
Hey, Sean, thank you for doing this. Question about Ukraine. Can you assess how the U.S. military, assess the status of U.S. military aid to Ukraine and the intelligence sharing, how that's going since it was disrupted maybe a week or so ago, and then restarted? What's being shared, what's being given, what's happening with that?
Well, I can tell you that U.S. military aid to Ukraine has been turned back on, as well as intelligence sharing with our Ukrainian partners. But I'll tell you this. The president has been very clear since his time on the campaign trail that his focus with the war in Ukraine is bringing about peace and putting a distinct focus on peace and really to stop the dying. And so President Trump, along with his national security team, have been heavily involved in, along with Secretary Hegseth as well, heavily involved with Ukraine and Russia to try to broker that peace, understanding that there will likely be difficult conversations to be had on both sides when you're talking about, the release of hostages, when you're talking about potential ceasefire agreements, when you're talking about territory. As someone who's negotiated with some tough people on the battlefield, I can tell you it's a tough, imperfect, nuanced, and complicated process. And President Trump and Secretary Hegseth certainly understand that, with on the forefront of their mind peace as their first and foremost priority. General, do you have anything to add?
No, I would just echo what you said, sir, which is, the status of U.S. military aid, it has been turned back on. We've got confirmed reports that it is continuing or is flowing back into Ukraine. And of course, daily reports on the outcome of the intelligence sharing and those efforts. So all of that is as it was previously.
So I'm going to stick with the phones here just a second. I got Christina from Breitbart on the phones. Do I understand that?
Yes, thanks so much for doing that, Sean. Two questions. After U.S. strikes against the Houthis on Saturday, the Houthis fired drones and missiles at the Truman. Will there be a response to those attacks? And secondly, the Pentagon has deployed the USS Gravely. Can you tell us a little bit about what it will be doing there, exactly what its mission will be?
So I guess I'll address the first part of your question first, Christina, and General, I'll let you chime in. The question of the Houthis, I mean, remind me what the first part of your question was, Christina?
Will there be a response to the Houthi attacks on the Truman?
It was that I got you. So first of all, we did get reports of the Houthis firing ballistic missiles and some one-way attack drones against U.S. forces in the region. Those attacks were largely ineffective and didn't come anywhere near U.S. forces in the region. Again, the commanders in command of those vessels were, they were completely on point with regards to defending. They were not effective attacks. And so I would also say the second part, the answer to the second part of that question is that the response is ongoing. I mean, this isn't, there's going to be, as I mentioned, a very clear end state to this. And I think a lot of that has to do with how the Houthis respond. Firing at U.S. military personnel in the region and shooting at our ships and shooting at our drones and putting American lives at risk is not a good way to end this conflict. The Houthis could stop this tomorrow if they said, we're going to stop shooting at your people. But they've clearly chosen not to do that. And so this campaign will be relentless to degrade their capability and to open up shipping lanes in the region and to defend our homeland. But General,
thanks, Sean. The only thing I would add is, the Houthis claim to have tried to attack the Harry S. Truman. Quite frankly, it's hard to tell because while we're executing precision strikes, they missed by over 100 miles. So I would just tell you their effectiveness. I would question anything that they claim in the press that they're doing or not doing. It's very hard to tell what they are just based on their level of incompetence that they've demonstrated so far. Yes, that's correct. There's also been a number of other attempts to interdict vessels in the Red Sea using UAVs and some cruise missiles as well. All of those have been easily defeated by our fighter aircraft that are there.
General Grinch throwing shade at the Houthis from the podium. I love it.
And some of the folks in here know that my previous job, I dealt with the Houthis quite a bit.
Yes, you did. Yes, you did.
Happy to throw shade at them. On the question about the USS Gravely that you had, Christina, so she's deploying under General Guillot, the commander of U.S. Northern Command's authorities for maritime homeland defense missions. She'll go down, as Sean mentioned, into the Gulf of America and surrounding areas and be involved in the interdiction mission for any of the drugs and whatnot that are heading in. It'll be partnered very closely with the United States Coast Guard. So we won't share, of course, her actual scheme of maneuver here, but know that that's a mission that she's going down there for, and we look forward to seeing what she can do.
And on that point about the USS Gravely, I think it's really important that, the president and the secretary have made very clear 100% operational control of our southern border. I mean, we've got probably close to 10,000 troops on our southern border. We're surging a Stryker brigade combat team down there to reinforce the land border as well. But there's a sea component to this as well, and that's part of the mission of the USS Gravely is to secure the water routes in defense of our southern border. And so, Aaron, Daily Caller.
Thank you, Sean. Will the Department of Defense commit to firing or otherwise disciplining any remaining leadership that were directly involved in the Afghanistan withdrawal?
So we're in the process of figuring out what that investigation will look like. But I'll tell you, as somebody who served in Afghanistan and watched that unfold, I mean, I was horrified in a lot of ways. You know, you think about how much time and blood and treasure and American life that was lost in Afghanistan over 20 years. You think about that for a second. You know, I'm 43 years old. This country was at war in Afghanistan for 20 years. So almost half of my life, this country was at war in Afghanistan. And I personally watched, you know, the men in my platoon, but also my larger brigade combat team, which was a part of the 10th Mountain Division, 3rd Brigade. We bled the ground red in Afghanistan. And I watched my men do extraordinary things in support of a grateful nation and in support of the mission there. And to watch Afghanistan be surrendered in the way that it was extremely difficult. And I think something that President Trump and Secretary Hegseth really understand is that when America makes a decision to get involved in any conflict, we have a moral obligation to have a clear-cut end state to what that operation looks like, a clear exit strategy to what that operation looks like, and to make sure that victory is clearly defined. And I think in Iraq and certainly in Afghanistan over the last 20 some years, I think maybe we've struggled a little bit with those finer points. But I'll say that the President Trump and Secretary Hegseth, they understand that when America gets involved in a fight, it's our job to also end that fight as fast as humanly possible, because we have a moral obligation to win and win decisively. Otherwise, you're going to have an entire generation of American warriors wondering what the hell it was all for. And I know, listen, I know that every day I wake up and I draw breath, I think about the men who I served with, who were my friends, who never came home from that fight. I've lost 30 friends in my support of the Afghan war, 30. And you ask yourself, you look yourself in the mirror, you ask yourself, what do we have to show for it? Not a whole lot. And so to your question of will people be held accountable? I think we have an obligation both to the American people and to the American warfighters who fought in Afghanistan to hold the leadership accountable in some way. Now, we don't know what that looks like right now, but to hold the leadership that was in charge of the Afghan withdrawal accountable. Because look, if you have a private that loses a sensitive item, that loses night vision goggles, that loses a weapon, you can bet that that private is going to be held accountable. The same and equal standards must apply to senior military leaders. So
I just want to follow up on what you just said.
Sure.
You said that there needs to be a clear end state, and I know the goal is to have the Houthis stop their attacks. But what is the end state? What happens if the Houthis don't stop their attacks or don't agree to say they'll stop their attacks? It doesn't seem like there is a clear end state. That this could just go on and on.
Well, in fairness, I mean, it's a great question, but in fairness, the operation's only been going on for 48 hours. And the president and secretary have been very clear on this, that the Houthis can determine when this ends. And until then, the campaign will be unrelenting until we, one, protect our homeland, and two, open up the shipping lanes there. So make sure that we have freedom of maneuver in that area. But General, you have something that.
But I mean, what I might add is, while we won't talk about it publicly, just know that there is a design to the operation. There are specific effects that we're trying to achieve, and there's specific targets that have been selected and approaches that we're taking in order to achieve the president's end state. So it isn't that we're just striking capabilities. There's an intent behind every strike and every target that we go after.
To that point, what is you mentioned that this is not like it was before. So what is different about the targeting that you're doing this time that wasn't true under the Biden administration?
Yeah, I give the short answer to that, and again, without going into too many operational details for security reasons, but it's a much broader set of targets that we've been able to action in this case. And the other key differences are the delegation of authorities from the president through Secretary Hegseth down to the operational commander. So that allows us to achieve a tempo of operations where we can react to opportunities that we see on the battlefield in order to continue to put pressure on the Houthis.
Thank you very much. Will this operation include sending ground troops into Yemen? If so, how do you achieve your objective of making them say enough without sending ground troops?
Well, I'll tell you, it's very difficult, if not impossible, for us to talk about force posture from this podium because as a commander who's been on the battlefield, it's very, very important to keep the enemy guessing, keep your adversaries guessing. Now, that's not to say that we've got ground troops in Yemen. That's not to say that we're sending ground troops in, but it's difficult to talk about that stuff for operational security reasons from the podium. But generally, you have anything to add?
No, nothing to add to that. I think that's exactly right.
You said that that one of the things that you were waiting to do for the BDA was sensitive site exploitation. Does that include U.S. boots on the ground or any kind of American personnel on the ground to do that?
Can't talk about that stuff from the podium, but we have ways of conducting sensitive site exploitations without ground troops on the ground.
Yeah, it does not always require boots on the ground, and I'll just leave it at that.
So can I also ask you about if there's any U.S. military assessment? I know that you're still on, the BDA is ongoing, but is there any military assessment about how much of the Houthis' capabilities were degraded by these first couple of rounds? And can you say anything? The president's Truth Social mentioned going after leaders, which seems to be one of the things that's different here. Can you say anything about any of the leaders that were targeted here?
Yeah, on the second part of the question, I'll just go to my opening statement where I mentioned that there was a unmanned aerial vehicle facility that was struck with several key leaders. Those were key individuals who led their unmanned aerial vehicle enterprise and were some of the technical experts in there. So think those types of individuals that we might be targeting as part of the command and control.
And so we have destroyed command and control facilities, weapons manufacturing facilities, and advanced weapons storage locations. But again, this campaign is ongoing. It's difficult to talk about all this stuff from the podium, and we're not going to say anything from the podium until we're 100% sure that we have it right. I got time for one more question.
You mentioned the president's Truth Social. Is the U.S. military considering military options for Iran?
I don't want to get out in front of the president or the secretary, but clearly, I mean, I think the president's Truth Social was pretty clear. And I think the meaning is right there for everybody. I think everybody understands what he means. I don't want to get out in front of the president, but all options are on the table at this time. And that's all I got. So,
clarification for General. You said 30 targets. Is that over all 3 days?
No, that was on the first day. And it was over 30 targets. So not a specific number for you, but over 30 targets, multiple locations, and then additional targets today and additional targets yesterday on Sunday and additional targets today that obviously I won't go into because they're executing now.
So thank you, everybody. Listen, we're done. There'll be more of these, I promise. But thank you. It was a great first press briefing. Really appreciate you all and your commitment to telling the story of the warfighters. But thank you. We'll see you next time.
Thanks.
That's great. But it looked very good when we had it, but I'd like it to look beyond that. So we're going to spend a lot of effort, a lot of money on crime, and we're going to spend it on fixing up. We don't want graffitis on the beautiful white statuary marble. And we want to have our roads good and everything else. We'll be able to do that easily. And this is a part of it. I mean, Kennedy Center is a very big part of it. And you can't have this looking like it does. I'm so surprised because, you know, I know the person who was in charge of it, and he's a good man. I never realized this was in such bad shape. I've been so busy, I haven't been able to be here in a long time. And I shouldn't be with what I'm doing. But I thought it was important because I've been hearing reports, and I thought it was very important to make this good. It's a very big part of the fabric of Washington, D.C. And we're going to make our capital great again, just like we're going to make our country great again. April 2nd is Liberation Day for our country because we're going to finally be taking in money. We're already doing it, a lot of money. As you know, we put down some early tariffs on people and countries that were not treating us well. And that's both. Going to be a little different, but I call April 2nd. That's when the tariffs became December.
That was weird. Huh. All right. Well, I'll just do some. I'll do some commentary here, Jessica, and then we can jump into the next one. Yeah. So that was Sean Parnell from the Pentagon. Yeah. I mean, I have some issues with what was just conveyed there, and open disclaimer that this is fifth generation warfare, narrative warfare, psychological warfare. So, for the sake of fog of war and confusing the enemy, you say one thing, you really mean something else. That's an ongoing statement that is always at play at all times. But what I do is just engage with the narrative, engage with the rhetoric, engage with what is being told to us as it's being said, and we'll just take it one step at a time from there. The whole Houthi, I already gave my take earlier with Ashe, gave my take this morning on the brief. Striking the Houthis is certainly from a warfare standpoint justifiable because you have the Houthis attacking U.S. warships. But backing up before that, Sean Parnell said that this war ends. Well, that's not entirely true. The Houthis have already said this war ends when the war between Israel and Gaza ends. And that's the same terms that Hezbollah has laid down as well. They said, as soon as you pull out of Gaza and you stop the war with Hamas, we will stop attacking you. And the Houthis said the same thing. They also are not, as far as I know, as far as the public statements that have been made and the reports that have been issued, they're not attacking U.S. ships. They're attacking, aside from those U.S. warships they've attacked in response. But for the shipping, they're only attacking ships that are Israeli, that are bound for Israel. So those are specific terms. Now, I believe the Houthis have come out and said that they're going to change that up, that they're going to now be embargoing all U.S. ships. Are not going to be allowed in the Red Sea. So now that we've done this, the result is that now it's not safe, ostensibly, for U.S. ships to move through the Red Sea, which is, again, I mean, that's an expected outcome of doing something like this. The rhetoric about boots on the ground in Yemen is silly. I understand that, hate that from the podium because of operational security and wanting to keep your enemies guessing. And I fully understand that. I know the media will spin that up into, we're going to see boots on the ground in Yemen. But I think what Sean Parnell was saying is we're not going to say yes or no to that because that's a silly thing to do in a press conference. And I agree with him there. The rhetoric about a war with Iran, again, very, very silly. Trump has already come out and said, I don't want war with Iran. I want to see Iran prosper. I want to see Iran become something great. We're not going to have a war with Iran. All the people saying that we're going to, this was back on, I think, February 5th. He said, everyone who says that there's going to be a war with Iran is full of it, but there's not going to be a war with Iran. And I believe him. I think that's the signal. This is all theater, in my opinion. But here's the reality. While Trump may be engaging in theater and his allies in the sovereign alliance and Iran, but I think it's been demonstrated to a certain extent that certain strings have been cut. And at the very least, they are cooperating with other members of the sovereign alliance, meaning Russia, China, Saudi Arabia, and others. So while there's probably some form of theater happening between Trump, and this is just my own opinion, between Trump and the sovereign alliance members, there are a lot of people on the sidelines who are, and by the sidelines, I mean they are in the Trump administration, in probably the Iranian government, in the Israeli government, in every other government who want to see the war happen. And they are acting in earnest to bring the war. And so you have to subvert all of those people along the way. And, you know, whether it's an exposure op to expose some of those people for the warmongers that they are, which I think is the case which is the case, I believe, when it comes to Netanyahu and the regime that he represents, or it's something else. I mean, that remains to be seen. But I think we have to be cognizant, and this is where like we thread the needle. Like when John talks about, when John and Chris and myself and Burning Bright talk about the trust the plan versus question everything paradigm, trusting Trump is one thing, but that doesn't extend to anybody else. So when Sean Parnell, and Sean Parnell seems great. He's been on SitRep multiple times. I've heard him speak many times about his experience as a war fighter and otherwise, and I have tremendous respect for him. So this is not a knock on Sean. This is just anyone operating like in this battle space doesn't get the full benefit that we give to Trump. It's like we give Trump the benefit. If you're acting on behalf of Donald Trump, you get a certain level of benefit of that extension, but you don't get just like a blanket on in that whole Epstein file release. Like you don't just get the full benefit of the doubt. The same thing we give to Trump. So when it comes to Yemen and the Houthis, if we're not careful from a narrative standpoint, if we're not careful, we will see this escalate into something that doesn't need to escalate into. The Houthis, whatever their origin story is, wherever they actually came from, they're never leaving Yemen to go to war. They're not leaving Yemen to come to America to come fight us. And, they would be hard pressed, frankly, to leave Yemen to go fight Israel, to go fight the IDF, because they have to go through Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has already told them you're not allowed to come through Saudi Arabia to go fight the IDF. They've already made that very clear. They could board ships and go up the Red Sea, but again, like Saudi could potentially stop them, the IDF could stop them, the US Navy could stop them. That would be very problematic. So the Houthis are already kind of contained in their little corner of Arabia. The one issue is that they can easily attack ships moving through the straits there and disrupt shipping. But again, according to their own rhetoric, and whether or not you can trust them remains to be seen, but they say that once the war between Israel and Gaza ends, they will stop attacking Israeli-bound cargo ships. So, obviously, once the war stops, if they don't stop doing that, then I would hope you would see a coalition of Muslim-led countries go after them to stop that, starting with Saudi Arabia. But I think that it all comes, like all this stuff comes back to the war. All of it comes back to the Israel-Gaza war. All of it comes, just like everything comes back in Europe to the Ukraine-Russia war. We got to stop the war. We have to shut that down. There are a lot of people who want to see the war continue because they want to see it escalate into something bigger. And I think, those people are in Tel Aviv. I think those people are in lower level. I also think those people are in Washington, D.C. And we have to be very cognizant that those people are in the Republican Party. They're in the MAGA party. They're pretending to be anti-war patriots. They're pretending to be America First patriots. But at the end of the day, they serve a different interest, whatever that interest may be, military, industrial complex, or otherwise. And all we can do is just engage earnestly in the conversation, which is we don't want escalation. We don't want to go to war. If Israel wants to go to war with everyone in the Middle East, then it is our duty as America First patriots to say, okay, good luck, have a nice day, and leave the Middle East and leave the IDF to do whatever it is they want to do. And my guess is that if that were to happen, you would see a populist revolt against the Israeli government because the people of Israel have soured on the war. I mean, that's the gist that I get of it, is that they anymore because they realize that they're not going to win that war. And if the world organizes against Israel, which it's already doing, it's not going to end well for Israel. So I think the worst thing we can do at this point for the people of Israel, if you're somebody who truly earnestly cares about Israel and is pro-Israel and wants to see them prosper, the worst thing we can do right now is to continue to feed them money, weapons, and support for their warmongering. It's like a drug addict. I mean, Israel is a drug addict. They are a junkie addicted to war. And the worst thing you can do for a drug addict is to continue to give them money to go buy drugs. So we have to cut them off, like the withdrawal to take place. That's going to, result in political upheaval and whatnot. But that's what I see happening. And the longer we let it go, the longer we let the warmongering continue, the more you're going to get situations like this with the Houthis, with Hezbollah, with every other, militia that has an interest, some sort of an outcome, like a greater war with Israel. You're going to see more of it, and ultimately a war with Iran. So we need to cut it off. We need to end it. I hope that that's the lesson people are pulling away from this, is that, the more they talk about boots on the ground in Yemen, the more they talk about a war with Iran, I hope everyone's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Like, we were talking about peace in the Middle East a couple years ago. Trump's not back in office. Why are we not going back to peace in the Middle East? And that's the question we should be asking. And it's because there are special interests in Washington who don't want peace in the Middle East. They never did. They signed the Abraham Accords. They allowed the Abraham Accords to happen because the Abraham Accords provided the opportunity to organize Arabia, all the countries except for Saudi Arabia and Palestine, but every other country, which is a lot of money, Qatar, UAE, Jordan, Egypt, all of them against Iran, right? And then America and Israel would come in behind the Arabs. China and Russia would come in behind Iran, and you get World War III. That's the reason that they supported the Abraham Accords, the neocons did. So Trump has got to detangle this whole thing. It's a Gordian knot. But I can't help but just roll my eyes whenever I hear people talking about boots on the ground anywhere. I mean, we shouldn't have boots on the ground anywhere. None of this is our national. This is no national security interest for us. The Trout Red Sea situation, they were only targeting Israeli ships, and you can make the argument that that's our ally. But you know what? We have a lot of allies around the world, and again, if Israel wants their ships to stop being targeted, all they have to do is come back to the negotiating table and end the war, which is very easy to do. And, you know, I think that we're going to see something come out of this Shin Bet situation where truth is going to come out that's going to expose Netanyahu for being involved in October 7th. I wouldn't be surprised, frankly, and I said this in the brief this morning, I wouldn't be surprised if Netanyahu is exposed for playing a more active role, and nobody benefited more from October 7th than Benjamin Netanyahu, and because he was on the ropes politically. He was on the ropes. He had lost all of his political allies for two reasons. One, because he got exposed for walking tens of millions of dollars into Gaza to give to Hamas. I've been over that many times. The other reason he lost political support, he's been charged with three crimes, three corruption charges. One of the charges is that a recording was released from 2015, I think it was. It was either 2015 or 2007. Recording of him speaking with a media mogul, an owner of many Israeli newspapers who are anti-Netanyahu traditionally. And this guy is also the media rival of Sheldon Adelson. Sheldon Adelson he died in 2020, but his wife Adelson, Miriam Adelson, is Trump's #1 donor, $100 million in 2024. Her husband gave $100 million in 2016, and he owns a bunch of newspapers in Israel. And I'm pretty sure he's the richest man in Israel, if I'm not mistaken. But so this rival and Netanyahu were speaking on, like, it's all recorded and is released to the public. And Netanyahu said, I will give you better access to the government and you'll get better access to stories if you start giving me favorable coverage, at basically saying to the detriment of Sheldon Adelson. So and Sheldon Adelson backed Netanyahu. He's like Netanyahu's backer. So he was basically saying, I'm going to stab my back, like my donor in the back, to help you if you will start giving me favorable coverage, because this guy was just churning all this dirt on Netanyahu. And so he was basically, he's been accused now of like engaging in whatever, collusion, fraud, like whatever the exact charge is. That's one of the three charges. And it's a pretty open and shut case because there is a recording of him saying this to this guy. And it's very clear what he was saying in the recording. Like he was saying, I mean, this would be like the president meeting with DC and saying, I'm going to give you more access to the White House if you stop reporting bad things about me, like in the press. I mean, that would be a huge scandal if there was a recording of that, of like Biden saying that to the NBC president, right? So he was on the ropes. October 7th basically changed the narrative because it started a war. Netanyahu is widely recognized as like Israel's greatest war hawk. And if you're worried about, feeling unsafe in Israel, you're going to turn to Netanyahu. You're not going to turn to a peacemaker. You're going to turn to someone who's going to go after these people who invaded Israel and, did whatever they claim they did on October 7th. But what if it gets exposed that Netanyahu is the one who helped orchestrate October 7th? That totally changes the entire conversation surrounding October 7th. And the blame then shifts from Hamas, where Hamas is only, a secondary actor, to the people in the Israeli government who, and I don't know if we're going to see that or not, but that's the direction it's trending in very strongly. You have multiple Shin Bet directors, the guy who was the director up until 2021, who was in office when all the money was being sent to Hamas. And he seems like he's saying he has all of the receipts on that. And now you have the director who was in office during October 7th, who is getting fired this week. That's been speculated for a while that he was going to be fired. Netanyahu's now come out and said, I'm going to fire him. And then I believe the Supreme Court ruled that he does have the power to fire this guy. I don't know. There's a really good chance these two directors are going to come out together and basically expose Netanyahu for funding Hamas and orchestrating October 7th for political gain. And if that happens, it just changes everything. So all the focus on like the Houthis in Iran, like that is such a secondary distraction in my opinion. But that is why I think Trump is allowing this to play out, because he's putting the Netanyahu Zionist circle in a holding pattern, because ostensibly it does appear that we're moving towards war with the Houthis, moving towards war with Iran. And if you're a pro-Zionist neocon, then you're like, oh, I don't need to do anything. Like Trump's got this. Trump's taking the bait and he's moving us closer to war. And that's what we wanted all along. So anyway, Jessica, we could probably go back. It was pause, finish DoD presser. Further coverage is expected. Okay, cool. Jessica, yeah, we can go ahead and play that, I think. Yep. All right, guys. I'll see y'all later.
Just for the board that he is. Wondered what are the big cubes that they have outside that block the view? They're cubes with a door in them, so that people can get down to rooms that nobody's going to use. And it's a shame. A song today, and because of the cost in the union structure, for him to sing a song just for the board, just a board meeting, it was going to cost $30,000. That doesn't sound too good. They wanted $30,000 to move a piano, so you can't have that. So we're gonna fix it up, but it's really emblematic of our country. But the Kennedy Center, you look at the columns outside, you look at, they're supposed to be covered by something, whether it's marble or whatever, granite. They were never covered, they were painted. But bring it into more modern times, a lot of money's been given to it, and the money has not been properly spent. They built rooms underground with no windows, no nothing, that will not be used ever. You're not going to have people use them. It's such a waste of money, such a terrible waste, but we'll make it. Because we have open borders, we have men playing in women's sports. It's all the same thing. It did when I look around. The bottom line, it has tremendous potential, and we'll work with Congress. Our place in front of the
Every opportunity I get to get the hell out of Washington.
go in the center. You gotta have to get on out there. If you don't mind. Picture this last year, we got some pictures. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, we'll do a selfie. Hold on, if you don't mind. Wait a minute. You got it. he lines up on the street light. We're not wanting, dude. Oh, that's not the low.
Hi, guys. How are you? You still have questions? Didn't Caroline answer everybody's questions? I thought she did a great job.
Do you mind just elaborating on how many flights there were?
No, I'm not getting into the details of that. Caroline gave you all the information. She went into the numbers. She gave you the breakdown of who was on there. We know what we're doing. And obviously, there's a court hearing at 4 o'clock. As an attorney, I know better than to speak before the lawyers on record.
Clarify, were the individuals on the flight
Yeah.
already in jails and deported, or were they rounded up and put right on the
So as I said again, Caroline spoke to this. I'm going to refer to her and defer to her. And also, I think that given that there's a hearing in just a couple hours, I'm going to let the lawyers speak to that on the record and answer all the judges' questions, which we always do. We cooperate, and we tend to be in court a lot. It's what they like to do. These rogue judges have to stop. This is an executive decision, and we are trying to make America safe again. We are doing a great job of it, and this is a big part of it. These people are not they're not well liked in this country. They're not welcome. They have hurt so many people. I've been focused on human trafficking, human extortion, and the things that I have seen are so disturbing, I cannot even tell you. And when you learn about what happens to these individuals, some of them that come in that they don't even know they're getting trafficked. They come in and they go into states and then they think they're getting taken care of by some friend and are extorted sexually, labor, the list goes on and on. It's disgusting. It has to stop, and we have to make America safe again. Yeah.
Enemy Act is something that is used in times of war.
Right.
The president's mind is declaring someone a foreign terrorist organization the same as declaring war.
So perhaps you need me to say this, and I'm happy to say it. I'm not speaking for the president. I think the president is one mission, and that was the mission he was given on November 5th. We have a war on fentanyl crisis. We have a war against sex trafficked children. We have a war against criminals coming into our country and hurting American citizens. So if you want to call it that, feel free. It doesn't matter. He has the power under Article 2 to do what he did. He designated them a terrorist organization. They have no business coming in. And while we love immigrants coming in the right way, you will not come into this country and hurt Americans and be a gang member and come in illegally and think that you will not be held accountable. Thank you.
How many people from those Tren de Aragua are left to be deported?
Sorry, Alina was just here to
Thank you so much for joining us, and don't forget to hit the thumbs up on this video. And a special thank you to all of our advertising partners. Please remember to shift your dollars to support those businesses that support Badlands Media.